simultaneously crossing from Japanese anime to American comics. A powerful blow. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51 Future Direction. At night, Chu Yang was exercising alone on the deck. After a while, a figure walked out of the cabin and came to Chu Yang. "Why don't you accept Brother Tiger's invitation?" Jinbei looked at Chu Yang in confusion. He originally thought that after so many battles, they would have become companions. Chu Yang stopped moving, sat down slowly, and explained, "If it was Tiger who planned to travel around the world before, I would join him without hesitation, but now, all his energy is focused on liberating slaves. That is his ideal, not mine." Jinbei fell silent. It was indeed as Chu Yang said. Everyone has different ideals. Using one's own ideals to kidnap the freedom of others, no matter how great and just one's ideals are, is it right to do so? After thinking for a long time, Jinbei sighed to the sky, with regret written all over his face. In his eyes, Chu Yang is a promising junior. It is a pity for such a person to leave the Sun Pirates. Jinbei sat down on the deck with regret in his heart and asked, "Is your ideal the same as that of Brother Tiger before, to travel around the world?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "Almost. I want to travel around, fight with some strong men, hone myself, and see the scenery of different parts of the world. It's not easy to come to this world. I can't let the Navy chase me all the time, right?" Jinbei reminded, "Based on your previous performance, I'm afraid you have attracted the attention of the Navy, and you will still be wanted after you get off the ship." Chu Yang answered firmly, "Wanted? At least I can freely decide where I want to go." Jinbei sighed, "Now you really look like a real pirate. I'm all ready." Chu Yang also sighed, then he patted Jinbei on the shoulder and smiled. "Don't be discouraged. I'm not leaving right away. I have to stay for a while." Jinbei rarely smiled. Chu Yang looked at the moon hanging high on the horizon and began to think about what magic Chu Yang had said to him in the Soul Palace. There are many people who are proficient in domineering in the world of pirates, but there are very few people who possess domineering. Currently, there are only a dozen known people, except for Boa Hancock, who has not grown up yet, the late Pirate King Roger, and Kazuki Oden. The rest are almost all famous pirates. There are also strong people who know domineering in the Navy, but Chu Yang, who has been a slave of the Celestial Dragons and boarded a pirate ship, cannot enter the Navy. Therefore, if Chu Yang wants to further strengthen his domineering, he still has to find a way on the pirate side. There are only a few candidates that can be targeted on the pirate side. The first is the Four Emperors. According to the current timeline, Kaido has been operating in Wano country for nearly 12 years. The underground black market weapons trade is in full swing, and even the world government is involved. It can be said that he is extremely powerful. Aunt Charlotte Lin completely occupied a force with Cake Island. With more and more children of her own, the number of pirate groups that surrendered to her increased sharply, and her 10,000 kingdoms also became a climate. It was in this year that the voices of the two becoming Sea Emperors became louder and louder. In the end, they formed a pincer attack with the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. Although red-haired Shanks was also famous at this time, he was not as famous as the other three. It would take another 6 years for the formation of the Four Emperors. Chu Yang thought again and again, and decided to give up learning Conqueror's Haki from Kaido and Big Mom. Not to mention that the two were far away, and in the second half of the Grand Line, their style alone was incompatible with Chu Yang. Both of them were a bit neurotic, and Chu Yang disliked neurosis the most. The Whitebeard Pirates was a good place to go, but they had to call people daddy. Chu Yang shuddered when he thought of calling Whitebeard daddy. Although Chu Yang admired Whitebeard very much, he refused to recognize him as his father. Among the Four Emperors, Shanks' current strength was the weakest and the difficulty of joining was the lowest. But the problem was that Chu Yang could not confirm the level of Shanks' Conqueror's Haki at this stage. You must know that it was still 6 years before he became one of the Four Emperors. The remaining Pluto Rayleigh is easy to contact, and he is in the Sabaody archipelago. but as a pirate who has lived in seclusion for many years, the probability that Rayleigh is willing to come out and teach Chu Yang is not very high. The protagonist halo is not something that everyone has. Others like Doflamingo and the Pillars of the Eight Treasures Navy are the worst of the worst. After counting them all, Shanks is the most reliable. Thinking of this, Chu Yang was suddenly shocked. This year is not only the year of Kaido's mother's rise, but also the year when Shanks met Luffy in Windmill Village. Rubber fruit. The real name after awakening is a human fruit mythical beast Nika form. Shanks took the rubber fruit from Fozefo and originally intended to give it to Ace, the posthumous son of Pirate King Roger, but it was accidentally eaten by Luffy. If Shanks didn't know the secret of the rubber fruit at all, Chu Yang would be a little bit unconvinced. It's not strange for a pirate of his level to take a devil fruit from the world government. The strange thing is that he happened to come to the Windmill Village where Ace was with this fruit. Obviously, Shanks hoped that Ace would become the child of destiny, but in the end, destiny chose Luffy, and Shanks himself saw the shadow of Captain Roger in Luffy. Therefore, he respected the choice of destiny and bet everything on Luffy. Now as long as Chu Yang is willing to pay the price and bear Shanks' anger, he can turn the wheel of fate and let it turn to an unknown direction. The protagonist does not have to be Luffy, it can be anyone, including Chu Yang himself. Is Chu Yang willing? Of course not. The success rate is too low, and the price to pay is unimaginable. Is it so easy to do these little tricks under Shanks' nose? Not to mention how strong Shanks' own observation color is. Usopp's father Jesus Boo has the top observation color. Chu Yang will probably be shot in the head by the other party before he can get close to the rubber fruit. Luffy is young and everyone is not wary of him, which will cause accidents. Chu Yang is obviously not the kind of person who can make the entire Red Hair Pirates wary, even if he can successfully join the other party. The only outcome Chu Yang could influence was probably to stop Luffy from eating the rubber fruit. But what was the point? The next day, Chu Yang found Tiger and told him about his idea to go to the East China Sea. Tiger was surprised. He had expected Chu Yang to get off the ship at any stop on the Grand Line, but he had never thought that Chu Yang would go to the East China Sea. However, despite being surprised, Tiger still respected Chu Yang's decision and decided to escort him back with the Sun Pirates. From their current location, the fastest route to the East China Sea was to force their way through the Calm Belt. Chapter 52 Red Hair. For the fishmen, crossing the doldrums is much easier than for other races. They can avoid many dangers by sensing the fish schools. Although it is not as simple and effective as the Navy embedding sea stun on the bottom of the warship, it is enough to ensure safety. The news that Chu Yang is about to leave still caused quite a stir on the ship. After several months of fighting side by side, most of the fishmen on the ship have regarded Chu Yang as a companion. Some extreme fishmen, led by A Long, did not continue to confront Chu Yang. In addition to their awe of Chu Yang's strength, they also felt grateful. People are all made of flesh and blood. Everyone knows that if Chu Yang was not there, many fishermen on this ship would be killed or injured under the relentless pursuit of the Navy. Some people don't say it, but they still miss Chu Yang in their hearts. Inexplicable melancholy began to spread on the ship. Except for A Long, the expressions on the faces of every fisherman were very heavy. Everyone still likes you very much. Jinbei still did not give up and wanted to keep Chu Yang. I will come back to see you within 3 years. Chu Yang made a promise solemnly because he knew that Tiger would be killed in 3 years and he wanted to change this tragedy. It took the Sun Pirates 3 days to cross the Calm Belt. During this period, they encountered some unexpected crises, but the overall risk was still under control. After arriving at the East China Sea, Tiger took advantage of the moonlight to place Chu Yang on a small island. He left a small boat and hurried away with his people. Chu Yang stayed on the coast for one night. The next morning, he asked the local residents about the specific direction of the Kingdom of Goa and then bought an expensive sea chart. The boat was full of supplies left by Tiger and his men, which saved Chu Yang the time to buy supplies. After he found out the news, he immediately went to Windmill Village. The difficulty of sailing in the 4 seas is basically zero. Except for some islands that need to be careful of accidents, the sea is the safest. This is exactly the opposite of the Grand Line. Chu Yang who learned a lot of steering skills from Jinbei, drove a small boat with ease. The boat, which was only a few meters long, quickly approached the destination with the wind. About a day later, Chu Yang successfully found the only port town in the kingdom of Goa, Windmill Village. This place is full of hidden talents. It is not only the hometown of the Navy hero Garb, but also the hometown of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, and the hometown of the future Pirate King. It is the place where the son of Pirate King Roger and the future second in command of the Revolutionary Army grew up, and the 4 emperors Shanks also left an arm here. Throughout the history of anime, is there a more famous novice village than this? This group of people directly raised the kingdom of Goa to a height that does not belong to it. Before approaching the port, Chu Yang saw a huge pirate ship floating on the sea near the shore, and the pirate flag with a skull carved on it fluttered in the wind. The structure of the pirate flag is very simple, with a skull with 3 red scratches in the eye sockets in the center, and 2 crossed knives behind it. Red fuzz. The moment Chu Yang saw the pirate flag, his heart was shocked. Before coming here, he was worried that he would miss the time when Shanks stayed in Windmill Village, but now all his concerns disappeared. No other ship dared to approach the red fuzz. Chu Yang did not rush to drive the boat over, but slowly approached the shore. Chu Yang used his observation haki to scan the red fuzz, and found that only a few crew members were left on the deck, so he went straight to the only tavern in the Windmill Village. The Windmill Village was not big, and Chu Yang casually asked the villagers around for information, and easily found the tavern run by Makino. Where did this kid come from? Why is he drinking at such a young age? Boy, where are your parents? You can't go to the tavern alone. There are pirates there, you should stay away from them. Chu Yang threw all these kind words of advice behind his head, and plunged into the tavern occupied by the red hair pirates, where there was laughter and joy. The red hair pirates were like this, with a small banquet every 3 days and a big banquet every 5 days. The rest of the time, they were either fighting, or on the way to fight. Fight banquet. Infinite cycle. This tradition was inherited from the ship of Pirate King Roger, and later Luffy's Straw Hat Pirates also inherited it, but every time Luffy fights, it is almost a life and death game. There was singing and dancing in the tavern, and the atmosphere was intense. Little Luffy was showing off. The pirates of the red hair pirates were all laughing. Most people didn't notice that a young man walked in from outside, except the proprietress Makino. Little friend, did you go to the wrong place? This is not a place to eat, Makino kindly reminded. Although she thought the group of pirates in front of her were not bad, she still hoped that Chu Yang could leave here quickly. Give me a glass of rum. Chu Yang sat calmly at the bar, and his behavior revealed a maturity beyond his age. Makino was stunned for a moment, then shook her head firmly, and her tone became unusually stern. I'm sorry, I can't provide rum to a child, even if it has the lowest alcohol content. At this time, a crew member happened to notice Chu Yang, and someone immediately started to make a noise on the side. Boss lady, give him a glass of wine. Count it on my account. A little man is also a man. As a man, how can you not drink? How can you provide wine to a child? Makino glared at the pirate angrily. If you keep talking nonsense, you won't have any wine to drink today. The man had to sit down in dismay, causing the companions around him to laugh loudly. If it were another pirate group, Makino's attitude would be enough to separate her body and head, but in the red hair pirates, it became a very interesting joke. The laughter around was getting louder and louder, and the playful eyes made Chu Yang lie helplessly. I'm an adult, but I had a disease before, and now I can't grow taller. This was a lame lie, and most people would not believe it, but the simple Makino believed Chu Yang. Really? Makino covered her mouth and exclaimed, then quickly apologized to Chu Yang. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have spoken so rashly. Chu Yang smiled and said, if you can quickly put my rum on the table, I'll forgive you. Please wait. Makino turned around and went to the cabinet behind him to find some wine. Hey, kid, lying to adults is not a good habit. The red-haired man with a striking scar on his left eye suddenly came close to Chu Yang, put his arm around Chu Yang's shoulder and said, I was also very curious about wine at your age, so I can understand, but don't lie to people next time. Chu Yang didn't say anything, and turned his face away in disgust. It was unknown whether he was disgusted by the red-haired man's admonishing tone or the strong smell of alcohol on him. Chapter 53, Boarding the Four Emperors ship. The red-haired man chuckled and didn't care about it. Instead, he reminded him, "This drink is on me. Remember, go home quickly after drinking it. Captain Shanks, if you keep nagging, the children will hate you." Lucky Lou, who was eating meat with big mouthfuls, smiled happily. The fat on his body was surging like waves, which looked very funny. Shanks laughed and scolded, "You should take care of yourself, Lucky. You are the one who talks the most." Then, Makino walked back to the bar with a glass of rum and pushed it to Chu Yang in front of him. Chu Yang took the drink and toasted Shanks. Shanks also picked up the glass and toasted back. Chu Yang drank it all in one gulp and then said, "You said one thing wrong. I can't go home, even if I finish the drink." The smile on Shanks' face suddenly faded and he frowned. Chu Yang explained, "I'm a slave. I just got a chance to escape not long ago. The word home is a luxury for me." After speaking, Chu Yang pulled his clothes down a little, revealing a shallow scar on his chest. Although it was very light, Shanks could tell from the shape that it was a very serious and fatal wound. The tavern gradually became quiet, and the eyes of the red hair pirates were all focused on Chu Yang. It was undoubtedly a strong shock to hear such words calmly spoken from a child's mouth. Hearing Chu Yang's miserable experience, Shanks suddenly thought of the arson case that occurred in Mirajoa a few months ago. At that time, many celestial dragon slaves escaped from Mirajoa. Shanks instantly understood Chu Yang's identity, and his eyes naturally showed sympathy. If slaves in the world can be divided into levels, then the slaves of celestial dragons are undoubtedly the most miserable. The moody celestial dragons are quite good at torturing slaves. They can easily use all kinds of punishments that ordinary people can hardly imagine. Chu Yang's words and the injuries on his body made Makino's eyes red, but she didn't know what to say to comfort him. Only little Luffy was still making fun of himself in the tavern. But thanks to him, the tavern, which had been quiet for a short time, became lively again. Amidst the laughter and joy, Shanks handed Chu Yang another glass of wine, but this time he did not mention the nonsense of going home after drinking. After going through so many things, no matter how old you are, you need the comfort of wine. The two clinked their glasses and smiled at each other. "Luffy, what did you eat?" The panicked shout immediately attracted the attention of Chu Yang and Shanks. After seeing the treasure chest next to him being opened, Shanks' face suddenly changed. He grabbed Luffy's feet, turned Luffy upside down, and shook him hard. He tried to shake out what Luffy had eaten. As a result, Luffy was so panicked that he not only did not spit out what he had eaten, but swallowed it directly. Badgy. Little Luffy was like a piece of stretched rubber, stuck to the floor, with his legs still in Shanks' hands. This scene scared everyone, and the tavern was in chaos, and only Chu Yang was drinking calmly. At night, Makino's tavern closed, and the pirates returned to the pirate ship in the harbor to sleep. Chu Yang followed the crowd back to his boat. When Shanks was about to board the ship, he happened to see Chu Yang's boat, floating alone on the sea, like duckweed. Beckman, who was standing next to Shanks, saw his every move, so he smiled and said, "If you can't bear it, just bring the child up. Would you feel relieved if you let him drift on the sea like this? What a trouble." Shanks complained, but his body walked towards Chu Yang honestly, and then stopped in front of Chu Yang's boat. Chu Yang was sitting on it meditating. "Hey, kid, come with me. Your boat doesn't even have a place to shelter from the wind and rain." The next day, Chu Yang became the youngest trainee crew member of the Red Hair Pirates, and started his pirate career of further learning domineering Naruto world. Compared with Chu Yang, who successfully joined the Four Emperors Pirates in the pirate world, Chu Yang here did not have a smooth teaching career. The shyness of the third generation in his childhood was all fake. When he got familiar with the environment, he was not just naughty, but even more naughty than Naruto when he was a child. Not long after the school started, he made a mess of the school. It was his daily compulsory course to tease the teachers with the three-body technique. Together with Shimura Danzo, who looked honest but was actually full of bad water, the two of them teamed up to make the teachers in the ninja school dizzy and anxious. The two of them, one inside and one outside, cooperated seamlessly and vaguely showed the prototype of managing Konoha in the future. The teachers in the school were not good at dealing with them. The biggest concern was the Sarutobi clan behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. In addition to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the children of other big families in the school were in a similar situation. When they made mistakes, most of the teachers would choose to keep quiet. At this time, Konoha had just been established, and the open and secret struggles between the various families were extremely fierce. The ninja school was a special existence. If something was not handled properly, it might cause unnecessary misunderstandings. For example, if the young master of this family beats the young master of another family today, no matter which side the school stands on, the other side may mistakenly think that the school is sending a certain signal. Therefore, under normal circumstances, as the principal, Senju Tobirama will not punish students personally, even if the students have violated serious school rules. But Chu Yang thinks that this cannot go on. If the excess of behavior of children like Sarutobi Hiruzen or other big family children is always condoned and difficult to be punished, then one day they will become more and more excessive and will easily cross the bottom line. The worst case is that these big family children unite to oppress the children of civilians. Once something like class status takes root in a school, it will cause a devastating blow to the growth of students. You must know that nearly half of the students in the school are of civilian origin. After sharing the memory of magic Chu Yang in the Naruto world knows the harm of tacitly accepting the existence of this bloodline theory. He does not want an organization similar to Slyther in college to appear in the ninja school. So Chu Yang found Senju Tobirama overnight and explained his ideas to him. As a member of the same family, Tobirama Senju was somewhat blinded by this matter, and it was normal for him not to associate this aspect with it. If Chu Yang had not reminded him, it would probably take him a long time to realize the seriousness of this problem. After listening to Chu Yang's report, Tobirama Senju, who had just finished handling government affairs, fell into deep thought and then couldn't help but sigh. In this regard, you are as sensitive as your elder brother. If the school's attitude is not clear and firm, it will inevitably encourage the arrogance of this evil trend. But who will handle it is another problem. Ordinary teachers may be afraid of the pressure from those families. Chu Yang smiled and said, I'm the best candidate. In public, I'm a teacher. In private, I'm still the disciple of Lord Hokage and your teacher. I'm a member of the Senju clan and can withstand the pressure. Recommend a friend's new book. The protagonist came to the world of beast control, but what he didn't know was that in the real world, whether it was an intellectual and cold female boss, or a gentle and kind little sister from the neighbor's house, or even a goddess with a flamboyant personality, they all traveled through time to become his beasts. Until one day, the beautiful and cold female boss stopped him and asked, my master is you, right? In short, it's very coquettish. I recommend everyone to read it. Book title: Why Are All My Beasts Female Friends? Below is the link. Chapter 54, Tailed Beast Capture Plan. After hearing this, Tobirama Senju smiled teasingly. You have probably wanted to do this for a long time. Forget it, since I promised you. Just do it. We must correct the school's atmosphere. Since then, Chu Yang has acted more recklessly than those little devils. No matter what they do, as long as they violate the school rules, they will be beaten up. It is useless to beg for mercy. Chu Yang will always beat their butts until they are swollen, before letting them go home. With Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo as negative examples, the troublemakers in the school have become much more obedient. Sarutobi Hiruzen's red butt is the best way to show his power. On the other hand, when there is a conflict between the children of big families and the children of ordinary people, Chu Yang will pay special attention to it and determine the responsibility after understanding the ins and outs of the matter. What Chu Yang has to do is to ensure fairness and justice as much as possible, and at the same time, eliminate the small groups that are gradually forming on both sides to avoid confrontation. In practical courses, he will try to team up the children of big families and the children of ordinary people. Chu Yang was over-worrying in some aspects. After all, children are just children. Their class consciousness often comes from the indoctrination of their parents. As long as this consciousness is crushed in school, they will not become the kind of people Chu Yang imagined. Ninja school is not Hogwarts, which has been passed down for thousands of years. There is no Slytherin academy that instills pure blood theory into students day after day. As long as the teachers guide properly, they can successfully reshape the students' 3 views. After a period of strong governance, the school spirit of ninja school began to improve. Regardless of their class, the students get along very well, at least in school. Because of the support of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, most families acquiesced to Chu Yang's educational methods. Only the Uchiha clan had some complaints, but soon, this voice was suppressed by Uchiha Madara himself. Uchiha Madara had a good impression of Senju Tobirama and Chu Yang. This was a return of favor, thanking them for their help in the election of Hokage. This period of time is not only the rising period of Konoha, but also the honeymoon period of the 2 families, showing unprecedented unity to the outside world. Seeing the flourishing development of Konoha village, other countries are also speeding up the pace of building their own ninja villages. To put it bluntly, they are following the template of Konoha. But they don't realize that the strength of Konoha village is based on Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, and it is a kind of strength that is difficult to surpass. This kind of strength is awe-inspiring, and it may even prompt the ninja forces of other countries to form an alliance to deal with Konoha village to some extent. In this way, the peace situation that has been created with great difficulty is showing signs of being broken again. The situation must be stabilized to ensure peace. For this reason, Senju Hashirama specially convened a meeting, invited all the Konoha high-level officials together, and made an amazing decision at the meeting. I want to seal all the tailed beasts and divide them equally among the ninja villages of each country. As long as everyone's strength is equal, peace can be guaranteed. The answer given by Senju Hashirama is simple and crude, but very reasonable. Using tailed beasts to balance the forces is something that others dare not even think about. After listening to his elder brother's thoughts, Senju Tobirama looked at him, as if he was looking at a resentful species. Although in the long run, this matter is beneficial to the development of Konoha, but it is not profitable. It is better to take down all the tailed beasts, flatten the entire ninja world, and achieve unification. Chu Yang and Senju Tobirama looked at each other. The master and the apprentice saw each other's desire to conquer the world, and reached a consensus. Unfortunately, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara may not want to fight this war. Both of them wanted peace, so they had the idea of establishing Konoha village, and were tired of fighting to the death. Unless Uchiha Raizuna died on the spot, then Uchiha Madara would be the enemy of the whole world. Uchiha Raizuna frowned and said, "Hokage-sama, catching the tailed beasts is a huge project. Apart from anything else, determining the whereabouts of the tailed beasts is a very time-consuming task. Is it really necessary?" As the head of the Anbu, Uchiha Raizuna estimated the manpower that the Anbu could mobilize. If they had to spend their energy on tracking the tailed beasts, the defense force of Konoha village would be stretched. The Anbu had just been established, and it was not perfect in all aspects, and the human resources were even more insufficient. Most of the team members who could stand on their own were still the elites of the Uchiha clan. The tailed beasts were not just cats and dogs at the doorstep, and they could be caught at will. Each tailed beast represented the most powerful force in the ninja world. How much would it cost to catch it? I agree with Hashirama's plan to capture the tailed beasts. Uchiha Madara explained, although this matter will consume a lot of time, energy and material resources, it is better than becoming the target of public criticism. Once the ninja villages and other countries are integrated, I'm afraid it won't be long before they announce an alliance. Konoha is too powerful. If they don't do this, they will have no way to guarantee their survival. Chu Yang whispered in Senju Tobirama's ear, "Teacher, it seems that catching the tailed beasts is something that cannot be avoided, but we have Lord Hokage and Lord Uchiha Madara, so it shouldn't cause a lot of casualties." Then I agree with this plan. Senju Tobirama nodded and asked loudly, "It's not difficult to catch the tailed beasts, the problem is how to distribute them when the time comes." Senju Hashirama scratched his head in distress. He hadn't thought about this problem carefully. The others also fell silent. As Senju Tobirama said, how to distribute is the biggest problem. As the saying goes, it's not the lack of wealth that is worrying, but the inequality. If the distribution is not good, then the benefactor will become the enemy. Chu Yang smiled and said, "It is easiest to decide by the number of tails. 1 tail and 8 tail, 2 tail and 7 tail, 3 tail and 6 tail, 4 tail and 5 tail. The group with 8 tail is definitely stronger, so we will give priority to countries with weaker strength. Everyone asked in unison, what about the 9 tail? Chu Yang replied, choose a neutral force, such as the Uzumaki clan of the Land of Whirlpools. They are also good at sealing techniques, and can help us seal the tailed beasts. Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju looked at Chu Yang with strange expressions, and Uchiha Madara chuckled a few times. I remember that the Uzumaki clan seemed to be a distant relative of the Senju clan, right? Uchiha Raizuna said with a smile. After all the twists and turns, isn't it still equivalent to bringing the 9 tails to our Konoha? Chu Yang coughed dryly. Only the Uchiha clan knows this unknown secret. Other ninja villages don't know it at all. Besides, distant relatives are distant relatives, and the Land of Whirlpools is also the Land of Whirlpools. Having a good relationship and being on the same page are two different things. Senju Hashirama shook his head helplessly and said, I'm just afraid that they will have opinions after knowing the tricks here. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55, Successor of Rock Breathing. Chu Yang immediately changed his expression and said viciously, we have done our best. What's wrong with keeping some tricks? If you want to settle the score, why don't we just stop playing and overturn the table and fight to decide who wins and who loses? Uchiha Raizuna laughed. Young people are quite hot-tempered, but I like it. Uchiha Madara also nodded and said, Yang is right. We must keep the tricks that should be kept. It's right that we hope for peace, but we won't sacrifice ourselves. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama looked at each other and then agreed to Chu Yang's distribution plan. Senju Hashirama and Chu Yang both hid a little bit of their thoughts and didn't say it out. The Uzumaki clan's sealing technique is very powerful and has a very high priority in the Naruto world. It can not only seal the tailed beasts and ninjutsu, but also seal things at the level of world rules. But the Uzumaki clan's own combat power is very weak, which makes it easy for them to be attacked by forces that are afraid of them. With the power of the 9 tails, the safety of the Uzumaki clan can be guaranteed. In addition, Chu Yang also wants to be wary of Black Zetsu. The Uzumaki clan's sealing technique can directly threaten Kaguya Otsutsuki. After the plan to capture the tailed beast was set, Hashirama Senju officially issued an order to let the Anbu be responsible for tracking the tailed beast. During this period, some people will definitely be lost. After all, the tailed beast is not easy to mess with and will not wait obediently to be caught. Another large number of ambitious young people from the Uchiha clan came forward one after another, and Chu Yang's plan to wipe out the family is taking effect. Tobirama Senju is responsible for contacting the Uzumaki clan. Their strength is needed to seal the tailed beast, and the two sides also need to further reach an official alliance. For thousands of years, the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan have been united by blood relations. When signing the alliance, Hashirama Senju, who is the Hokage, needs to come forward in person. As for Master Madara, he is the gold medal thug of Konoha village. He is only responsible for beating people. When the tailed beast appears, he will rush to the scene to control the tailed beast as soon as possible. As for Chu Yang, a hard-working people's teacher, apart from helping the village to breed the future flowers, he has no special contribution. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. Demon Slayer World. Chu Yang, who returned to reality from the Soul Palace, had explosive growth overnight. He was originally thin, but suddenly he had 8 hard abdominal muscles and grew 5 centimeters taller. This was all thanks to the fact that his other selves selflessly shared their talents and abilities, which made this useless person have a qualitative change. Of course, if he learned the breathing method, it would also benefit his other selves. In order not to reveal the secret of his figure, Chu Yang wrapped himself tightly. Fortunately, the weather has turned cooler recently, and no one has become suspicious. After that, every day when he was recovering in the butterfly house, Chu Yang ate a lot and worked hard. After a week, he was reminded that he could be discharged from the hospital. That is, he could leave the butterfly house. Chu Yang certainly didn't want to leave. So he found Kocho Shinobu and asked to become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Lord Kocho Shinobu, can you teach me how to become a swordsman? Chu Yang's request seemed to stump Kocho Shinobu. The little girl stood in front of him hesitantly, wanting to say something but stopping. Don't fall for it. Chu Yang gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, Master Kocho Shinobu, please accept me as your stepson. The so-called stepson in the Demon Slayer world actually refers to the identity of an heir. In layman's terms, it is the true disciple of a pillar-level swordsman. Generally speaking, a pillar-level swordsman will accept a swordsman with the same type of breathing as a stepson, but there are also special cases where a swordsman with different breathing becomes a stepson. A pillar-level swordsman has the power to call up members of any level of the Demon Slayer Corps, but if he wants to call up someone else's stepson, he must obtain the consent of that pillar. Stepson is a very special identity in the Demon Slayer Corps. Hearing that Chu Yang wanted to be her stepson, Kocho Shinobu's fair face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. She waved her hands at Chu Yang in panic. Chu Yang smacked his lips, always feeling that the Kocho Shinobu in front of him was weird and was very different from his impression. Hahaha, someone actually wants to be Shinobu's stepson. How interesting. A bell-like laugh sounded behind Chu Yang. He turned around and saw a girl who looked about 70% similar to Shinobu Kocho, but more mature and gentle. The girl had a pair of smart lavender pupils, black and smooth long hair down to her waist, butterfly-shaped hairpins on both sides of her hair, and a colorful butterfly pattern feather woven on the outside. The girl came to Chu Yang in a jump and joked, Shinobu is not a pillar, so she is not qualified to be a stepson. I'm okay, though. Are you interested, little brother? Chu Yang stared at the girl in front of him blankly, not because she was beautiful, but because she was Shinobu Kocho. Shinobu Kocho is still alive. This proves that the current time point is at least 4 years away from the official start of the plot. No wonder Chu Yang always felt that Shinobu Kocho looked like a baby. It turned out that she was really a baby. It's very rude to stare at a girl like this. Shinobu Kocho stepped forward and whispered in Chu Yang's ear. Chu Yang shuddered, stepped back quickly, and kept apologizing. His mind was a little confused now. I can feel the breath on you. As an ordinary person who has not experienced training, your physique is very good, and you have the potential to become a powerful swordsman. Kocho Kani laughed softly. I was just joking with you just now. Your physique is not suitable for practicing my breathing method. If you really want to become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, I can introduce another pillar to you. Chu Yang came back to his senses and immediately nodded. Then I'll trouble you. You are lucky. He will be here soon. Kocho Kana's eyes were full of smiles, and she was looking forward to what kind of sparks Chu Yang and the pillar would collide with. Kocho Shinobu seemed to have guessed which pillar her sister was talking about, and subconsciously showed a surprised expression. Chu Yang looked at the two of them playing charades, confused. After a while, a tall and burly figure pushed the door open, muttering Amitabha in his mouth. There was a narrow scar on his forehead, his eyes were completely blind, and a string of Buddhist beads hung around his neck, and held Buddhist beads in his hands. Monk. Beaming Guy Oozing Ming. Chu Yang turned his head, and looked at Kocho Kani who was grinning from ear to ear, and exhaled deeply. Beaming Guy Oozing Ming is very strong. He can even be said to be the strongest pillar, no one else. The first time Beaming Guy Oozing Ming entered the door, he found Chu Yang. Although he was blind, his perception became extremely strong. If he hadn't smelled the smell of a ghost from Chu Yang, he would have almost swung his weapon to chop him. Kocho Kani smiled and said, Mr. Xingming, if it weren't for the pillar meeting, it would be difficult to see you. Are you practicing every day? Beaming Guy Xingming nodded, and then couldn't wait to ask, who is the person next to you? Survivor. Kocho Kani summarized Chu Yang's experience in 3 short words, and then said, he hopes to stay in the Demon Slayer Corps. If it was an ordinary person, Beaming Guy Xingming would directly persuade him to go back and live an ordinary life, but the strong aura on Chu Yang was really hard to ignore. Beaming Guy Xingming said in a deep voice, this will be a difficult journey beyond your imagination. Chu Yang replied, I understand. Butterfly Kani suggested, I think you should teach him yourself. A trainer may not be able to fully stimulate his talent. Beaming Gaiu Xingming hesitated for a while, during which he felt Chu Yang's breath again, and finally nodded. His rock breathing finally has a successor. Chapter 56, Special Training of Rock Breathing. The temple where Beaming Gaiu Xingming practiced was far from the butterfly house. Chu Yang thought that the two would leave on the train, but he didn't expect that Beaming Gaiu Xingming would take him back on foot. Your physique is unusual and needs more rigorous polishing. This was the reason Beaming Gaiu Xingming gave Chu Yang. But Chu Yang felt that the other party just wanted to save money on the ticket. Ascetic monk. Chu Yang felt a little scared when he thought of this anti-human word. Beaming Gaiu Xingming was undoubtedly this kind of person. Among the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps, the one with the strongest swordsmanship talent was Takito Muchiro, and the one with the strongest physical talent was Beaming Gaiu Xingming. Beaming Gaiu Xingming was originally an ordinary monk who practiced in the temple and had never received any enlightenment on breathing techniques. But he could fight with demons until dawn as an ordinary person, and he could also cause fatal damage to demons. This physical talent, looking at the entire Demon Slayer world, there is no second person. Because of this, Beaming Gaiu Xingming has been unable to find a suitable successor. The sword skills he created with his own conditions are simply impossible for ordinary people to practice. After walking for a day and a night, Beaming Gaiu Xingming took Chu Yang into a deep mountain forest. Halfway up the mountain, Chu Yang saw a temple standing alone. It was desolate and dilapidated. Living in such a place, it was even more difficult not to encounter ghosts. After entering, Chu Yang found that it was not as bad as he imagined. The temple was not big, but the interior was clean and tidy, and even the fallen leaves in the yard were neatly swept aside and piled. It can be seen that Beaming Gaiu Xingming is very hard working on weekdays. Beaming Gaiu Xingming lit up all the lights in the temple. He was a blind man, and it didn't matter whether the lights were turned on or not, because he wanted to take care of Chu Yang. After turning on the lights, the small temple seemed a bit warm. You will officially start the swordsman training tomorrow. Let me remind you first. The stronger your physical talent, the more severe the shackles you will encounter in the process of practicing the breathing method. Beaming Gaiu Xingming said slowly in the bright light. The breathing method is also called full concentration breathing. It is a special technique created by humans to fight against ghosts. It is used to strengthen the heart and lung function, make the blood contain a large amount of oxygen in a short period of time, and promote the improvement of body functions. Chu Yang nodded, indicating that he understood. In fact, because of the limitations of his own cognition, Beaming Gaiu Xingming did not mention another aspect. The breathing method has a certain stimulating effect on adrenaline. Otherwise, it is difficult to improve a person's athletic ability to the level of a ghost by simply increasing the oxygen content of the blood. Beaming Gaiu Xingming continued, breathing is an instinct for human survival and a necessary condition, but not everyone knows how to breathe. Next, I will teach you the correct way to breathe. Chu Yang listened attentively to Beaming Gaiu Xingming's explanation of the practice method of the breathing method. After sharing the talent with the self in other worlds, with Chu Yang's current memory and comprehension ability, he only needs to say it once, and he can deeply engrave the content in his mind. Beaming Gaiu Xingming wanted to continue to explain in detail, but found that Chu Yang's chest was like a bellows, rising and falling very regularly. A shallow white airflow circulated in and out of Chu Yang's nose and mouth, which was a sign that the breathing method was working correctly. Beaming Gaiu Xingming's pupils shrank suddenly. After joining the Demon Slayer Corps for so many years, he had never heard of anyone who could enter the state of full concentration breathing so quickly. Chu Yang's breathing was very steady and powerful, which was the characteristic of the rock breathing. Beaming Gaiu Xingming quietly guarded by the side. Beginners who first practiced breathing would not last long, because their heart and lungs could not withstand long-term stimulation. Only by continuous training can the breathing time be extended. Finally, full concentration or instant middle is achieved. That is, the body is always in the breathing state. On the other side, whenever Chu Yang was about to give up, a surge of vitality would flow out of his body to nourish his heart and lungs, and it felt like taking a sip of ice water in midsummer, refreshing his heart. Chu Yang, who had been in the breathing state for a long time, not only did not feel uncomfortable, but gradually enjoyed it. Time passed by minute. Beaming Gaiu Xingming, who was silently guarding Chu Yang, noticed that something was wrong. Chu Yang had been in the breathing state for too long, far exceeding the average level. Based on past experience, he should have exited this state long ago. But strangely, Chu Yang did not seem to be uncomfortable, and his complexion was even rosier than before, which puzzled Beiming Ming. Beiming Ming could only chant Amitabha, quietly meditate, and focus part of his attention on Chu Yang, ready to respond to any emergency at any time. It was not until dawn that Chu Yang was released from the breathing state and stretched comfortably. At this time, Beiming Ming slowly opened his blind eyes and asked softly, "How do you feel? Is there any discomfort in your body?" Chu Yang felt the state of his body and said, "My whole body is warm, and there is nothing uncomfortable." Beiming Ming felt the breath on Chu Yang's body, which was much stronger than before. He nodded with relief. The fact that you can quickly master the breathing method proves that you have a high compatibility with the breathing of rock. This way we can save a lot of time and focus on practicing sword skills. As if afraid that Chu Yang would be too eager for success, Beiming Ming reminded him again, although your first time entering the breathing method takes longer than others, you must pay attention. If you feel any discomfort in your body, you must interrupt the breathing method in time. I understand. Chu Yang asked excitedly, then when do we start practicing sword skills? Beiming Ming put his hands together and whispered, I wanted to let you rest, but you will definitely not be able to fall asleep in your current state, so let's start now. The swordsmen who have practiced the breathing of rock have always been much stronger than those of other schools. Therefore, ordinary sun-wheel swords are not suitable for us. At this point, Beiming Ming paused. You don't seem to know what the Nichiren sword is? Chu Yang replied, I saw it when I was rescued, and I also saw it on the injured swordsman in the butterfly house, but everyone's Nichiren sword seems to be different. Beiming Ming nodded and said, the style of the Nichiren sword varies from person to person. When you officially become a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps, you will also have your own Nichiren sword. The material of the Nichiren sword is different from that of ordinary swords. It is taken from a mineral called orangutan ore. This ore can absorb the energy of the sun, and can therefore effectively kill demons. From ancient times to the present, no matter what kind of demon it is, the fear of the sun is the same. Rushing to the list, 3 consecutive updates. Brothers who like it, please give some data. Today's update is completed. Requesting all the data. Chapter 57 My sword is thirsty. As the dull voice came out, Beiming Ming showed his sun-wheel sword to Chu Yang. From the appearance, it had little to do with a sword. It was a long iron chain, with a single-edged broad axe on one end and a meteor hammer covered with iron spikes on the other end, which was very visually impactful. Combined with Beiming Ming's own aggressive fighting style, it was quite a violent aesthetic. My weapon is quite extreme, and doesn't have much reference value. As long as it is beneficial to fighting, it doesn't matter whether it is a sword or not. Beiming Ming waved the weapon in his hand, and the sharp whistling sound of the wind echoed in the yard. The strong wind swept the entire courtyard. Chu Yang, who was standing far away, could feel a repressive force. A large amount of high-purity Gorilla Red Sand Iron was added to it, so it became very heavy. You can try to swing it. Beiming Ming put the weapon on the ground, and motioned Chu Yang to take it. He wanted to use this to test how strong Chu Yang was. The moment the chain was in his hand, Chu Yang felt a bit heavy. He took a deep breath, pulled the chain hard, and lifted the weapons at both ends. Beiming Ming asked, can you try swinging it? Chu Yang nodded, and waved the weapon in his hand vigorously. He looked very relaxed, and he didn't even breathe. Beiming Ming was very surprised. He had just emphasized that this weapon was very heavy, and no one in the entire Demon Slayer Corps could use it except him. But Chu Yang picked it up effortless the first time he touched it, and used it with ease. Beiming Ming realized that his idea of helping Chu Yang hone his body might be wrong. He seemed to be born to perfectly adapt to his own strength. Put it down first. After Chu Yang put down the chain, Beiming Ming silently put away his weapon and said, you have excellent talent, so I will have higher requirements for you. When you can master the breathing of rock, I will recommend you for the final selection. The final selection is the trial, to become a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps. There, you will face your fear and fight a life and death battle with demons. If you survive to the end, you can become a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps. Otherwise, Chu Yang smiled and said, don't worry, I still have this awareness. Then I have nothing to warn you. Beaming Guy Ming turned and entered the room. As he walked, he said, there are some vats in the backyard. There is a spring at the top of this mountain. Remember to fill these vats every day. Chu Yang smacked his lips. He remembered the training methods he had seen on TV before and asked in a tentative tone, Mr. Xingming, there won't be any problem with the tools for carrying water, right? Beaming Guy Xingming paused, turned his head, and showed a surprised expression. You are quite perceptive. That was the method I used to train myself. You will know when you go and see it. Sure enough, after a while, Chu Yang came to the backyard and saw two large conical buckets next to a pile of water tanks. They couldn't stand on the ground at all and were leaning against the water tanks. The two buckets were made of iron, and even the shoulder poles were made of iron, connected by an iron chain. TSK, he is really an ascetic monk. He can think of such an anti-human exercise method. Conservatively speaking, the total weight must be several hundred kilograms, right? Chu Yang felt that under normal circumstances, Beaming Guy Xingming might not be able to lift it, unless he kept in a state of full concentration and breathing. Therefore, the set of exercise equipment in front of him should be used by Beaming Guy Xingming to practice the state of full concentration Changshang. Let's go up the mountain. Chu Yang carried the shoulder pole on his shoulder, feeling no pressure, and then walked out of the temple facing the sun. Unexpectedly, Beaming Guy Xingming stood at the door and stared at him. There were several new barrels at his feet. He put his hands together and said in a low voice, with your strength, 2 iron barrels can't help you exercise. Add these. Chu Yang's eyes almost popped out. These barrels together must weigh several tons, right? Are you kidding? Beaming Guy Xingming looked very serious, not joking, so Chu Yang immediately gave up the idea of resistance and obediently added those barrels to both ends of the pole. In this way, Chu Yang really felt the pressure and subconsciously carried out full concentration breathing to try to reduce the burden on his body. Beaming Guy Xingming felt the natural rock breath from Chu Yang, smiled, and turned back to the temple. The mountain road was rugged and slippery. Chu Yang tripped after walking a few steps and staggered and almost rolled down the hillside. Chu Yang, who was still in shock, took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. The sweat on his forehead slowly blurred his vision. At the critical moment, the endless vitality in his body surged out, relieving Chu Yang's fatigue at the moment. He stepped forward again, his figure steady. Beaming Guy Xingming sat in front of the Buddha statue and chanted sutras. The sun set in the west, the sky outside the house gradually darkened, and the moonlight shone on the earth instead of the sun. The chanting stopped abruptly, and Beaming Guy Xingming stood up and walked out of the temple, ready to find Chu Yang. If it was later, Chu Yang might be in danger. Not long after leaving the temple, Beaming Guy Xingming heard a faint sound of footsteps coming from the front. He was relieved and stood quietly waiting. Chu Yang walked slowly towards the temple. Only half of the water in the bucket was left, and the other half was all spilled on the road. Sweat had completely wet Chu Yang's clothes and hung heavily on his body. Even so, Chu Yang was still trying to keep his breathing in full concentration, otherwise he would not be able to hold on to go down the mountain. When he walked in front of Beaming Guy Xingming, Chu Yang's legs became weak, and he suddenly lost his strength and fell straight down. Beaming Guy Xingming reached out and held the shoulder pole firmly with one hand. The two buckets swayed gently and returned to calm, and the other hand supported Chu Yang. You did very well. I thought I would go to the mountain to pick you up. Beaming Guy Xingming smiled, like the compassionate image of the Buddha enshrined in the temple. Chu Yang also smiled back, and before he could speak, he fainted. It was not until this moment that his full concentration breathing was released. Beaming Guy Xingming nodded secretly and took him back to the room to rest, then went to the backyard and poured the spring water that Chu Yang had worked so hard to bring into the water tank. From then on, Chu Yang went up the mountain to fetch water every day. At first, he had to set off at dawn and could not go down the mountain until dark, and he only had half a bucket of water each time, and there was no way to ensure that the water would not spill. As he became more and more proficient in rock breathing, the time it took to go down the mountain was gradually shortened. Gradually, he could rush back to the temple before dark, and the water in the 2 buckets was getting more and more. Half a month later, Chu Yang could already rush back to the temple before dusk and ensure that not a drop of water in the bucket would spill out. After half a month of training, Chu Yang could maintain a stable state of full concentration and breathing during any intense exercise. The water tank in the backyard was also filled up by Chu Yang, enough for a long time. Beaming Guy Oozing Ming watched all this silently, and the shock in his heart was nowhere to be expressed. The training he set for Chu Yang was actually aimed at half a year, but he didn't expect Chu Yang to complete it all in half a month. The next day, the special force hidden responsible for the logistics of the Demon Slayer Corps came to the door. They came to deliver something to Beaming Guy Oozing Ming. It turned out that as early as half a month ago, Beaming Guy Oozing Ming, who decided to accept Chu Yang, had customized a batch of heavy weapons from the swordsmith village in advance. This was prepared by Beaming Guy Oozing Ming for Chu Yang, and the latter had to choose the one that was convenient for him from this batch of weapons. How can you know what weapons you will like if you don't try it yourself? These weapons contain different Gorilla Scholar Times and Gorilla Scholar Door, but without exception, they are all very heavy and extremely lethal. Just to carry these heavy cold weapons, Hidden dispatched a lot of team members. Chapter 58, Terrifying Weapons. It is important to know how to pick up a weapon, but it is even more important to know how to put it down when necessary. The weapon in your hand can not only kill ghosts, but also kill people easily. Before Chu Yang began to try out the weapon, Beaming Guy Oozing Ming warned him this sentence in person, which was well intentioned. Mr. Xingming, don't worry, I know the meaning of this power in my body. Chu Yang answered sincerely, and then walked to the pile of heavy weapons, to take a closer look. Meteor hammer, mace, chain hammer, giant axe taller than a person, and saber with a blade almost as wide as a door panel. Chu Yang was sweating coldly. This is not choosing a weapon, but choosing a torture instrument. The whole large crime scene is pointed out. There are even long-handled broadswords and lances with ancient Chinese characteristics. Even Guarneri would give a thumbs up. Beaming Guy Oozing Ming's weapon is actually a modified version of a chain hammer, with a broad axe connected to the other end to further enhance the lethality. To be honest, he really hopes that Chu Yang will choose a weapon similar to his own. However, Chu Yang finally chose the saber. This thing is a sword after all. The others have nothing to do with the sun blade, and Chu Yang doesn't really want to use it. At most, he can change the name to Tsuga or Zangetsu. Anyway, they look similar. Beaming Guy Oozing Ming sighed and looked a little disappointed. What's wrong with the chain hammer? It has strong lethality and is easy to operate. It kills demons one by one. Don't know how to appreciate it. Beaming Guy Oozing Ming reminded, you are not a formal member of the Demon Slayer Corps yet, so the weapon in your hand is only temporary, so that you can participate in the final selection. Although the weapon form is different, the moves are similar. You just need to be flexible in the details. Beaming Guy Oozing Ming picked up the weapon and began to practice the sword skills of rock breathing for Chu Yang. Most of the heavy weapon use techniques had something in common. Beaming Guy Oozing Ming hopes that Chu Yang can find a technique that suits him and can make the slashing saber play its strengths. Chu Yang watched intently, remembering all the moves firmly in his mind. Because there are not many successors to rock breathing, its moves are much fewer than other schools. Beaming Guy Oozing Ming stopped practicing the 5 style moves to Chu Yang. That's all the moves I know. The next ones are up to you. Beaming Guy Oozing Ming put down his weapon and put his hands together. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me now. Chu Yang shook his head, indicating that he had no doubts. Seeing this, Beaming Guy Oozing Ming couldn't help but sigh, feeling a little lonely for some reason. It was indeed very easy to teach a genius like Chu Yang, but it was too easy, which made him feel that he had no sense of accomplishment. Especially rock breathing, which was the most difficult to practice among the 5 major breathing methods. Recently, I have to go out to investigate the actions of ghosts and be responsible for clearing the ghosts in the jurisdiction, so you have to stay alone in the temple to practice. Remember, light the wisteria incense at night. When talking about the wisteria incense, beaming Guy Ming's expression seemed a little unnatural, as if he was recalling some sad memories. He returned to the room to pack his bags and gave Chu Yang some instructions before leaving. After beaming Guy Ming left, Chu Yang went up the mountain to fetch water every day. Even though the water tank in the backyard was full, he still enjoyed it. The effect of the training was very obvious. He could soon return to the temple at noon and even spare an afternoon to practice sword skills. But Chu Yang obviously did not take beaming Guy Ming's instructions to heart. The wisteria incense placed in the temple was never lit. Half a month later, Chu Yang practiced sword skills in the yard until late at night. Suddenly, he smelled a strange smell. It was a stench that was hard to describe. It was like a pile of rotten food and corpses placed together and fermenting continuously. Chu Yang was so smelly that he almost vomited. He suddenly realized this was the smell of a ghost. Then, Chu Yang immediately unfolded his observation haki and finally heard something approaching the outside of the temple at a very fast speed, like a hungry beast seeing food. Chu Yang concentrated and held his breath and entered the state of full concentration and breathing skillfully, with his eyes fixed on the door in front of him. Bang! With a loud bang, the door collapsed, and a black shadow rushed out from the darkness, rushing towards Chu Yang in the moonlight. At the same time, Chu Yang jumped high, the scimitar in his hand, slashed from top to bottom, with great force at the black shadow. Rock breathing type Iski shattering, the powerful force caused the air to vibrate, and the violent airflow startled the black shadow who attacked Chu Yang. This guy holding the scimitar is not an ordinary person. When death comes, the black shadow roared in his heart, trying his best to dodge the attack by turning sideways. It succeeded. The scimitar was originally intended to chop its head. As a result, it chopped from its right shoulder all the way to its right leg, cutting it in half alive. The black shadow let out a cruel howl, one because of pain, and the other because of fear. Just a face-to-face, Chu Yang severely injured it. If it was not a ghost, it would have died by now. After cutting off half of the black shadow's body, Chu Yang passed by it. Both turned around at the same time and saw each other's faces. The black shadow was indeed a ghost, and it was a handsome young man. But its face was hideous, and its face was covered with strange runes. The young ghost stared at Chu Yang with bloodshot eyes. It seemed that he wanted to remember his face and find a chance to retaliate in the future. It was obviously chopped on the head. What a pity. Chu Yang felt uncomfortable. It was his first time fighting a ghost, and he underestimated the opponent's speed. The young ghost, who was only half of his body left standing on one foot on the ground, had no intention of fighting desperately with the swordsman in front of him who looked similar to himself. It knew that fighting desperately would only end in death. So, without thinking too much, it jumped onto the eaves and prepared to climb over the wall to escape from this strange temple. A gust of wind blew. The shadow of death just now appeared in the young ghost's heart again, and he subconsciously turned to the right, but the familiar huge saber passed by his left shoulder. With a puff, another arm flew out. With a smack, the arm fell to the ground, joining the previously broken arm. This time, the young ghost did not scream. It was like being stuffed into an ice cellar, shaking madly, and the fear of death was obviously greater than the pain. Oh, you reacted so quickly, I cut it wrong again. Chu Yang looked at the young ghost in surprise. Its prediction of danger was almost catching up with his own observation haki, and it was able to escape death twice. Your blood demon art is not to predict danger, right? Chu Yang stared at the young ghost with a suspicious look. The young ghost was shocked, because Chu Yang guessed correctly. Its blood demon art can indeed predict danger to a certain extent, that is, strength and instincts. The young ghost's body is recovering at a very fast speed, but it is not sure whether it can hold on until the moment when its body is fully recovered. The boy opposite, who is staring at it with a covetous look, has a knife as big as a door panel in his hand, which can easily cut off its body. Obviously carrying such a heavy weapon, the boy's speed is as fast as thunder. Chapter 59 The Strongest Talent in History. 3 consecutive updates. Please read on. I know you're waiting for your legs to recover, but unfortunately, this is my first time fighting a ghost, and I want to make sure everything goes well, so. Chu Yang's words suddenly woke up the young ghost, who wanted to use his last bit of strength to escape. As soon as he turned around, the knife light drew a white line across his neck in the dark. The young ghost's head flew high up, and when it was spinning in the air, it first saw its body, and then its arms. The head landed steadily between the arms, and the three combined together, like a weird work of art. The head was burning, and the young ghost's life entered a countdown. Who are you? Are you from the Demon Slayer Corps? Ordinary members can't have this kind of strength. The dying young ghost wanted to say something else, but Chu Yang jumped high and smashed his head with a saber. After a roar on the ground, the temple became silent again. The next morning, beaming Yu Xingming returned to the temple in the first ray of sunshine. The air still had the smell of ghosts. His face changed, and he rushed into the temple quickly. The nightmare in the deepest part of his heart was surging with his memories, and a violent murderous aura suddenly surged from beaming Yu Xingming. The King Khan glared, and the Bodhisattva lowered his eyebrows. But soon, his murderous aura disappeared. Chu Yang yawned and pushed open the door and walked out. He wiped his eye mucus, and saw beaming Yu Xingming. He immediately said with surprise, "Mr. Xingming, you are back." It was not easy to be alone in the old temple in the mountains. There was no one to talk to. Although Chu Yang liked quietness, and did not like noise, he was not a loner. Beaming Yu Xingming looked calm again, as if the person who was on the verge of going berserk just now was not him. He slowly asked, "Did a ghost appear here last night?" "Yeah. It was just a small character. I killed it with 3 swords." Thinking back to the time when he chopped off the head of the young ghost with 3 swords, Chu Yang felt a little embarrassed. His practice was still not enough. If the saber could be used more smoothly, the last 2 swords would not be necessary. 2 or 3 swords? Beaming Yu Xingming said with a lot of question marks on his head. "Tell me about the process of fighting with the demon last night." So Chu Yang began to tell about what happened last night, and made a deep reflection on it, claiming that his training was not enough, and he could have solved it with 1 sword, but it took the 3rd sword. After listening to this, beaming Yu Xingming fell into deep silence, and did not speak for a long time. He didn't know how to evaluate Chu Yang's performance. Even though he is now the strongest among the current pillars, when he officially became a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps, the process of fighting with the demon for the first time was full of dangers. In comparison, Chu Yang's battle was easy enough. Should I directly recommend him to participate in the final selection? Beaming Yu Xingming began to have doubts in his mind. It was a bit shocking to participate in the final selection after only 1 month of training. At this point in time, Takito Muchiro has not yet joined the Demon Slayer Corps, and is still an ordinary person. Otherwise, compared with his talent of becoming a pillar in 2 months, beaming Yu Xingming would not think that Chu Yang's talent is exaggerated. After repeated consideration, beaming Yu Xingming decided to let Chu Yang participate in the final selection. With Chu Yang's current state, he could only rely on actual combat to improve. Moreover, the death rate of the front line of the Demon Slayer Corps has been very high for a long time, and it is in urgent need of fresh blood. The joining of a genius like Chu Yang will undoubtedly be a shot in the arm. Get ready and go to Fujixi Mountain to participate in the final selection. Beaming Yu Xingming said firmly, "Now is the time. The sooner you become a formal member, the sooner you can kill those evil ghosts." Chu Yang nodded heavily. "Okay." 3 days later, Chu Yang went to Fujixi Mountain alone to participate in the trial. As the location of the final selection, Fujixi Mountain is relatively remote, similar to the temple where beaming Yu Xingming practiced, both in the depths of the mountains. However, Fujixi Mountain has a very distinctive feature that allows people to determine its location from a long distance. From the foot of the mountain to the middle of the mountain, Fujixi Mountain is full of the plant that demons hate the most, wisteria flowers all year round. The wisteria incense stored in the temple is made of wisteria flowers as raw materials. From afar, a lavender sea surrounded the mountains. Chu Yang could find his destination by following the sea of flowers. After a while, a stone road appeared under Chu Yang's feet. Continuing forward, Chu Yang climbed a stone staircase, and at the end of the stone staircase was a torii. After passing through the torii, Chu Yang came to a platform. There were people all around, and everyone had a knife on their waist. Only Chu Yang was carrying a knife on his back. Wow. What a big knife. As the exclamation sounded, Chu Yang's appearance attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked at Chu Yang curiously, but more at the knife behind him. Compared with Chu Yang's saber, the knives in the hands of others were as thin as a match. While they were looking at Chu Yang was also observing them. A girl wearing a mask in the crowd attracted Chu Yang's attention. It was a smiling fox mask with a blue flower pattern painted on it. Chu Yang felt familiar and seemed to have seen it somewhere. After a while, the Demon Slayer Corps sent someone to explain the content of the final selection. It was not much different from the previous ones. They still had to survive on Fujiki Mountain for 7 days. However, even with such a simple goal, 90% of the people present would still be eliminated. Those young men who looked confident would eventually die in this mountain full of purple flowers. As soon as the explanation was over, some people could not wait to rush into the path without wisteria flowers. In Chu Yang's eyes, they were no different from dead people. One by one, the young men full of confidence walked into this mountain full of evil spirits. After a while, only Chu Yang and the girl wearing a fox mask were left on the platform. Chu Yang glanced at her and then slowly walked into the path that seemed to eat people. The girl on the other side also followed Chu Yang in slowly. Chu Yang didn't know that the girl followed him because she was curious about the huge saber behind him. The trial started in the evening. When everyone went in, the sky gradually dimmed, which was just the time when the demons could move. Chu Yang walked in the forest for a while. He didn't encounter any ghosts, but he became more and more annoyed because there was a little follower following him. Hey, that's enough. How long are you going to follow me? Chu Yang turned around and said impatiently to the girl. The girl wearing a fox mask stopped immediately and replied weakly, I'm sorry. Chu Yang sighed helplessly. Why are you following me? The girl said embarrassedly, I've never seen such a big knife, so I was a little fascinated by it. After hearing the girl's reasons, Chu Yang felt speechless. If it wasn't for the fact that the girl obviously had no ill intentions, he would have taken action long ago. This is a small explosion. Please read it. Brothers, if you read it well, you can go to Sanjiang. If you don't, you will be put on the shelves. If you fail in park this week, brothers, especially today, it is based on today's reading that determines life and death. Please support me in every way. Chapter 60. Don't come over here. The girl realized the inappropriateness of her behavior after a while, so she took the initiative to explain. My name is Makomo. I have no ill will towards you. If you are unhappy, I can leave now. Makomo? Hearing this name, Chu Yang's mind flashed, and he remembered the identity of the girl. The trainer of the protagonist Tanjiro Kamado is called Yurakoda Kisakonji. He is the former water pillar and the master of Makomo. The girl in front of him and Tanjiro are senior sisters and brothers from the same school. According to the plot of the original work, Makomo finally died in Fujisaki Mountain. The hand ghost who killed Makomo was imprisoned in this mountain by Yurakoda Kisakonji himself, so every time in the final selection, it would hunt down the disciples of Yurakoda Kisakonji as revenge. The fox mask on his face is the symbol of being a disciple of Yurakoda Kisakonji. Forget it, you. Before Chu Yang finished speaking, several black shadows suddenly jumped out of the shadows of the forest and pounced on them. Human flesh. Fresh human flesh. These hungry ghosts had no reason at all. In their eyes, Chu Yang and Senju were two of the finest delicacies from the mountains and the sea. Clang clang as the sound of the sword being unsheathed rang out. Senju immediately fought back. Although she was petite and not very strong, she was extremely fast. The knife flashed in the darkness, and the sound of the waves immediately rang in Chu Yang's ears. The two black shadows on the opposite side were immediately separated from their heads and turned into ashes. Seeing that the situation was not good, the remaining ghosts immediately turned their guns around and rushed towards Chu Yang. Hey, you can't even pick on the weak. No wonder you are destined to be a ghost in this life. Chu Yang sneered, pulled out the saber behind him, and swept it with great force. Chu Yang's strength plus the weight of the saber, even if the blade was not considered sharp, it would still hurt if it was touched, and kill if it was touched. 4 or 5 black shadows were cut in half by Chu Yang's sword, and the remaining half of their bodies fell to the ground and screamed. Senju was stunned. What kind of outrageous power is this? It's easier than cutting tofu. Chu Yang dragged the saber and slowly walked towards them, chopping off their heads one by one in order. The ghosts, tortured by the fear of death, let out extremely shrill wails, which echoed in the forest for a long time. Senju was numb. How could this man be scarier than ghosts? Can't he give them a quick death? Senju felt that the young man in front of him seemed a little scary, so he tiptoed into the darkness and disappeared without a trace. After Chu Yang sent all the ghosts to see the king of hell, he looked back and saw that the little girl was gone. Hey, don't run. Chu Yang was worried that Senju would run into the hand ghost, so he quickly activated his observation haki to lock her position and chased after her. Chu Yang's appearance of running wildly in the darkness with the saber on his back really looked a bit like a perverted murderer, which frightened the little girl so much that her face turned pale and she ran very fast. The two of them, one chasing and the other fleeing, attracted the attention of most of the ghosts in the mountain. Soon, a group of black shadows followed Chu Yang. Damn it. Why are you following me? Chu Yang, who was regarded as a pervert, was angry. He immediately turned around and rushed towards the ghost group, waving his sword to vent his frustration. The furious Chu Yang rushed through the ghost group. With a sweep of his saber, 4 or 5 heads flew off. No ghost could be his opponent. This scene was very similar to a famous Three Kingdoms item mowing game. In less than a minute, all the ghosts chasing Chu Yang fell under the saber, and some peeping in the dark disappeared in an instant. Chu Yang ignored the guys who were watching the show and anxiously chased in the direction where Senju left. Fuck, he's running so fast. Damn, the guy who studied at Hogwarts should have learned apparition first. In order to clear the obstacles in front of him, Chu Yang was running like an out-of-control bulldozer. As he ran, he swung his exaggerated saber wildly, cutting down all the obstacles in front of him. Occasionally, there would be blind ghosts who wanted to sneak attack him, but before they could get close to Chu Yang, they were chopped into meat paste by the saber in his hand. With the blessing of brute force, it was no longer a saber, but a high-powered cutting machine. Run away. There's a crazy human outside. That guy is holding a big machete and is about to chop the whole mountain into pieces. Don't get close to him, you'll die. The ghosts on Tengzi Mountain ran around, and even if they met other swordsmen participating in the trial on the way, they were indifferent and just ran away desperately. Seeing the ghost fleeing in panic, the young swordsmen who were also trial participants were stunned. Help. Don't come over here. Why are you always chasing me? I just took a look at your knife. Is that necessary? Senju, who was running wildly in front, was scared to tears by Chu Yang. She couldn't understand why a good swordsman didn't kill the ghost and chased her. I'm saving your life. Chu Yang was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. His face looked more amiable. As a straight man, Chu Yang always speaks his mind and never hints. You are lying to fools. To me, you are the biggest danger, okay? Senju didn't believe Chu Yang's words at all. He was now covered in blood and holding a machete in his hand. Who would dare to believe it? The chase continued, and some ghosts who were attracted attacked in groups. They couldn't catch up with Senju, so they could only target Chu Yang. Senju plunged into the deeper jungle. This time, Chu Yang lost the chase and completely lost the opponent's trace. However, no one expected that, just because he failed to catch up this time, Senju happened to run into the hand ghost. It had just eaten a swordsman who participated in the trial. After digesting the appetizer, its appetite increased. The hand ghost looked at Senju greedily. Cute, beautiful, with smooth and tender skin. Such a little girl would be delicious to eat. The moment the two met, they looked at each other at the same time. Senju felt the power of the opponent, and her face became particularly solemn, but she was confident that she could kill this terrible ghost. The hand ghost laughed in a low voice, and his expression became more and more ferocious. It was imagining the struggle of the girl before her death. The gears of fate were slowly turning. On the other side, Chu Yang, who had attracted a lot of hatred, was carrying out an alternative massacre. The anger of being regarded as a pervert just found a suitable outlet. Chu Yang, who was waving the saber wildly, didn't even need to use his sword skills at all, and he could strangle the ghosts in his sight like a meat grinder. In the eyes of these ghosts, the exaggeratedly large saber was even more terrifying than the sickle of the god of death. They witnessed their companions being beheaded first, and then crushed into meat paste. Violent. Horrible. In terms of cruelty, no ghost can compare to this sturdy young man in front of them. The ghosts were terrified, and the young swordsmen who participated in the final selection were also trembling. Under the moonlight, Chu Yang, standing on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, was covered in blood. Illuminated by the moonlight, he looked like a blood-red monster. He was more terrifying than a ghost. Chapter 61 Killing the Demon. Some teenagers could not bear such an exciting scene. Their hearts completely collapsed. They screamed hysterically, and then ran madly down the mountain. Those who were a little stronger in mind were also vomiting until their whole body was limp, and they could only use their backs to lean against the tree to barely support themselves. Most of them had no experience in actual fighting with ghosts, so when faced with bloody scenes, their reactions were actually similar to those of ordinary people. This is why a large number of newcomers die in Tenryūbito Mountain every year. In addition to insufficient strength, a weak mind is also a very fatal weakness. This year's final selection is much bloodier than in the past. Because in the past, it was the human side that was bleeding, but this year most of the ghosts in Tenryūbito Mountain have died under Chu Yang's knife. There are no ghosts nearby who dare to stay in the shadows to spy on Chu Yang. They vaguely feel that Chu Yang can still look at their location from time to time during the intervals of the battle. I don't know where the little girl ran off to. Chu Yang let out a long breath, feeling a little tired. Although none of the ghosts just now were his opponents, he would get tired after chopping ghosts for a long time. Forget it. If I can save her, it's fate. If I can't, it's her fate. Chu Yang put the saber back on his back, looked back at the group of young swordsmen who were so scared that they couldn't stand up, and turned to leave. He felt that, even if these people could walk out of Fujitsu Mountain alive, many of them would choose to give up, and give up the idea of joining the Demon Slayer Corps. It has been nearly 6 hours since dusk, and it will be dawn in 1 or 2 hours at most. The murderous aura and blood on Chu Yang's body was so strong that they were about to rush to the sky. No monsters dared to get close to him. Just when Chu Yang was about to give up looking for Senju, his nose suddenly smelled a very strong odor, which was even stinker than the young ghost he met in the temple that day. Hand ghost. Chu Yang's intuition told him that this was the smell of the hand ghost, so he immediately headed towards the source of the smell. The further he walked, the more he saw broken tree trunks and cracked woodlands. It was obvious that this was a battlefield, and the two sides seemed to be moving deeper. Chu Yang continued to walk forward. I have eaten 12 Lin Long disciples. Little fox, you are about to become the 13th person. It has only been a year since I ate the last little ghost. Hehe. The hand ghost kept laughing smugly, and then used words to stimulate Senju. You really like to wear that mask to die. Otherwise I might not be able to find out your identity. To you, it is a mask that can remove disasters? Hahaha, what's the difference between this and Lin Long killing you personally? This is really ironic. Senju's whole body was shaking. Every word of the hand ghost was like a thorn, piercing her heart fiercely. Especially after hearing the whole process of the death of Zuanta from his mouth, her mentality gradually collapsed. Shut up. That's not what you said. Mr. Lintaki gave us the disaster removing mask so that we can return safely. I will never allow you to insult Mr. Lintaki like this. Shinkomo's eyes revealed crystal tears, and then she roared. Because she lost her mind, her breathing became disordered. She was originally known for her agility, but her speed gradually slowed down, causing the situation that she had always had an advantage to be reversed in an instant. Shinkomo's heart was already in chaos, and her movements were even more deformed. The cunning hand ghost seized the opportunity and launched a fatal attack on the confused girl. The arms wrapped around the head all spread out and shot towards Shinkomo. Each of its arms has very powerful strength, which is why it is called a hand ghost. Shinkomo, who reacted, was still a step slow. She tried hard to escape the encirclement of the arms, but her feet were still grabbed by the hand ghost. Ha ha ha. I said I would kill all of Lin Lang's disciples, and you are no exception. The excited hand ghost exerted a little force, and Senju's mouth immediately let out a terrifying scream. Her legs seemed to be clamped by a pair of vices, and were about to be torn off. Go to hell, little ghost. As soon as the hand ghost finished speaking, he heard a whistling sound in his ears, as if something heavy was flying towards him at high speed. As soon as this thought came to his mind, the hand ghost was immediately shocked. The next second, an exaggeratedly large saber flew in front of it, bringing a bloody flower. The several arms that were entangled with Senju were cut off at the same time in an instant. The indescribable pain made the hand ghost go berserk instantly. It looked around and roared angrily, "Who is it? Which damn guy is it? It's really scary." Chu Yang jumped from the dark, jumped to the side of the saber, and kicked the arm on the ground by the way. He raised the saber to his shoulder, and said with a smile, "You look creepy. I'll give you a good beating, so you don't look so ugly." After mocking the hand ghost, Chu Yang looked at Senju lying on the ground. The little girl was in a coma, but her face subconsciously showed a painful expression. It was obvious that when the hand ghost grabbed her just now, she was injured. Chu Yang sighed, "I came a step late, but fortunately, my life was saved." "Don't brag, both of you will die." In just a moment, the hand ghost's severed arm recovered by more than half. It roared and rushed towards Chu Yang. Its huge body was like a tank. Boom, 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 the ground was shaking. Chu Yang held the saber tightly with both hands, and his blood became hot due to breathing. As it flowed through his body, streams of white air spurted out from his mouth and nose. He kicked his feet hard, and the ground under his feet cracked. The whole person rushed out like a cannonball, and collided with the hand ghost with his shoulder. The hand ghost, who was so aggressive just now, was hit so hard that he couldn't even stand steadily. He lost his balance and fell backwards, with his whole body full of flaws. Before the arms on his body could do any protective actions, Chu Yang chopped off his head with a knife while he staggered. The flying head stared at Chu Yang, his eyes full of disbelief. At the moment, when his life was completely plunged into darkness, the hand ghost's voice was full of regret and unwillingness. "Impossible. Humans can't have this kind of power." It believed that its body was as strong as steel, but in front of Chu Yang, it was as weak as paper. Chu Yang wiped the sweat from his head. He had been busy all night, and now he felt that the warm-up was over. After killing the hand ghost, Chu Yang picked up the unconscious Senju. Before leaving, he felt that something was watching him in the dark. It should be the dead disciples of Yurakodaki Sakonji. It's a pity that Chu Yang didn't come a few years earlier, otherwise, he would have had the opportunity to save more young people. Chu Yang carried the real good and walked around Tenryūbito Mountain. He used his observation haki to lock onto two ghosts that had devoured a large number of their kind and then killed them. Although they were not as powerful as the hand ghosts, they were beyond the range that a newcomer could deal with. For the next 7 days, Chu Yang kept killing those ghosts that had grown to a certain extent. The smell of blood on Tenryūbito Mountain was much stronger than before. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62 selection ends. In fact, most of the demons captured by the Demon Slayer Corps on Fujiki Mountain are relatively weak, and they are just used for training newcomers. There are not many demons like the hand demon that grow up after devouring a large number of their own kind. Such accidents are difficult for the Demon Slayer Corps to foresee. On the second day of the final selection, Senju woke up, but her legs were temporarily incapable of movement due to injuries. During the period of hunting demons in Fujiki Mountain, Chu Yang had been carrying her on his back, but even with an extra person on his back, it did not affect his movements at all. At this time, Senju realized how powerful Chu Yang was. Fighting demons alone and fighting demons with a person on his back are completely different things. This proves that Chu Yang's strength is completely different from the demons in this mountain and the young swordsmen who participated in the selection. On the 7th day, Chu Yang started to go down the mountain with Senju. After reaching the Torii Gate halfway up the mountain, he found that many more people returned here than he had expected. Most of the swordsmen who participated in the selection survived, all thanks to Chu Yang, but many of those who survived chose to leave, also because of Chu Yang. Most powerful ghosts died at Chu Yang's hands. For them, these 7 days were more like ordinary survival in the wild. Many of them had witnessed Chu Yang's killing of ghosts. When they saw this monster-like boy again, everyone's expressions became very complicated. Fear, terror, awe, and gratitude. No matter which emotion they had, their eyes were always focused on Chu Yang. Chu Yang didn't care how they viewed him. He didn't even bother to look at them. He walked straight to the official who presided over the selection. The young swordsman made way for him, which attracted the host's attention, and looked at Chu Yang meaningfully. Chu Yang put the real goose on his back on the ground and said loudly, "Please help me send this girl to the butterfly house. Her foot is injured and needs treatment." As soon as the voice fell, a member of the hidden came forward, took the real goose from Chu Yang, and gave her emergency treatment. "I heard them say that you almost killed all the ghosts in the mountain by yourself." The host joked with a smile. "Thanks to you, many people passed the trial without training this time, and the Demon Slayer Corps welcomed a lot of useless fresh blood." Chu Yang sneered and said sarcastically, "Most of them will die, but it is better to die later than to die here in these 7 days. It is better to live and take a few ghosts as scapegoats later. To be honest, I don't understand why you are in a hurry to send this group of swordsmen with little combat experience here to die. It's better to say that you are feeding the ghosts in the mountain than to say it is a selection. This is a stupid and irresponsible form of selection. Obviously, the trainers can take these newcomers to accumulate more experience in fighting ghosts, but they never do this. They have to let those novices who only know breathing techniques do extreme survival. If you want to do it, you should have more practical experience before doing it." Chu Yang's dangerous remarks made the host's face change, because the final selection is a tradition inherited by the heads of the Demon Slayer Corps, and his words are undoubtedly a direct attack on the Yubuayashiki clan. He warned Chu Yang with a bad look. "Didn't your trainer tell you not to talk nonsense? Every ghost in Fujiki Mountain was captured by us after we confirmed that they were suitable for novice combat. If they can't even pass this level, it only means that their strength is not enough to become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps." Chu Yang raised the corners of his mouth and said with his previous half-smile expression, "There is a ghost in there that has eaten 50 of its kind in a row, and also ate more than a dozen swordsmen who participated in the selection. Guess how strong it is?" The host was stunned, but looking at Chu Yang's expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. If such a ghost really existed, then at least it would be a strange ghost that could use blood demon arts. Most of the swordsmen who participated in the selection went in to feed this monster. But then, the host's expression gradually became firm, and he said in a resounding voice, "After officially becoming a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, such situations are countless. Most of the time, we are fighting against demons stronger than ourselves. It has been like this since the birth of demons thousands of years ago. We have no choice." His words made Chu Yang look at him with new eyes. Thinking carefully, it was indeed true. For a long time, everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps has been fighting with this awareness. Although he admired it, Chu Yang still felt that this method of final selection was stupid. There was obviously a better training model. After both sides fell into a brief silence, the host did not continue to argue with Chu Yang, but said to others, "Since the number of people who survived this time exceeded the average level in the past, the amount of ore and crows we prepared before was not enough, so your right to choose was cancelled." There was an uproar in the crowd. "You should know why you can pass the final selection." The host's cold eyes swept across the crowd, overwhelming everyone, and the voices of discussion gradually subsided. "Of course, not everyone will lose the right to choose." The host changed the subject and then looked at Chu Yang. "In view of your personal performance, you can keep your right to choose." Chu Yang smiled and inserted the huge saber on his back into the ground. The terrifying force made the ground tremble, and the crowd also trembled. "Is there such a large ore?" Chu Yang pointed at the saber and said bluntly, "If not, I will take this sword. In name, it is still a weapon of the Demon Slayer Corps." After the fight in Fuji Mountain, Chu Yang was familiar with the weight and size of the saber, and he became more and more handy when using it. If he changed it rashly, he would have to spend time to adapt. Facing Chu Yang's lion's mouth, the host actually nodded in agreement, which made Chu Yang feel a little surprised. He was already prepared for a war of words. The host responded to Chu Yang's surprise with one sentence: "This is a preferential treatment for geniuses. The existence of the Demon Slayer Corps has only one goal, that is to kill all the demons. In order to achieve this goal, we will not be stingy with resources. As soon as he finished speaking, the host blew a whistle, and a dark shadow slid in the sky and landed on Chu Yang's shoulder. It was a crow with grey eyes. This is your crow, responsible for daily communication with the Demon Slayer Corps and transmitting information about demons. Chu Yang gently stroked the crow on his shoulder. In the future, this little guy will be needed to provide information about the location of demons. At this point, the final selection ended with an unprecedented and surprising turn. Chapter 63, Zengu's Request. After the selection results came out, the Demon Slayer Corps head, Ubuayashiki Yoya, got the news first. At this time, his eyes were not completely blind, and the scars on his face were not very obvious. The curse had not yet seriously eroded his body. An interesting boy appeared in this selection, and he has such strength at such a young age. Hearing the information that the crow kept revealing, Ubuayashiki Yoya, who was sitting in the courtyard corridor, said with relief, it turned out to be the stepson of Jiomi. Is there finally a successor to his Breath of Rock? That's great. I hope the appearance of this boy can bring a little turnaround to this war that has lasted for 1,000 years. In the empty courtyard, no one responded to Ubuayashiki Yoya's eager expectations. He would say similar words every time the final selection was over. Chu Yang, who officially became a swordsman, went to the butterfly house before returning to the temple. He planned to tell the news to Butterfly Kani and Butterfly Shinobu, who saved his life. However, Makomo, who arrived at the butterfly house first, had already said everything he could say, making Kani marvel at the whole process of the final selection. We'll be busy next. This guy almost killed all the demons in Fujiki Mountain. We have to catch another batch. Kani's tone was a little admiring, but also a little helpless. There were many injuries in the butterfly house, and she couldn't leave at all. It's obviously the trial site for the final selection, but such a powerful demon appeared. No wonder the survival rate was not high in the past. If it could be detected earlier, many people should have survived. The young Kocho Shinobu couldn't help but complain to her sister. Shinobu, this situation may be cruel, but it is what the members of the Demon Slayer Corps must experience. Once you become a formal member, you have to experience such cruel things often. The target may be ordinary people or ourselves. Kani warned earnestly, although you are also a formal member, you have been living with me in the butterfly house and have not experienced these things, but this does not mean that you can always be so naive. I know, sister. Kocho Shinobu, who had not experienced the separation of life and death, was lively and cheerful, and playfully stuck out her tongue at her sister. Seeing that she didn't take it to heart, Kani could only shake her head helplessly. While the two sisters were talking, Chu Yang had already pushed open the door of the butterfly house. Just when she was about to greet them, she was driven to the bathroom by the angry Kani to wash off the dirt on her body. This is a place to treat the wounded, and it is most taboo for Chu Yang to come in with blood and dirt like this. If he is unlucky, he may infect the patient with a disease. Chu Yang, who is used to the smell of blood, did not realize this. If it were before, he would be the first one who could not stand having dirt on his body. When Chu Yang walked out of the bathroom cleanly, the sun had quietly set, and at dusk, a smell of rice filled the butterfly house. Familiar dinner time. Chu Yang, who had lived here for a week, was very familiar with every tree and grass in the butterfly house and could find the canteen of the butterfly house without anyone's guidance. Senju, with both legs in plaster, sat alone at the dining table. When he saw Chu Yang, his eyes suddenly lit up. Do you want to sit here? Senju widened his eyes and stared at Chu Yang as if begging. Chu Yang smacked his lips and walked over reluctantly. Even after spending 7 days together at Tengzi Mountain, he was still angry about being regarded as a pervert by the little girl. In fact, the two of them did not really spend 7 days together. Instead, Senju woke up and fell asleep on Chu Yang's back and spent 7 days in a daze. Chu Yang didn't even say a word to her as he was busy killing ghosts everywhere. Senju was too embarrassed to take the initiative to talk to Chu Yang because she had misunderstood Chu Yang before and regarded him as a bad guy. So the two weirdos really didn't speak to each other for 7 days. Until the end of the selection, Senju was taken to the butterfly house by Yin. How is it? Chu Yang sat beside her carelessly and took a look at her leg injury, which seemed to be a bit serious. Fortunately, Lady Kanny said that, if you receive treatment well, your movements will not be affected. Senju was very happy to have escaped death, and her eyes were curved into a crescent. If you had come a little later, I might have really become disabled. Not bad. Chu Yang nodded, feeling relieved, and then asked, when will it be healed? Senju's smile was a little less, but she still smiled very hard and said, the plaster can be removed after 3 months, but to fully restore the ability to move, you have to undergo another month of rehabilitation training. I didn't expect that the first 4 months of becoming a team member would be spent in the butterfly house, Senju said here, and suddenly looked at Chu Yang with hesitation. You don't want me to do anything troublesome for you, do you? Chu Yang looked at her vigilantly. Being guessed, Senju's face flushed red, and blood was congested from her ears to her neck. She shyly waved her hands and said, I'm sorry, if you don't want to, forget it. Chu Yang, who was always afraid of trouble, nodded and said, I really don't want to. Senju's face was red and blood was dripping. Her voice became smaller and smaller, buzzing like a mosquito, and finally buried her head. Bullying girls is not a man's thing to do. Kanny suddenly appeared beside the two. She looked at Chu Yang with contempt and hit Chu Yang's head hard with a spoon in her hand. The sound was quite loud, but Chu Yang didn't feel any pain at all, probably because he was too thick-skinned. Kocho Shinobu also wanted to learn from her sister and hit Chu Yang's head. As a result, Chu Yang grabbed the spoon and hit her head with a big bump. Wow. Kocho Shinobu, who was in pain, hugged her sister. Her eyes were full of tears, and she stared at Chu Yang viciously. The childishness of the two people made Kanny feel angry and funny. What's wrong with listening to someone's request? It's not like you'll lose a piece of flesh. Shinobu Kocho said angrily, covering her forehead. Go ahead, go ahead. Chu Yang's mouth corners slightly raised, feeling relieved. I just want you to help me take a message to Mr. Lintaki, so that he can rest assured. Senju bit his lip and whispered, I don't know if I should tell him about the hand ghost. Hearing this, Chu Yang also became solemn. Those dead children may have become a source of worry for Yurakodaki Sakonji. Kanny sighed softly. What she feared most was not facing a powerful ghost, but the current situation of Yurakodaki Sakonji. If anyone knew that the disaster removing mask that she kindly gave to the disciples ended up being their death warrant, they would collapse. He has the right to know. As for whether he can let it go, that's his own business. Chu Yang decided to go on behalf of Senju. Anyway, he was not in a hurry to return to the temple, and the task of killing ghosts would come at any time. Finally, Senju told Chu Yang the location of Sajiri Mountain, and Chu Yang decided to rush there overnight after dinner, and Kanny couldn't stop him. Kanny complained, why is this guy like a cow? Kocho Shinobu nodded frequently, thinking that she must bounce this brain back next time. Chapter 64 The Charcoal Seller. As he was carrying a terrifying saber, Chu Yang could not take any means of transportation, and it was even inconvenient to enter the town, so he could only choose to travel in the wild. There were not many places that the moonlight could illuminate in the wild, and Chu Yang did not bring any lighting objects such as lanterns, so he could only cast the lighting spell to make his hands shine. From a distance, Chu Yang's hands were like the headlights of a car, shaking in the dark as he swung his arms, which was a bit scary. When can you learn the traceless stretching spell? It's very inconvenient to carry a big knife all day and run around the world. Next time we meet, I must remind the top students to choose some useful spells first. Most of the spells that Chu Yang knew were elementary, but they were actually quite practical. For example, the flame spell could make a fire in the wild, which was a very important survival skill. The descaling spell could be used to clean objects and even act on people, and the water and fire non-immersion spell made the target waterproof and fireproof. Both were essential for traveling. Ankexio could dredge the trachea, and the splint-type binding could relieve pain. The bandages and splints fix the wound, which could save lives at critical moments. But because there is no magic wand, Chu Yang in other worlds cannot control magic power well, which always leads to some small accidents, such as setting fire to the mountain. Chu Yang in the pirate world and the Naruto world have had similar experiences. so except for particularly safe spells, they will not easily use other spells. With lighting, Chu Yang traveled very quickly. In addition, the area of the island country itself is not large. 2 days later, Chu Yang walked to the border of Sakiyama and found a small wooden house in the mountain. Mr. Lintaki, who was chopping wood, felt the breath of people and hurried back to the house, put on the mask, and came out to see Chu Yang walking towards him with a saber on his back. The young man who walked slowly was very oppressive, which made Lintaki Sakonji feel a little nervous. If he hadn't smelled the smell of a ghost from the other party, he would have been ready to draw his sword. Is that Mr. Urokodaki? Hearing the young man calling out his name, Urokodaki Sakonji was sure that the other party must be a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, and he answered in a relieved voice, "I'm it." Chu Yang walked over quickly. "I have a letter here. Shinkomo asked me to give it to you." Urokodaki Sakonji was startled, thinking it was bad news, and his breathing became rapid. What happened to her? Seeing that he was so nervous, Chu Yang realized that he had misunderstood and immediately explained. She was injured in the final selection process and is currently recuperating in the butterfly house. She will probably need to rest for a while. She was afraid that you would worry, so she asked me to bring you a letter. Hearing this, Urokodaki Sakonji breathed a sigh of relief. His tense body relaxed and he smiled. "Thank you for your help, young man." Chu Yang handed the handwritten letter from Mikomo to Urokodaki Sakonji and replied politely, "No problem. I'm participating in the final selection with her, and we are teammates at the same time. This is nothing." If Shinobu Kocho were here, she would definitely complain about Chu Yang's hypocrisy, as he had clearly acted unwilling to help before. "Thank you." Urokodaki Sakonji nodded. When he heard that Chu Yang was also a newcomer to the final selection, a strange look flashed in his eyes. Urokodaki Sakonji opened the envelope and began to read the letter written by Mikomo. Chu Yang knew that this might be a long process. The psychological changes of Urokodaki Sakonji might be nearly 10,000 words long. He did not regard himself as a guest at all. He walked to the hut like a familiar person, lifted the lid on the water tank, and scooped water with a wooden ladle to drink. Chu Yang, who had drunk half his fill, was about to leave when his crow suddenly flew over, stood on the edge of the water tank, and began to speak in human language, conveying the first mission to Chu Yang. I don't know if he was awakened by the crow's voice, but Urokodaki Sakonji carefully put away the envelope, turned around and said to Chu Yang, "I wanted to keep you to eat something, but for us, the sky is not as important as the mission. I'll prepare some dry food for you. You can take it with you on the road." "That's not necessary. I'm good at hunting in the wild. I don't lack food." Chu Yang politely declined Urokodaki Sakonji's kindness. "Take it with you. Just consider it a little gift from me." Shinkomo explained the whole story clearly in the letter. Urokodaki Sakonji knew that it was the boy in front of him who killed the hand ghost and let the souls of those dead children be free. Chu Yang did not refuse again. After sincerely thanking Urokodaki Sakonji, he calmly accepted the food prepared for him. So Chu Yang, who had just delivered the letter, rushed to the area where the ghosts appeared without stopping. Looking at Chu Yang's departing back, Linlong Sakonji stood there blankly, not moving for a long time, not knowing what he was thinking. A few days later, Chu Yang came to a remote town according to the location told by the crow. In order not to cause panic, Chu Yang hid the saber in the nearby forest before entering the town. But to be honest, even without the saber, Chu Yang could kill the evil ghosts, but it would be a bit troublesome. Without the gorilla red ore to suppress the ghost's regeneration ability, it would be easy for the opponent to drag him into a protracted war. The centipede is dead but not stiff. Although it is not a threat to Chu Yang, it is disgusting enough. Without the blessing of the saber, Chu Yang's temperament immediately changed from a perverted killer to a sunny boy of sports. His strong arm muscles made his clothes bulge. Along the way, many passers-by have been looking at Chu Yang, including big sisters and little sisters. Unfortunately, Chu Yang's attention was completely focused on detecting ghosts. He couldn't smell anything, so he tried to expand the scope of his observation haki to try to hear some clues. "Hey, Tanjiro, our family needs some charcoal. Thank you for helping me repair the chair last time." "Tanjiro, my shop also needs some charcoal. Can you bring some game next time?" I'll charge you a high price. Tanjiro, I forgot to pay you for the goods last time. I'll give it to you today. Just after he unfolded his observation haki, a name always appeared in Chu Yang's mind. Tanjiro. This person seems to have a good relationship with people. Wherever he goes, people will greet him and buy things from him. The charcoal seller. Chu Yang remembered something very important and began to look for the man named Tanjiro. After turning 2 cross streets, Chu Yang saw a thin man talking to the boss in front of an Odin restaurant. The man was carrying a backpack that was thicker than him, full of black charcoal. He was holding the hand of a little boy who looked very much like him, with fiery red hair and a scar on his forehead that looked like a burn. The boss was going to buy all the charcoal in the man's backpack to use for the stove in the store, so that customers could eat more comfortably. The man named Tanjiro was smiling. Today's business was going well, and he sold all the charcoal in the backpack before dark. Chapter 65. Ghost in the Carpentry Shop. Chu Yang was still thinking whether to pretend to be a customer to buy Odin and then greet Tanjiro by the way, so that the other party would not be suspicious. Then a special smell came from the air, interrupting Chu Yang's thoughts. He looked in the direction of the smell and saw a woodworking shop across the street. The little boy next to Tanjiro seemed to smell the smell as well, showing a disgusted expression, but he was too young to know what the smell meant. Chu Yang thought about it and decided to get rid of the ghost hiding in the woodworking shop first, and then go find Tanjiro. I remember. Before going out, Nezuko told me that she wanted a toy. Tanjiro, how about we go buy a toy for her sister? After unloading all the charcoal, Tanjiro coughed a few times, then bent down to discuss with the little boy. Okay, let's go buy toys for Nezuko. The young Tanjiro looked excited. The toys that Tanjiro was talking about were actually some cheap wooden gadgets, which were sold in the woodworking shop across from them. But today, the woodworking shop that should have opened early was still closed. Tanjiro was going to knock on the door. If the boss was at home, he would ask them to sell him some toys. With Tanjiro's personality, if he hadn't promised Nezuko before leaving, he would never cause trouble to others. The father and son walked hand in hand towards the woodworking shop. Little Tanjiro excitedly pulled his father's hand and jumped on the road. Be careful, Tanjiro. Tanjiro lowered his head and gently reminded his son, completely unaware that there was a tall figure blocking his way in front of him. This shop is closed. Come again next time. Hearing the voice, Tanjiro looked up and saw Chu Yang standing between them and the woodworking shop. Tanjiro frowned slightly, but he still explained politely, I'm sorry, because I'm really anxious to customize some things. If the boss causes any inconvenience, I will apologize. After that, adhering to the principle of less trouble is worse than more trouble, Tanjiro led his son around Chu Yang and continued to walk towards the woodworking shop. Chu Yang sighed. It was really hard to deal with an honest man when he became stubborn, so he followed him. Tanjiro, who had been practicing the god of fire Kagura, also known as the sun breathing, for many years, was seriously ill, but his 5 senses were much more sensitive than those of ordinary people. He could sense that Chu Yang was following behind him, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. From the breath of the young man in front of him, Tanjiro could tell that the other party was definitely not an ordinary person. He was very clear about his physical condition. If the other party came with bad intentions and really fought, he would not be able to bear the consequences regardless of winning or losing. Tanjiro subconsciously quickened his pace, thinking about buying some toys from the woodworking shop as soon as possible and leaving early. Little Tanjiro felt his father's anxiety, stopped making trouble, and followed his father's footsteps very nervously. He didn't know why his father was so panicked. Was it because of the big brother behind him? But the big brother didn't seem to be a bad person, because he didn't smell like a bad person at all. Unconsciously, Tanjiro walked to the door of the woodworking shop and stretched out his hand to knock on the door. Suddenly, a strong hand grabbed his wrist. Sir, don't go too far. Tanjiro glared at him, still hesitating whether to take action. Chu Yang did something that surprised Tanjiro. He put his index finger to his mouth, signaling Tanjiro to be quiet. Tanjiro was stunned. The other party didn't look like he was looking for trouble. At this moment, little Tanjiro showed a horrified expression and pulled his father's hand in panic. pointing at the woodworking shop and said, "Father, there is a smell of blood in here, a lot of blood." Tanjiro's face suddenly changed. He knew how outstanding Tanjiro's sense of smell was. It was absolutely impossible to be wrong, which proved that there was really a lot of blood in the shop. In addition, the woodworking shop, which should have been open long ago, had not made any movement. Tanjiro instantly realized that the owner of the woodworking shop might have been killed. The question was, how did this young man know? Tanjiro looked at Chu Yang with a puzzled look on his face. Chu Yang whispered a word in his ear. Tanjiro looked at Chu Yang in doubt. He always thought that kind of creature only existed in legends. Ghost. Don't you believe it? Chu Yang had anticipated Tanjiro's reaction. He put his hand on the door and whispered, "The ghost is behind the door." Tanjiro pulled his son back again and again. Although he didn't quite believe it, he was still a little scared. "You won't have any problems if you stand in the Sunday." Chu Yang held a handle and prepared to open the door. The reason he came to this town was to destroy the ghost. Daring to stay in the town during the day is undoubtedly courting death. Ghosts should be like street rats, hiding in the dark sewers. "Wait a minute," Tanjiro said nervously. "If it is really a ghost, what are you going to do?" "What to do?" Chu Yang laughed. "Of course I will kill it. I'm a ghost hunter." Ghost hunter? Tanjiro suddenly remembered some legends about ghost hunters that his parents had told him when he was a child. It seemed that there was some connection between his family and ghost hunters. Fire god Kagura. Tanjiro subconsciously thought of this special family skill. Little Tanjiro tilted his head. He didn't quite understand what his father and big brother said, but he could feel that the big brother seemed to be about to do something dangerous. "If you are afraid, leave quickly. I will visit you after we deal with this ghost." Chu Yang reminded Tanjiro to leave for the last time. But Tanjiro asked, "Will it be okay if I just stand in the sun?" Chu Yang felt that this guy seemed to want to confirm the existence of the ghost. Without saying anything, he violently opened the door, attracting the attention of the surrounding vendors. "Hey, why are you destroying someone else's store?" "Tanjiro, stop that guy quickly," the odd owner across the street shouted. Tanjiro did not do what the odd owner said. Instead, after Chu Yang opened the door, he quickly took Tanjiro back. Chu Yang walked into the dim shop alone. It was dark inside, and there was no light. It was already sunset outside, and it was impossible to illuminate the interior of the woodworking shop. "Really, what are you doing?" The odd owner saw Chu Yang destroy the door and walk in openly, and immediately walked towards this side angrily. "Just stand here, don't come closer." Tanjiro anxiously grabbed the clothes of the odd boss, fearing that he would barge in without knowing what's good for him. "What's wrong with you today, Tanjiro? You're not like usual at all." The odd boss looked at Tanjiro in surprise and suddenly felt an indescribable strangeness. He frowned, shook off Tanjiro's hand, and walked towards the woodworking shop stubbornly. Chapter 66, Kagura, the God of Fire. Tanjiro wanted to stop him, but his chest began to hurt. His throat itched, and he started to cough violently. "Father." Little Tanjiro stood aside in panic, wanting to help, but not knowing where to start. The odd boss heard Tanjiro's violent cough, hesitated for a moment and turned back, gently patting Tanjiro on the back. "You really need to rest well." Boom. As soon as the voice fell, a loud noise suddenly came from the woodworking shop in front, and the whole shop shook violently, scaring everyone around. The next second, a black shadow flew out from it and fell at the feet of the odd boss. It looked like a human, but it was covered with sharp teeth and claws, and its face was hideous. The odd boss was frightened and kept backing away at a glance. Although it was not noon, the afterglow of the setting sun shone on the ghost, and it still burst out with amazing power, instantly igniting its whole body. The ghost's painful wailing attracted many vendors to watch. Some people were so frightened by this scene that they trembled all over, with strong fear and confusion. "What the hell is this?" Everyone watched the monster that looked like a human being burned to ashes. Tanjiro had already blindfolded little Tanjiro and watched the whole process of the monster's death in a thrilling way. Everything was real. "Where is that young man?" Tanjiro, who came to his senses, looked at the woodworking shop. It was dark inside and nothing could be seen. Was this monster thrown out by the young man just now? The owner of the Odin was almost scared silly, his face pale. While the two were still wondering, Chu Yang had already left the shop through the back door, arrived at the woods outside the city, and took out his saber. The noise just now was too loud, and it was not convenient for Chu Yang to stay in the town, let alone have too much communication with Tanjiro in public, which would not be good for his future life. So Chu Yang simply slipped out during the commotion. He climbed up the tree, leaned against the trunk, and took a nap, waiting for Tanjiro outside. After a while, Tanjiro slowly appeared at the end of the mountain road with little Tanjiro. "You're so slow." Chu Yang jumped down from the tree and landed in front of the father and son. "Thank you for what happened just now. If it weren't for you, I would have run into that ghost." Thinking back to what happened just now, Tanjiro was still frightened and extremely grateful. "It's not about gratitude. I saved you for a reason." Chu Yang waved his hand and then said seriously, "I want to make a deal with you." Tanjiro was immediately at a loss. In addition to selling charcoal, he had nothing worth trading. Chu Yang said straight to the point, "I want you to teach me Kagura dance. As a deal, I will give you a lot of money so that you and your family can live a better life." "So that's it?" Tanjiro immediately reacted. Chu Yang was interested in the Kagura dance that was passed down in his family. He thought about it and felt that it was right. The only valuable thing he had was the Kagura dance. "But, how did you know about the Kagura dance?" Tanjiro asked in confusion. "Let's talk while we walk." Chu Yang bent down and picked up the sleepy Tanjiro and walked ahead on his own. Tanjiro was stunned for a moment and hurriedly chased after him. Afterwards, Chu Yang told Tanjiro the origin of demons, the history of the Demon Slayer Corps, and the friendship between Tsuchikoku Yoriichi and Tanjiro. Chu Yang didn't need to hide anything from this man, whose life was about to end, and Tanjiro's character would not spread these secrets everywhere. As they talked, the two were almost at Tanjiro's home in the mountains. Tanjiro, who knew everything, had an indescribable feeling in his heart. He didn't expect that in the end, the breathing of the sun would be passed down in this way. "It seems that my short life is meaningful." Tanjiro smiled, his eyes flashing with a brilliance that he had never had before. "Even if you don't mention the breathing of the sun, you are also an excellent father. The meaning of your life is not given by the breathing of the sun, but by your children." Chu Yang replied sincerely. Mentioning his children, Tanjiro was relieved. In any case, he had to leave something behind to make his wife and children live a little easier in the future. He had no reason to refuse Chu Yang's deal, and the other party didn't look like a bad person. In the end, Tanjiro performed the Kagura dance for Chu Yang at the door of his house. His movements were very smooth and agile, and he didn't look like a sick person at all. After dancing once, Tanjiro was ready to continue dancing a second time, but was stopped by Chu Yang. With Chu Yang's talent, he could remember the key points just by watching it once. If Tanjiro danced the Kagura dance twice in a row, his body would be seriously overdrawn. According to the agreement, Chu Yang left a fortune to ensure that after Tanjiro's death, the orphans and widows he left behind could live a good life. And this fortune happened to be obtained from the ghost in the carpentry shop. The ghost has been mixed in human society for many years, preying on humans, and likes to plunder things from the dead as his trophies. Over time, more and more valuable things are on his body. Chu Yang is not very interested in wealth, and no amount of wealth can be exchanged for the breathing of the sun. In addition to wealth, Chu Yang also used wood release chakra to help Tanjiro recover some vitality. Although it could not completely cure his illness, it could extend his life for a few years, so that he could have the opportunity to watch Tanjiro grow up. Interestingly, Tanjiro seemed to feel something in his sleep. He grabbed Chu Yang's clothes tightly and refused to let him go. Chu Yang spent a lot of effort to break free. After bidding farewell to Tanjiro's family, Chu Yang's lonely figure disappeared into the darkness again. Tanjiro stood by the door, looking at Chu Yang's back. In the dark night, he looked up at the sky and prayed sincerely in his heart. "May God bless you." After leaving Tanjiro's house, Chu Yang returned along the same route, and when he passed by the town again, it was particularly lively. There was blood everywhere in the woodworking shop. The bodies of the boss's family were eaten by ghosts. How could such a horrible crime scene not cause a sensation? More importantly, many vendors witnessed the whole process of the ghost's death. Just when Chu Yang was worried about what to do around the town, he saw members of Hidden. Obviously, they were sent by the Demon Slayer Corps to deal with the subsequent impact. The town is geographically remote. It is not easy to spread news and rumors. The impact is not big, so it is relatively easy to deal with. The really tricky thing is the battle that broke out near Kyoto. It is difficult to conceal it. The Yubuayashiki family even has to use official connections. In a small place like this, as long as the money is in place, no matter how big the problem is, it can be suppressed. And the thing that the Yubuayashiki family lacks the least is money. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Chu Yang has no intention of making things worse, but plans to return to the temple to practice the breath of the sun. If the mission comes, he will go to kill demons. As for the butterfly house, Urokoda Kisakonji will naturally go to visit Makomo after he figures it out. This is not something Chu Yang can interfere with. After joining the Demon Slayer Corps, Chu Yang began to live a life of killing demons and practicing, going from one point to another. The situation of Chu Yang in the pirate world and the Naruto world is roughly the same. On the other side, in the Harry Potter world, Chu Yang ushered in the first Halloween since his student career at Hogwarts. Chapter 67 Draco in Trouble. Harry Potter World. Time flies, and 2 months have passed since Chu Yang entered Hogwarts. In fact, since the last conflict between Chu Yang and the senior students of Slytherin College, those senior students of Slytherin have harassed Chu Yang privately. The result is imaginable. The Hogwarts hospital has been overcrowded for a long time, so serious that Dumbledore had to personally warn those senior students and some of their parents to be quiet. Chu Yang also became famous because of this. In the nearly 1,000 years of history of Hogwarts, there has never been a situation where a first-year student beat up a senior. On the one hand, because they were scared by Chu Yang, and on the other hand, they received a serious warning from Dumbledore. The Slytherin students restrained themselves a lot. Chu Yang's study environment has gradually stabilized. It is worth mentioning that Draco has not dared to live in the same room with Chu Yang so far, and has been squeezed in Goyle's dormitory for 2 months. Until Draco's father, Lucius Malfoy, heard about this from other people. Lucius rushed to the school and scolded Draco for bringing shame to the Malfoy family. Draco, who had been extremely afraid of his majestic father since childhood, was so scared that he trembled and couldn't even say a complete sentence. Seeing him like this, Lucius was disappointed, and his son showed his anger. This anger was directly transferred to Chu Yang. If Chu Yang was not a student of Hogwarts, he would probably die inexplicably in a dark wizard's stronghold in Nocturne Alley. After the success, those dark wizards might get a generous reward from the Malfoy family. But Chu Yang happened to be a student of Hogwarts, and he was outstandingly talented, and was always the focus of all teachers and students. Lucius Malfoy had no way to deal with him. The other party once tried to cut off Chu Yang's full scholarship, but was stopped by Dumbledore. Afterwards, he was reminded by Ollivander and his attitude was no longer as friendly as before. Ollivander's original words were, if Mr. Chu Yang loses the full scholarship to Hogwarts, then Ollivander One Shop will fully support Chu Yang financially to complete his studies. Lucius was very surprised why Ollivander, who had always been reluctant to participate in disputes, was so determined. Driven by anger and curiosity, Lucius found out that Chu Yang occasionally went to Ollivander's One Shop as an apprentice, and showed a good talent. As a result, the elderly Ollivander planned to train him as his successor. Lucius was very surprised and noticed something unusual. Under normal circumstances, the school would not allow students to work part-time outside, and the rules had never been violated, but Chu Yang was given special treatment. Out of caution, he began to collect information about Chu Yang. He asked someone to visit most of the teachers, and asked them about their impressions and evaluations of Chu Yang. The results surprised him. Lucius had heard of and seen many people who were called geniuses, but Chu Yang seemed to be different from the genius he knew. At Hogwarts, all the professors and teachers who had taught Chu Yang always praised him highly, including the most demanding Snape. Although they had different tempers, Snape had to admit Chu Yang's talent in charms, flying, potions, transfiguration, herbology, divination, etc. Chu Yang's grades always firmly occupied the first place, and the others were just here to compete for the second place. The better Chu Yang was, the more mediocre and incompetent Draco was, which made Lucius, as a father, angry and a little jealous. Why is a mudblood from Muggle origin better than a pureblood family? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the deans of the 4 colleges all favor Chu Yang. If it weren't for the rule that Hogwarts has always had no transfer of houses, I'm afraid these 4 deans would have started to fight for people long ago. Professor Sprout, the Dean of Hufflepuff, is still upset with Dumbledore because Chu Yang went to Slytherin. Before this lady had always been known as the professor with the best temper in Hogwarts. After fully understanding Chu Yang's situation, Lucius, who was always good at judging the situation, gave up the idea of teaching him a lesson. No matter how powerful the Malfoy family was, it was impossible for them to bear so much hostility at the same time. It was not worth paying such a price for a little wizard of Muggle origin. What was interesting was that Lucius not only gave up making things difficult for Chu Yang, but also had the idea of winning over Chu Yang. He was impressed by Chu Yang's talent. So before Lucius left school, he specifically asked Draco to find a way to repair his relationship with Chu Yang. His father's impromptu decision instantly put Draco, who didn't know why, into a dilemma. Draco, who was used to obeying all his father's orders, didn't dare to resist him at all. Compared with his majestic father, Draco felt that Chu Yang was easier to get along with. In the following days, Draco's attitude towards Chu Yang took a 180-degree turn. Classmates often saw him go to the auditorium early to prepare breakfast for Chu Yang, who got up late. From the perspective of others, Draco, who was always at his side, looked more like a lackey than Goyle and Crabbe beside him. Draco, who had the most distinguished family background, was like this, and the others were even less worthy than Chu Yang. Chu Yang turned a blind eye to Draco's hospitality. He firmly believed that those who showed hospitality without any reason were either treacherous or thieves, and it was obvious that the Malfoy family had bad intentions. So, after 2 months, Draco still couldn't get closer to Chu Yang. Draco wanted to give up, but Lucius would ask Draco about his progress through letters every 1 or 2 weeks, which made him very upset. In order to deal with his father's questioning, Draco had to lie and tell his father that he and Chu Yang had become good friends, which allowed him to avoid the terrifying bombardment of letters. But for Draco, this did not mean the end of the problem, because lies were lies after all. Draco didn't want to be scolded by his father again, so he made up his mind to become a real friend with Chu Yang. The arrival of Halloween made most of the teachers and students very happy, except for Draco, who looked depressed. Chu Yang was happy and a little excited, because just the day before, Dumbledore finally agreed to open the library's restricted book area for Chu Yang to enter, which was a goal he had worked hard for 2 months to achieve. Because of Voldemort's previous experience, Dumbledore was extra cautious when educating outstanding young wizards. In 2 months, he not only examined Chu Yang's learning ability, but also his character. Thank you brothers for your support. It's on Sanjiang. It will be available tomorrow afternoon, and there will be 2 more free updates tomorrow to thank everyone. And then, on the first day of availability, there will be a wave of very crazy updates. I won't say anything else. I'll update it in the update. Chapter 68 Restricted Area. Chu Yang, who has been receiving exam-oriented education since childhood, is good at breaking down problems into easy to understand content and then teaching them to his classmates. Compared with the college entrance examination in his previous life, the difficulty of the Hogwarts exam is not even as good as the final exam of elementary school students. In terms of answering questions, Dumbledore is not as professional as Chu Yang. If conditions permit, Chu Yang even wants to make a set of 5-year simulation of 3-year college entrance examination to let the young wizards experience the pain he suffered in those years. It is also because Chu Yang often tutors his classmates that the overall scores of Hogwarts freshmen this year are higher than those of previous classes. Teachers are definitely happy when students have good grades, so in the eyes of teachers, Chu Yang's image is getting better and better. Most of the classmates and teachers like Chu Yang, but because of this, Dumbledore suddenly began to worry. the better Chu Yang is, the more shadows of Voldemort Dumbledore can see in him. But what makes him happy is that Chu Yang is very disdainful of the theory of bloodline. In the past 2 months, Dumbledore occasionally talked with Chu Yang when he was free. The boy's occasional shocking words. Often Dumbledore would be inspired by Chu Yang and forget his current age. Often, Dumbledore could hear from Chu Yang's usual remarks that he hated the corruption and stubbornness of the magic world, especially the part about bloodline and family. There was such a discussion in the principal's office. Chu Yang asked, "Is the first wizard in the world great?" Dumbledore answered without hesitation, "Of course." Chu Yang asked again, "Then do you think he is of pure blood or Muggle origin? Since he was the first wizard in the world, there must have been no wizards before him." Dumbledore subconsciously wanted to answer, but he fell silent before he could say anything. Chu Yang said slowly, "All the glory of the pure blood family originated from Muggles. This conclusion can even be extended to the entire wizarding community. The magic world is originally an extension of the non-magic world, just like a thick branch of a tree. If the two are completely separated, even the thickest branches will wither. It can be seen that the magic world is nothing but a tree without soil after leaving the non-magic world. In fact, compared with the creativity shown by the non-magic world, the magic world has begun to decline. You should have noticed this." Dumbledore took off his glasses and rubbed his nose tiredly. The origin of wizards that Chu Yang talked about is a very sensitive issue in the entire magic world, because it is indeed an indisputable fact. As for the thriving non-magic world, Dumbledore naturally saw it, especially those magical creations that do not require any magic to drive, which often make this centenarian have to admire the wisdom of Muggles. Chu Yang did not stop his ridicule and said contemptuously, "The title of pure blood wizard is full of decadence like the nobility in the Middle Ages, just like the remnants of history. In the 20th century, no one in Britain regarded the nobility as a representative of power. Even the Queen was just a mascot. Today's Muggles may grow into the seeds of tomorrow's pure blood families because of their outstanding talents, and today's pure blood families may gradually become one of the Muggles because of their mediocrity." To sum it up with an ancient Eastern proverb, that is, are kings, princes, generals, and ministers of different species? Dumbledore knocked on the table and smiled helplessly. "Although I have learned many languages, most of them remain at the level of being able to understand books. This ancient proverb. Please forgive my impoliteness." Chu Yang bowed slightly and smiled, and then translated the meaning of the proverb. After listening to it, Dumbledore looked very emotional. In this era, if wizards cannot put aside their own prejudices and boldly innovate to explore the future, they will sooner or later be drowned by the torrent of history. Dumbledore stopped the topic at this point, and then Chu Yang left the principal's office. So far, Dumbledore's worries about Chu Yang becoming the next Dark Lord have been completely eliminated. But new worries have surged into Dumbledore's heart. Chu Yang will indeed not become the Dark Lord, but his remarks also show a lot of dissatisfaction with the magic world. When he grows up, what will he do about it? Dumbledore does not know. Innovation, change, future. Dumbledore murmured these words repeatedly, and finally fell into endless silence. On Halloween, Chu Yang, who had no classes, got up very early, and was the first student to enter the library. This very unusual scene made the administrator, Ms. Pence, look at him with surprise. "Mr. Chu Yang, today is Halloween. Don't you plan to spend it with your friends?" After serving as an administrator for so many years, it was the first time that Mrs. Pence saw a student come to the library to study on Halloween. Chu Yang replied, "I plan to read a book in the morning and go out at noon." "Thank you for your concern, Madam Pence. They all say you are a genius, but perhaps I'm the only one who sees your diligence." Madam Pence said indignantly, "You are the most diligent student I have ever seen." "Thank you." Chu Yang smiled shyly, then took out a magical license with Dumbledore's signature on it. "This is a license that Principal Dumbledore gave me. I hope to read some books in the restricted area. It's really the signature of Principal Dumbledore." Madam Pence glanced at Chu Yang in surprise. Chu Yang was sure that if he borrowed too many books related to black magic, or some books with dangerous content, Dumbledore, who was secretly observing, would decisively terminate the opportunity he had finally won. To be on the safe side, Chu Yang planned to only read some spells that he could not touch at this stage, but were not particularly dangerous. For example, Apparition, or Traceless Extension, which are more practical spells. This is also the spell that Chu Yang in other worlds needs very much at present. In terms of combat, spells can only play a limited role, because the enemies Chu Yang has to face in other worlds are often physically strong, and the spell casting pre-swing is too long, which can easily become a flaw. In terms of lethality, among the 3 unforgivable curses, only the Soul Curse can be regarded as a truly offensive spell. The instant death curse is indeed very strong, and attacks on the soul level are difficult to be exempted. But the premise is that you have to hit the target. The Cruciatus curse is more suitable for torturing the enemy, and is a terrible punishment, but there are many ruthless people who can withstand this pain in the Naruto and Pirate worlds. As for the Imperious curse, the situation is similar. After repeated consideration, Chu Yang in the magic world clearly grasped his position to become a logistics staff who can assist himself in various worlds. Learning and trying to innovate more practical and powerful spells will be Chu Yang's main goal in the future. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69, a world where only Draco is injured. Although you said you would leave at noon, I still want to remind you that the library closes at 8 o'clock in the evening. I'm reminded Chu Yang halfway to the forbidden book area, because in her impression, Chu Yang almost always left at closing time. If she didn't remind him, he would definitely be locked in the library all night. In the quiet library, Madame Pince's voice appeared briefly and then disappeared. The sun passed by the window of the library, and the sky gradually darkened. The desk in front of Chu Yang was piled with many books with long names without him noticing. He not only memorized the entire content of Apparition and Traceless Extension spell, but also watched some masters experience in spells. This included Newt Scamander, the author of Fantastic Beasts, and Where to Find Them, understanding and expansion of the Traceless Extension spell. Newt Scamander was extremely good at using the Traceless Extension spell. The handbag he carried with him was simply a small world. Newt's wonderful ideas gave Chu Yang a lot of inspiration, making him immersed in it and unable to extricate himself. I know that acquiring knowledge is something that can easily make people addicted, but sometimes we should know how to combine work and rest. A mellow voice sounded in Chu Yang's ears. When he looked up, he saw Dumbledore in a blue robe, looking at him with concern. He reminded Chu Yang, "Today is Halloween. I remember it's not closing time yet." Chu Yang awkwardly arranged the books on the table and prepared to put them back on the bookshelf one by one. Dumbledore patted his shoulder, stopping his action, and then said, "Go to the auditorium quickly. The Halloween dinner is about to begin. These books are temporarily placed on the table. Madam Pince will put them back in place. I hope you can apologize to Madam Pince for me." Seeing that it was really late, Chu Yang hurriedly trotted towards the auditorium. The auditorium was full of people, but the dinner had not yet begun. Because it was Halloween, there was no particular rule on the seats. People from different grades and colleges sat together and sat wherever they liked. Chu Yang looked around and prepared to find a remote corner to sit down, but soon heard someone calling his name. In the center of the hall, Draco and his lackeys Goyle and Crab were clearing a large area of seats for Chu Yang, filling the table with food and placing gifts beside the table. His exaggerated behavior attracted attention, and he seemed not to notice that people around him were looking at him with teasing eyes. Draco smiled smugly and kept waving at Chu Yang, as if to invite credit. "Come here. You come here." Everyone around was watching the excitement. For a moment, Chu Yang felt a bit like a panda in the zoo. He coughed dryly and turned his head to avoid Draco's hopeful gaze. Then he saw Hermione waving at him. Chu Yang walked quickly to the table where Hermione and the others were, leaving Draco standing there awkwardly. The most annoying thing was, Ron also stood up with Hermione and made faces at Draco provocatively. If this was not the Great Hall of Hogwarts, but his own living room, Draco would probably smash the plate. Malfoy is such a troublemaker. He still doesn't know that Chu Yang hates being watched by others. Hermione shuddered when she thought of Draco's exaggerated performance. If Chu Yang wasn't a boy, I almost thought Malfoy wanted to pursue Chu Yang. Ron also complained, but he was stunned as soon as he finished speaking. Then, Ron, Hermione, and Harry all looked at Chu Yang in surprise at the same time. Damn it, don't look at me with such strange eyes. I'm not that kind of person. Chu Yang's eyelids twitched with anger, and he quickly explained, if I guess correctly, it's probably because of his father. The last time his father came to school, he obviously came to cause trouble for me, but it ended up in vain. He must have other ideas. The three of them suddenly realized that Chu Yang was already a famous genius, and he was also an orphan. It was not surprising that he attracted the attention of those families. However, if he keeps making trouble like this, everyone in the school will think he likes you. Hermione smiled cunningly, as if she was just watching the fun. I can't beat him up again, can I? That doesn't make sense. Chu Yang shrugged helplessly, with a look of despair on his face. He was not afraid of others using force, but was afraid of others using soft tactics. Okay, let's not talk about this. Harry, has your recent training been going well? Chu Yang turned the focus of the topic to Harry and asked with concern. The inter-school competition is about to start, and you are the seeker. The pressure must be very high, right? Harry smiled shyly and said, it's okay. At first I thought you would be the seeker for Slytherin, and the pressure was really great, but then you said you wanted to focus on studying, and rejected the invitation to be the seeker, so my pressure was not that great. Quidditch training would take up a lot of rest time, which was a conflict for Chu Yang, who was eager to acquire magical knowledge. His interest in Quidditch games was completely inferior to the knowledge of spells in books. If he had relatively free time, when he was in the second or third year of school, Chu Yang might have participated in Quidditch games. A moment later, Neville also arrived at the auditorium on time, and sat next to Chu Yang and others. The Halloween dinner officially began, and everyone toasted, and had a great time. Even Goyle and Crabbe were eating and drinking, leaving Draco alone and feeling unhappy. In the auditorium, only Draco was injured. Comments on the release of Chapter 70. 100,000 words updated on the first day. Please support by placing the first order. It's going to be published. For me, who wrote 710,000 words in the last book, and got 100 subscriptions, the publication of Sanjiang is just like a dream. Unbelievable. Maybe it's the Emperor's Golden Hoe that can get over 1,000 subscriptions in the first place. Because of the nature of the fanfiction, it is very difficult to publish Sanjiang, and there is no hope at all. So here I would like to thank my editor King Haju by name. He did not give up, even though I was sure to fail. That's why I have this talent. I'm even more grateful to the readers, who have been following me until now. Thank you for your tolerance. Actually, I was planning to keep some drafts in reserve in case of emergency. But now, I need your support for the first subscription more. I decided to update 100,000 words on the first day. The first subscription is very important for all subsequent recommendations, so brothers who want to support the book should also support one first subscription. It's best not to support the book. It's 100,000 words, not 10 updates, which is equivalent to 50 updates in normal updates. I have smashed my drafts and the drafts I have rushed these days. Just for your pleasure, support the first order. The early performance is very important for this book. I won't say anything about adding more chapters, based on the performance. Just be sincere, and say 100,000 on the first day. For subsequent updates, I will strive to have 15,000 to 20,000 words per day this month. I will talk about the update next month. I will definitely make sure that everyone enjoys the story, while ensuring that the plot is good. I wrote 710,000 words for the last book with 100 orders. For this one, I will definitely aim for 5 million words, to make all the readers enjoy it. I won't say anything pitiful. I will leave everything to the explosive updates. Thank you. Please support the first order. Chapter 71, The First Encounter with the Dark Lord. First update on the shelves. Please subscribe first. Boom. The door of the auditorium was pushed open, and Professor Quirrell, who taught the defense against the dark arts class, walked in from outside in a panic. This scene made Chu Yang feel very familiar. Troll. There is a troll in the underground classroom. After shouting, Professor Quirrell fell straight to the ground. The whole auditorium was silent for about 2 seconds, and then screams rose one after another, and the students were scared and fled. Quiet. Dumbledore, who was sitting in his seat, stood up, and his powerful majesty made the frightened students regain their reason. He slowly said, "The prefects of each grade are responsible for sending the students back to the college dormitory, and the teachers will follow me to deal with the troll." Under Dumbledore's instructions, the students left the auditorium in an orderly manner. Before leaving, Chu Yang also took a special look at Professor Quirrell, who was lying on the floor pretending to be dead. It must be said that this guy's acting skills are very good. No one present doubted his timidity and cowardice. In order to accumulate experience in defense against the dark arts, Quirrell deliberately interrupted his teaching career at Hogwarts and traveled to dangerous areas. From this point of view alone, Quirrell is not a coward. But unfortunately, it was during that trip that he met the remnant of Voldemort. Quirrell could not resist Voldemort's temptation and eventually joined him. Quirrell became Voldemort's temporary Horcrux, brought it back to Hogwarts, and stole the Philosopher's Stone that could regenerate it. As a result, not only did he fail, but he also lost his life. In Chu Yang's opinion, Quirrell is a pitiful guy. If he had not met Voldemort, he might have become a teacher loved by students. Someone once commented that, if Quirrell had been firm enough in his heart, he would not have ended up like this. But how many people can stick to their original intentions under the instigation of the Dark Lord? Chu Yang looked at him with pity. Quirrell wanted to create a ride through the troll, and then go to the secret room on the 3rd floor, to steal the Philosopher's Stone. But there was a terrifying 3-headed hellhound guarding there, and he was doomed to fail. To be on the safe side, Chu Yang quietly followed behind Quirrell when he was acting. On the other hand, on the way to the underground classroom, Dumbledore noticed something was wrong, so he asked the teachers to deal with the troll first, and he returned alone. No one thought that Dumbledore would choose to flee in the face of a troll. There must be something more important happening. When Dumbledore arrived at the Chamber of Secrets, Quirrell, who failed to break through the defense of the terrestrial 3-headed dog, had already left, but Dumbledore still saw some clues from the scene and became alert instantly. "Principal Dumbledore, I just saw Professor Quirrell coming out of it." Chu Yang walked out from the shadows, almost scaring Dumbledore to high blood pressure. After he calmed down, he immediately asked, "Are you sure that it was Professor Quirrell you saw just now?" "Yes," Chu Yang explained. "At that time, I left quite late and found that Professor Quirrell, who should have fainted, left quickly after you left, and his actions were very suspicious, so I followed him all the way to this place. After Professor Quirrell went in, there was a lot of noise inside, and he seemed to be driven out by something." Hearing this, Dumbledore's expression was a little complicated. After Quirrell came back from going out, he always felt that he was a little strange, but he didn't take it seriously. Combined with Chu Yang's words just now, Dumbledore could already guess that the reason for the other party's drastic change in temperament was probably because he was bewitched by Voldemort. Thinking of Quirrell as his former student, Dumbledore felt a pang of heartache. However, he quickly put away his emotions, stared at Chu Yang in front of him, and a touch of relief flashed in his eyes. Chu Yang not only keenly perceived Quirrell's abnormality, but also monitored his every move without alarming him. His psychological quality and personal ability were excellent. Over the past few months, Dumbledore has almost gotten used to the surprise that Chu Yang brought him. He almost forgot that Chu Yang was the candidate for the future savior Harry. Chu Yang asked, "Principal Dumbledore, Professor Quirrell seems to be a little bit off. He did encounter a little problem." Dumbledore replied casually. He was hesitating whether to tell Chu Yang about Voldemort, because Chu Yang has always performed very well, so well that Dumbledore wanted to give up those meaningless guidance behaviors to him and talk about something more practical. Unexpectedly, Chu Yang took the lead and bowed and said, "In this case, I believe you will handle these things well." "Just kidding. Occasionally showing a sense of presence is fine, but you really want me to help you fight Voldemort?" Chu Yang couldn't help but complain that he could only secretly help destroy one or two Horcruxes, and he couldn't even think about facing Voldemort head on. Dumbledore was still in a daze, and Chu Yang stepped onto the spiral staircase and quickly disappeared in front of Dumbledore. At this time, Professor Quirrell, who failed to steal the Philosopher's Stone, secretly returned to the underground classroom. In front of others, he created the illusion that he had just woken up. The troll was not really that powerful, at least in front of Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick. One of them was the deputy headmaster of Hogwarts, and the other was the former champion of the dueling competition. Not to mention one troll. Even if they came in a group, it would be a waste. Quirrell didn't need to do anything, just stand aside and scream. Maintain his cowardly personality. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick each cast a petrification spell to completely control the troll. What a beautiful petrification spell. Quirrell, who looked pale, cheered on the side, but his voice seemed weak. Professor McGonagall shook his head helplessly, as if he was too lazy to talk to Quirrell, and turned away directly. Professor Flitwick followed closely behind, and the two left the dungeon together. Quirrell squinted his eyes and stared at the backs of the two with a bad look. Suddenly, Voldemort's voice rang in his ears. I need. Chu Yang did not go back to the dormitory obediently, but took advantage of Quirrell's time in the dungeon to leave the school and go to the Forbidden Forest. Chu Yang hadn't seen the Humping Willow much since it was moved to the Forbidden Forest last time, so he didn't know what it looked like now. Hagrid was still patrolling at this point, and in order to avoid him, Chu Yang didn't choose the path that would pass through the hunting grounds, but took a slightly longer route. The winter night was exceptionally quiet, and apart from the crunching sound of feet stepping on the snow, there was almost no other sound. To be honest, it was quite creepy. If Chu Yang didn't have the observation haki, the night wouldn't interfere with his perception, and he would definitely not come out in the middle of the night. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew, and Chu Yang's neck was covered with goosebumps. He subconsciously looked around, always feeling that something was secretly spying on him. The observation haki didn't sense any special breath, but Chu Yang's sixth sense was issuing a warning of danger. The next second, a panicked and fearful scream echoed in the Forbidden Forest. What's that sound? Chu Yang turned around suddenly and looked in the direction of the sound, but it was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. The cry just now was a bit like a horse, but it was clearer than a horse's cry. Although he smelled danger, Chu Yang still decided to go over and take a look. For some reason, the cry just now kept lingering in his heart, as if it was specifically asking him for help. Chu Yang jumped onto a thick branch with a little effort, and then began to jump up and down between the trees, showing the style of a Konoha ninja. If there were spectators at this time, they would probably be scared to death. Halfway through, Chu Yang heard a few more sad neighs, so he increased his speed again and again. Finally, he saw a black shadow wearing a cloak and a unicorn covered in blood beside a lake in the center of the Forbidden Forest. The unicorn was still fighting hard, but the excessive blood loss caused its ability to move to decline sharply, and the mysterious figure attacking the unicorn was very familiar to Chu Yang. Professor Quirrell. Or should it be said that Voldemort did not have a body yet and could only parasitize on others. Quirrell was just a temporary Horcrux and residence. What bad luck. Chu Yang, who had just tried to avoid Voldemort, now bumped into him by mistake. It can only be said that fate is playing tricks on people. The unicorn cried out again, which stopped Chu Yang, who was about to turn around and leave. Since he had bumped into him, Chu Yang couldn't just watch the unicorn die here. Although he was afraid of trouble and didn't like to cause trouble, it didn't mean he was afraid of trouble. TSK, there's no class today. I didn't even bring my wand. Chu Yang clenched his fists, and his bones crackled. After a slight warm-up, he pouted and said, I have to play the role of a druid again. After speaking, Chu Yang pressed his hands on the snow, and the chakra in his body suddenly burst out, turning into an endless force. Would release. Tree realm wall. Between the unicorn and Quirrell, a series of trees and vines rose from the ground, forming a natural chasm that completely separated the two. The sudden attack startled Quirrell. He quickly retreated to avoid the lush trees that rose from the ground. The unicorn neighed and kicked the ground with its four hooves. It took the opportunity to distance itself from Quirrell and turned around to run deep into the Forbidden Forest. Seeing this, Voldemort, who barely survived on the blood of the unicorn, was furious and shouted in Quirrell's ear, "Who is stopping me?" Hearing the roar of his master, Quirrell was angry and afraid. He turned around and saw a young man in a wizard's robe standing across the lake. Voldemort and Quirrell were both a little surprised. How could a young man suddenly appear in the Forbidden Forest? It was late at night, and the Forbidden Forest was pitch black. Chu Yang didn't bring any lanterns or other items. In the dim light, Quirrell couldn't see Chu Yang's face. He could only judge that the other party was a young man by his figure. In order to prevent Voldemort from playing dirty tricks, Chu Yang did not plan to fight them in close combat, but prepared to use wood release to fight Quirrell at a distance. The two sides were separated by a lake, looking at each other from a distance. Although they could not see each other's faces, they could feel a chill spreading. Quirrell's cloak spread out, floating in the air like a ghost, rushing towards Chu Yang like a ghost in a horror story. Too slow. If it was a change of shape, Chu Yang would be a little afraid. But he floated over so slowly, it was okay to scare children, but it was a bit contemptuous to use it against Chu Yang. Before Quirrell could get close, Chu Yang made a series of seals, and his arms suddenly expanded a circle, and a large number of wooden vines extended from his arms and shot towards Quirrell in midair. Wood release. Great forest technique. Quirrell, who had no time to react, was hit by the thick wood. Suddenly, his eyes went black, and he fell from the air into the cold lake. In fact, Quirrell had been alert to Chu Yang's spell casting, but when he saw that the other party had not taken out the wand for a long time, he thought that the young man in front of him was already scared silly, so he subconsciously relaxed his vigilance. As expected, he was tricked. Although it felt great to beat Voldemort violently, Voldemort could not be killed without destroying the Horcrux. He was simply trying to disgust this old guy. The lake was rippling, but Chu Yang waited for a long time, but did not see Professor Quirrell come out of the lake, so he walked forward and used his observation haki to sense the breath at the bottom of the lake. Nothing. Quirrell had already cast a spell and escaped. Chu Yang searched along the lake with his observation haki for a while. After confirming that Voldemort and Quirrell had left, he followed the blood trail left by the unicorn to the depths of the Forbidden Forest. If he could not find it in time, the unicorn would definitely die from excessive blood loss, and what Chu Yang did became meaningless. Fortunately, the unicorn did not run far before it fell down exhausted under a big tree. Chu Yang stepped forward to check its injuries and began to treat it. Compared with using wood release chakra directly, the mixed natural magic power has a better healing effect on magical creatures. In order to pull the unicorn back from the brink of death, Chu Yang consumed a huge amount of natural magic power, and the leaked magic power could even affect the land under his feet. In the area where the unicorn was lying on its side, flowers slowly bloomed, and the creatures around it that felt the power of life could not help but approach this place. Shanks, a centaur who was patrolling the Forbidden Forest, also felt this unusual power, so he quickly moved towards the source of power. The centaur tribe in the Forbidden Forest was not friendly to humans, especially wizards. Shanks was an alternative, and he had a great curiosity about humans. Shanks' upper body was human, with blonde hair and blue eyes, and he looked very handsome, while his lower body was a horse with silver mane, which looked like a meteor when moving quickly in the dark. When Shanks arrived, he immediately saw the scene of Chu Yang treating the unicorn's injuries. The huge natural magic power dissipated in all directions, blooming a green fluorescence representing life, and the surrounding area was full of flowers and vegetation. Shanks' sapphire-like pupils suddenly revealed a look of shock. The sacred scene brought Shanks a shock that was hard to describe in words. He even subconsciously half knelt on the ground, following his instinct to worship the miracle. The unicorn, whose life signs were like a candle in the wind, rekindled with the help of Chu Yang. It let out a long cry of joy and slowly stood up. Chu Yang collapsed on the ground, panting. It was the first time he felt hollowed out. The unicorn lowered its head and gently stroked Chu Yang's pale face. Its white body was shining brightly, sacred and beautiful. "Sir, you saved the life of the unicorn. Please allow me to thank you on behalf of the forest. From now on, your life will always be blessed by the forest." Shanks took small steps and slowly walked to Chu Yang. He bowed slightly and said with respect, "You are not in good condition now. Can you allow me to carry you back to a safe place?" The safe place Fans mentioned was Hogwarts. He could tell from Chu Yang's clothes that he was a student there. Then I'll trouble you. Chu Yang nodded weakly. His whole body was as soft as mud. Fines bent down and was about to pick up Chu Yang, but the unicorn next to him stretched its head and knocked him away, rubbing its head against Chu Yang's body. It looks like the unicorn wants to carry you back. Fines said in amazement. Normally, unicorns only let pure girls ride on their backs. This is the first time I've seen a unicorn willing to let a boy ride on it. Chu Yang felt weird after hearing what Fines said, but the unicorn seemed to insist on carrying him back, and he couldn't be stubborn. Do you need me to carry you up? Fines asked gently like a gentleman. Forget it, just give me a hand. Chu Yang shuddered and waved his hands quickly. Fines' words just now had already made him, a straight man, a little uncomfortable. Fines helped Chu Yang up, and the latter climbed onto the unicorn's back with great effort, and then felt the smoothness of the unicorn's fur. Chu Yang almost fell asleep comfortably just lying on it. Under the moonlight, Fines led the way in front, and the unicorn carried Chu Yang and followed behind. Even if there were some creatures spying in the forest, they dared not mess around. Mr. Chu Yang, if you want to come to the Forbidden Forest next time, you can blow this leaf. I will rush to your side as soon as possible, whether it is day or night. Fines, who was walking in front, suddenly turned around and handed Chu Yang a leaf. The veins of the leaf were clear and the whole body was emerald green. It was obviously some kind of magical item. Thank you. Chu Yang accepted Fines' gift and was curious about why the other party was so nice to him. Was it just because he saved the life of the unicorn? Are the relations between these two races so good? Chu Yang, with a lot of questions in his mind, bumped into Hagrid on the path through the hunting ground. When the other party saw him on the unicorn, he was so shocked that he even dropped the lantern in his hand to the ground. Melon's beard, I must be too sleepy to have this illusion. Hagrid muttered to himself with his eyes closed, and when he opened his eyes again, Chu Yang had already walked in front of him on the unicorn. Unicorns are willing to let men ride. Hagrid looked at this scene in disbelief. In all these years, he had never seen any unicorn break this rule. Hey, Hagrid. Fines greeted Hagrid in a familiar manner. The two often patrolled the Forbidden Forest, and it was not the first time they met. Fines? Why are you here too? Hagrid came to his senses and realized how strange the combination in front of him was. Human wizards, unicorns, and centaurs. Someone is killing unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. Fortunately, Mr. Chu Yang arrived in time. Fines told everything he knew, but he did not see the culprit who killed the unicorns. He only knew that the other party was a very evil person. I must report this to Principal Dumbledore. Hagrid realized the seriousness of the matter and was about to go to school. Suddenly he thought of Chu Yang and couldn't help asking, why did you sneak into the Forbidden Forest? You will be punished for this. Chu Yang whispered, I came to see the Homping Willow. Hagrid suddenly realized and then explained to Chu Yang, the weather is cold and the Homping Willow hibernates in the Forbidden Forest near the hunting grounds, not here. Hibernate? Chu Yang was shocked. It was the first time he heard that magical plants hibernate. It's not hibernation in the true sense, it's just that its activity level will be much lower than usual. It was like this when it was in Hogwarts, but if you get too close, you'll wake it up, and then it'll get really mad. Hagrid emphasized the last sentence. He had just witnessed it not long ago. The scene was quite shocking. In that case, let it continue to rest. Chu Yang sneezed as soon as he finished speaking. After his magic power was almost exhausted, his ability to resist the cold temporarily decreased. We'd better send Mr. Chu Yang back to school quickly. It's so cold, he will get sick if he stays outside. Fines didn't have time to pay attention to Hagrid. He wanted to rush out, but the unicorn was one step faster than him and rushed to the school without stopping. Hagrid was stunned for a moment and hurriedly chased after him. They were not far from the school and could clearly see Hogwarts standing on the cliff. After sending Chu Yang back to school, the unicorn and Fines plunged into the forest surrounding the school. Hagrid, who was late, didn't care to disturb Dumbledore's rest and ran to Dumbledore's dormitory carrying Chu Yang. Late at night, Dumbledore, who was about to go to bed, was pulled off the bed by a hurried knock on the door. When Dumbledore opened the door, he saw Hagrid covered in snow and Chu Yang on his shoulder. After a few months of silence, I almost forgot your ability to cause trouble. Tell me, what happened? I can handle it. Dumbledore, who had a premonition that something big was going to happen, wiped his glasses calmly and sighed a little tiredly. Chu Yang said oh, and then said lightly, I accidentally ran into Voldemort. Dumbledore's action of wiping his glasses stopped abruptly, and Hagrid also froze in place. The two stared at Chu Yang blankly. You didn't tell me this just now. Hagrid swallowed his saliva and sweated coldly. The mysterious man who hunted unicorns in Fiennes' mouth is Voldemort? Dumbledore's face was also very ugly. Hagrid, what happened? Hagrid recounted Fiennes' words again. I know, Hagrid, you go back first. Remember, don't let anyone else know about this. Dumbledore's voice seemed a little tired. Okay, I promise. Hagrid didn't want to disturb Dumbledore's rest and quietly left the room. Dumbledore asked, Chu Yang, the Voldemort you met was Professor Quirrell? Chu Yang nodded and then asked, Principal, you asked Hagrid to leave because you didn't want others to know the relationship between Professor Quirrell and Voldemort so early? Yes, I haven't thought about how to deal with the returning Voldemort. Dumbledore shook his head. Let's not talk about this for now. How did you escape from Voldemort? Oh, it was Fiennes who saved you, right? Yes. Chu Yang decided to let this beautiful misunderstanding continue. You are very lucky, but not every time you encounter danger, your luck will be so good. Dumbledore was rarely angry and said in a stern tone, if it weren't for the fear that this matter would be leaked and cause unnecessary panic, Slytherin would be deducted 50 points for your behavior. I know I was wrong, Principal Dumbledore. Chu Yang smiled awkwardly. 50 points is not a small number, and maybe you can't earn it back for the entire school year. Didn't you just say you can handle it? Why are you so anxious? The reason why Dumbledore dared to let Harry Potter face Voldemort directly was because he had the blood protection spell cast by his mother at the cost of her life. As long as Harry was not an adult, Voldemort could not harm him. But Chu Yang did not have this protection. In Dumbledore's eyes, let alone Voldemort, any Death Eater with a little fame could pose a threat to Chu Yang. Chu Yang, who had not grown up yet, must not be exposed to Voldemort too early. Therefore, after careful consideration, Dumbledore made a rare decision. Mr. Chu Yang, the school has decided to give you a long vacation starting tomorrow, and the vacation will last until the end of Christmas. Dumbledore looked at Chu Yang with an apologetic look. As the principal, he could not guarantee the safety of students in Hogwarts, and he thought he was derelict in his duty. The end of Christmas? Chu Yang's mind was full of question marks. He had just been allowed to go to the restricted book area, so why was he on vacation? Yes, with your progress, there will be no problem, even if you miss more than a month of classes. Dumbledore smiled. Dumbledore was silent for a while, then sighed and said, this is for your safety. Voldemort will not let you go if you are such an excellent Slytherin. When he comes to you again, you will only have two choices, either become his Death Eater, or be killed by him. In fact, neither of them will happen. If Voldemort comes to me, I will only beat him up. Chu Yang wanted to answer like this, but he would definitely be regarded as a lunatic by Dumbledore, so he could only agree to Dumbledore's arrangement. It was not only Chu Yang who felt uncomfortable, but also Quirrell, who was hit hard by the wood release. The power of the wood release was beyond doubt. That blow displaced Quirrell's internal organs. It is no exaggeration to say that he lost half his life. If he had not run fast, Voldemort would have had to replace a temporary Horcrux on the spot. Even if he escaped by chance, it would be impossible to recover without a month or so. In this way, it would be difficult for Quirrell to continue teaching the Defense Against the Dark Arts class at Hogwarts. Regardless of whether Dumbledore noticed his identity or not, Voldemort did not want him to continue to appear in front of people. So that night, Quirrell disappeared quietly from Hogwarts. The next day, Dumbledore, who learned the news, was not relieved by Quirrell's disappearance. He knew that Voldemort would not leave Hogwarts easily without the Philosopher's Stone. They must be hiding somewhere in the castle. This castle, which has been passed down for thousands of years, has too many secrets, and even Dumbledore cannot see through them all. If Voldemort wants to hide, it will be difficult for him to find him out. Voldemort and Quirrell, who have turned from light to darkness, have undoubtedly become more threatening. It is urgent for Chu Yang to leave Hogwarts temporarily. Before leaving, Chu Yang went to the Forbidden Forest again, after getting Dumbledore's consent, and successfully found the Homping Willow. After not seeing it for a few months, the huge body of the Homping Willow has risen again, like an ancient tree that has grown for thousands of years. After delivering some natural magic to the Homping Willow, it slowly sat down and fell asleep like a well-fed child. Chu Yang ignored it and took out the leaves given by Fyans, put them to his mouth and blew them, calling for the other party to come. The unique rhythm echoed in the Forbidden Forest. Not long after, the sound of horse hooves came from the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Fyans, who had a nearly perfect face, jumped up and stood tall beside Chu Yang. He smiled and said, "Dear Mr. Chu Yang, we meet again." Chu Yang said straight to the point, "I have something, and hope to get your help." Fyans bowed slightly and said sincerely, "Please tell me. As long as it is within my ability, I will do my best to complete your request." Chu Yang was about to speak when the sleeping Homping Willow seemed to feel Fyans' breath, and suddenly woke up from its slumber. The awakening of the behemoth caused the surrounding area to shake, as if the entire Forbidden Forest was about to collapse. The Homping Willow waved its hard branches like a steel whip, and lashed at Fyans fiercely. It thought Fyans would pose a threat to Chu Yang, so it subconsciously launched an attack. The unprepared Fyans was hit directly by the branches, and flew out from Chu Yang's sight. Chu Yang raised his head and said angrily, "You idiot, why do you always hit your own people?" The majestic body of the beating willow trembled violently. Chu Yang's roar made it quickly realize that it had made a mistake. It quickly retracted all the branches on its body, and curled up like a child. "Fyans, are you okay?" "Oh, I'm fine. It just hurts a little, and my ribs seem to be broken." Fyans limped back with a bitter smile. Chu Yang hurried forward and cast a spell to reset his broken ribs, and then used natural magic to heal his wounds. Fyans, who felt this great power, trembled with excitement, and looked at Chu Yang with more respect. To him, the natural magic on Chu Yang was the highest blessing of Mother Nature. If he was not afraid of scaring Chu Yang, Fyans would even want to swear allegiance to this little wizard with oriental blood here. Is that the legendary war tree? Fyans looked up at the majestic Homping Willow and murmured, "When I was a child, I heard the elders in the tribe talk about this extremely powerful magical creature. They are the guardians of nature, but now there is no trace of them. Only some tree spirits are still active in the forest." Chu Yang curled his lips. "This is a shitty war tree. It's not even a tree spirit guard. It's just an ordinary Homping Willow." Fyans was stunned for a moment and smiled bitterly. "Although I don't have much experience, I have never heard of a Homping Willow growing to this extent." Chu Yang looked up at the Homping Willow as tall as Optimus Prime. "Okay. I take back the word ordinary. The mysterious man from last time may come to the Forbidden Forest again to hunt unicorns." Chu Yang pointed at the Homping Willow, which was in a state of autism, and said, "I called you here because I hope you can protect the unicorn tribe with it." Fyans immediately nodded and agreed, "No problem. I have been patrolling the Forbidden Forest since last night. Then I'll trouble you." Chu Yang smiled and said, "This guy is a bit stupid. You have to help me keep an eye on it." After dealing with the Homping Willow, Chu Yang left the Forbidden Forest and went to Hagrid's hut, where Dumbledore was discussing something with Hagrid. Looking at Chu Yang, who pushed the door open, Dumbledore was not surprised, as if he had known that he had been to the Forbidden Forest. "Professor Dumbledore, can I ask you for a favor before I leave?" Chu Yang looked at the other party and said straight to the point, "What is it?" Dumbledore did not agree immediately, but asked cautiously. It must be said that he was really a little afraid of Chu Yang's ability to cause trouble. "I want to learn apparition." Chu Yang looked directly at Dumbledore and said, "Given my current situation, I think I will be safer after learning this spell." Dumbledore pondered for a moment and reminded, "This spell is only for students over 17 years old. Do you know why?" Chu Yang nodded and replied, "The process of apparition will place a considerable burden on the human body and requires a high degree of mental concentration. If you are not careful, life-threatening accidents may occur." Dumbledore said, "Young wizards like you usually find it difficult to control their thoughts. If the intention to go to a certain place is not firm enough during the transfer process, the spell will be interrupted, or it's a small matter. What's more important is that your body will be separated in the process. It is also commonly known as splitting. Chu Yang took over the conversation and said solemnly, "Professor Dumbledore, I have thoroughly understood the dangers of this spell." Hagrid persuaded on the side, "Chu Yang, you are still too young, you should wait a few years. Generally, only students above the 5th grade are allowed to learn apparition." "No, Hagrid, he has the ability to learn this spell." Dumbledore looked at Chu Yang deeply. "Since you have understood the dangers, I respect your will." So Dumbledore began to teach Chu Yang how to perform apparition in Hagrid's hut. Hagrid was very tactful and left the hut, leaving the not so spacious space to them. Remember, goal, determination, calmness, firmness of the goal you choose, concentration, and feeling the changes in your body. Let's start from a closer place. Hagrid listened to Dumbledore's voice outside the house, and his thoughts drifted back to his student days. In the Transfiguration class that year, Dumbledore also guided students to cast spells little by little. After a moment, a figure suddenly appeared, interrupting Hagrid's memories. Hagrid looked at Chu Yang in front of him, and asked in surprise, "I don't think you walked out of the house. How do you feel?" "I feel dizzy when I try it for the first time." Chu Yang shook his head with a normal look. With his physique, apparition didn't make him feel uncomfortable. Genius is genius. Normal people need a long time to learn this, but you did it in 10 minutes. Hagrid said with envy. "It's just moving from inside the house to outside the house. It's not very difficult." Chu Yang smiled and said, "When I can get back to the vicinity of the school from London in one breath, you can come and praise me again." Apparition cannot be used in Hogwarts, so under normal circumstances, it can only move around the school as an anchor point. Creak. Dumbledore pushed the door of the house open, and he walked out slowly, saying, "You have mastered the key points. How about trying to go to Diagon Alley? I'll be watching you next to you." Hearing this, Chu Yang immediately began to use the apparition in front of Dumbledore. The image of Ollivander's one shop appeared in his mind, and the space around him was distorted. An invisible pressure came from all directions. Soon, the pressure dissipated. When Chu Yang came to his senses, he was already standing in the one shop, and Mr. Ollivander was sorting the shelves. The next second, Dumbledore suddenly appeared beside Chu Yang and laughed softly. "Are you not planning to return to London at all, and want to come here to be an apprentice?" Chu Yang looked at him in surprise, thinking that the saying that old people become smart is not wrong at all, and he can actually guess this. "This is actually good." Dumbledore nodded. "Then you stay with Mr. Ollivander. I believe he will take good care of you." At this time, Ollivander, who heard the voice, came out. He looked at Dumbledore and Chu Yang in surprise. "What happened?" Mr. Ollivander asked curiously. At this time, neither Dumbledore nor Chu Yang should be here. Dumbledore smiled and said, "Nothing. Chu Yang will have an early holiday starting today. Don't you want to take him as an apprentice? It's just right for him to come here to learn something." Ollivander looked at Dumbledore deeply, and the other's deep eyes seemed to be telling something. Then, he nodded and agreed. "I'm very happy that he can come. I will take good care of him. Then I'll trouble you." Dumbledore thanked him, then bent down and said in Chu Yang's ear, "You stay here. You don't have to go back with me. As for your luggage, I will have someone send it here." After that, Dumbledore performed apparition and disappeared. In this way, Chu Yang became the first freshman to leave school since the beginning of the school year. His early holiday made his classmates full of envy. But not long after Chu Yang left school, rumors began to spread in the school. Some people said that he was expelled from school for violating school rules. Others said that he offended someone who should not be offended. Hermione, Ron, Harry, Neville and other students who were close to Chu Yang were all very worried about this. Some were happy and some were sad. Draco welcomed his first spring at Hogwarts. Without Chu Yang, he could finally stand up straight and look down on others with his family background, and he didn't have to worry about the pressure from his father, and quickly put on the arrogant attitude of God is the boss, I'm the second. Draco not only moved into Chu Yang's dormitory with a swagger, but also began to frequently target those students who were on good terms with Chu Yang. When the rumors spread to every corner of Hogwarts, Dumbledore did not specifically explain the reason why Chu Yang left. After leaving school, Chu Yang worked as an apprentice in a wand shop. He followed Ollivander to systematically learn the process of making wands. The days of being an apprentice in a wand shop were actually no different from studying in school, and even the schedule was similar. The only difference was that Chu Yang had less opportunities to read free books. Opposite the wand shop is Flourish and Blot's bookstore. Chu Yang can buy whatever he wants at any time. Although the collection is not as rich as that of the school library, there is no shortage of necessary textbooks. Before the end of the holiday, Chu Yang must master all the ways to make wands, and then find alternative materials, so that himself in different worlds can successfully make wands. The reason why Chu Yang chose Ollivander as his wand making teacher is not only because he is one of the most outstanding wand makers in the world. It is also because Ollivander is a wand maker who keeps moving forward, constantly improving the wand craftsmanship, and even subverts the traditional wands in the eyes of wizards. This is very compatible with Chu Yang, as they both hate old and rotten things. Before Ollivander made wands, almost all wand makers would make wands according to the preferences of customers, and there was never a question of whether it was suitable or not. It was Ollivander who established the relationship between wands and wizards. Chapter 72, The Tailed Beast Capture Plan. Uchiha Madara at full strength. Please subscribe, vote, and bookmark. Right square bracket. In addition, he is also the first wand maker who insists on using powerful magic materials as the wand core. Many wand makers have given up using these powerful magic materials in pursuit of the stability of the wand. They prefer to choose some ordinary magic materials. Relatively ordinary magic materials can be easily integrated with the wand wood as the wand core, while powerful magic materials will become more uncontrollable in the process. No one knows how Ollivander controls this process. Among the wand makers, many people covet Ollivander's exclusive secret. The old man can live to this age safely. Obviously he has something. After being an apprentice in the wand shop for half a month, Ollivander finally told Chu Yang the secret. Treat all the magic materials in your hands as living things. Imagine that they can breathe, and the breathing will produce a unique pulsation. Grasp that, and you can easily integrate them into one. Only if you have worked in this industry for a long enough time, and have come into contact with enough magic materials, will you have the opportunity to feel the pulsation I'm talking about. The reason why I'm optimistic about your future in this field is not only because you are smart enough, but also because I have felt something similar from your magic. You can use magic to resonate with this special pulsation. Chu Yang asked curiously, then how do you do it? I don't know how to do it. After all, these are just my guesses. Ollivander took out a large amount of materials and placed them in front of Chu Yang. Now we can only communicate in the most primitive way. Hold the materials in your hands, wrap them with magic, and try to feel it. Are you sure it won't explode? Some magic materials are very active. Chu Yang suspected that the old man was using him for experiments, and his eyes were a little weird. As long as you don't try to fuse them together, they won't explode. Ollivander coughed dryly and urged, hurry up and start. Chu Yang held the magic materials in front of him in his hands, and then wrapped them with magic as Ollivander said. Chu Yang, who had never tried this before, really felt a strange pulsation. It was like a human heart beating. Feel it? Ollivander excitedly approached Chu Yang and asked, what kind of feeling is it? Heartbeat. Chu Yang replied truthfully. That's right, you just need to practice repeatedly to master the trick. Ollivander nodded with satisfaction. With your talent, you will soon meet my requirements. Next, you can try to fuse the core and the wood of the stick. When you reach this step, you will be a master. It's just that the supply is a bit insufficient. I don't know why it's hard to see unicorns recently, and phoenix tail feathers and dragon heartstrings are also hard to find. It's meaningless for you to practice with ordinary materials. At this point, Ollivander was worried. Chu Yang immediately replied, don't worry, I can get unicorn hair. Ollivander glared at him unhappily. Do you think unicorns are your cats and dogs? Although unicorns are considered to be good-tempered among magical creatures, it doesn't mean they will let you get close easily. It's okay for women, but if a man appears around a unicorn, it will run away immediately. Even if you have 2 legs, you can't catch up. Chu Yang was too lazy to argue with an old man, especially such an old man. He pulled out an empty suitcase from under the cabinet, and while Ollivander turned around to organize the one box, he performed apparition and disappeared in the one shop. The next second, Chu Yang's figure appeared in the forbidden forest. Not far away was a towering tree, and under the tree was a group of unicorns playing. The scene looked peaceful and peaceful. The unicorns found Chu Yang, and not only did they not flee in all directions, but they rushed towards Chu Yang in groups. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yang was surrounded by a bunch of unicorns. The unicorns rubbed their heads against him affectionately, just like the kittens and puppies at home. If an expert on magical animals saw this scene, most of them would pop their eyes out. Okay, stop rubbing. Chu Yang used his hand to push the unicorns' heads away, trying to avoid their saliva. Who among you has suffered from severe hair loss recently? Please help me make some contributions. I need some hair. As soon as the voice fell, the unicorns jumped up and down, as if they had stepped on the electric switch, trying to shake some hair off their bodies. Chu Yang didn't even have time to say anything, and hurriedly lowered his head to pick up the hair. Where did this kid go again? Ollivander went to the warehouse to search for a long time before finding some unicorn hair, but when he came out, he found that Chu Yang was gone, and he was immediately a little angry. Mr. Ollivander, are you looking for me? Chu Yang suddenly appeared beside Ollivander and handed him the suitcase. What is this? Ollivander took the box from Chu Yang in confusion. It was heavy. Unicorn hair. Chu Yang replied. I don't know where you got this box of hair. I repeat, unicorn hair is not that easy to get. Ollivander hadn't finished speaking when a bright light shone from the half-open suitcase, as bright as moonlight. He was very familiar with this light, so he closed the suitcase without thinking. He swallowed his saliva and asked carefully, do you really have a group of unicorns at home? Naruto World. The tailed beast capture plan is coming to an end. Except for the nine-tail, whose exact location is still unknown, and the eight-tail, which escaped capture several times. The other tailed beasts have been successfully sealed. The plan that should have been smooth sailing, but something unexpected happened. Although Konoha had tried hard to block the news when capturing the tailed beasts, it was eventually discovered by ninja forces from other countries. Konoha's strength was already superior to other ninja villages, and now the news of the captured tailed beasts has spread, causing panic and fear for a while. Even the daimyo of the Land of Fire could not bear the pressure, and sent people to ask whether the news was true. In desperation, Hashirama Senju had to come out in person to explain and make the idea of distributing the tailed beasts public. Because of this, the 5-cage conference had to be hastily held in advance, and the venue was chosen in the Land of Lightning. Tobirama Senju took over the official duties of the Hokage when Hashirama Senju left, and Uchiha Raizuna, who was the head of the Anbu, accompanied Hashirama Senju to the Land of Lightning to attend the meeting as a bodyguard. Hashirama Senju showed his trust in the Uchiha family as always. The departure of Uchiha Raizuna left the Anbu command power in the village vacant, especially the Anbu team responsible for tracking the tailed beasts without a commander. This unit is usually personally in charge of Uchiha Raizuna. After repeated consideration, Senju Tobirama decided to give the temporary command of the Anbu to Uchiha Madara. But Grandpa Madara refused without hesitation. I'm only responsible for fighting the tailed beasts, and I don't care about other things. Grandpa Madara refused this matter very firmly, becoming more and more Buddhist. Now it was Senju Tobirama's turn to have a headache. Konoha's talent reserve is not bad, but it is difficult to find a suitable candidate to deal with the problem of the tailed beasts. After all, even Uchiha Raizuna let the 8-tailed beast escape several times. After thinking about it, Senju Tobirama finally thought of a little bastard with wild thinking. Ninja school. Chu Yang is in class. Today's class is intensive training in ninja tool throwing. The students were taken to the outdoor shooting range by Chu Yang to practice shuriken and kunai, two more common throwing objects. The young third generation still performed outstandingly. Although he was skinny, his talent was still unquestionable, and his grades in all aspects were among the best. On the other hand, the equally naughty Shimura Danzo's grades were much worse than the third generation, and he was only in the middle and lower level in the whole class. Both Utatane Koharu and Mito Kadoen performed better than him. Chu Yang was about to scold him and ask him to concentrate when a teacher suddenly came over and whispered something in his ear. Teacher wants to see me? Chu Yang was surprised, but he still put down the work at hand. After handing over the rest of the classes to the substitute teacher, Chu Yang hurried to the Hokage building. When the first Hokage was away, Senju Tobirama stayed here almost 24 hours a day to handle official business. Teacher. Chu Yang pushed open the door and saw Senju Tobirama bending over to handle documents. Oh, you're here. Senju Tobirama exchanged a few pleasantries with Chu Yang, then pulled out a scroll from the pile of documents at hand and handed it to Chu Yang. Come and take a look at this first. Chu Yang took the scroll from him, opened it and read it carefully. He frowned after reading only 1 or 2 lines. Is this the information about the tailed beast? And the previous mission records? Yes. Senju Tobirama nodded and tapped the table lightly with his fingers. Originally, this should have been given to Uchiha Raizuna, but you know, he's not here now. So, this job is given to me? Chu Yang looked embarrassed. Dealing with naughty kids is always much easier and safer than dealing with tailed beasts. Get ready and set off. Senju Tobirama's understatement almost made Chu Yang go berserk. Listen, is this human talk? That's the Ninetales and the Eight-Tails, which are considered the top combat power in this world. They can die at any time. Okay. Although he complained, Chu Yang did not refuse. Senju Tobirama must have his own considerations for choosing him to take over, and Chu Yang himself is also very suitable for this task. Chu Yang agreed so readily that a smile appeared on Senju Tobirama's face. He asked, aren't you afraid of danger? Chu Yang smiled and said, this is not as dangerous as the war between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. It is easy to dodge an open spear, but difficult to guard against an arrow from the dark. The terror of the human heart is far greater than that of the tailed beast. In fact, from the beginning, I hope that you could take over this matter. If it can be completed smoothly, your prestige in the village will be greatly improved. It is not too late to intervene now. The plan to weaken the Uchiha is very successful, but at the same time, we should continue to reduce their influence in Konoha village. Giving up the Anbu is a risky move, and we must always pay attention to it. Senju Tobirama reminded, after this mission is over, until Uchiha Raizuna and the eldest brother return from the Land of Lightning, you will temporarily take charge of the Anbu. During this period, do something, understand? Chu Yang nodded. He understood the meaning behind Senju Tobirama's words, which was to let him familiarize himself with the business of the Anbu in advance and make plans for the future. Afterwards, Senju Tobirama tested Chu Yang's progress in ninjutsu before letting him leave. The next day, Chu Yang led 3 teams, a total of 12 members of the Anbu, and left Konoha together. Their goal was the Eight-Tails. According to the mission record, the last place where the Eight-Tails appeared was the border between the Kingdom of Taki and the Kingdom of Fire. Chu Yang deduced that the Eight-Tails should be in the Kingdom of Taki. The Kingdom of Taki is a special country. Its geographical location is not good. It is surrounded by 4 countries. As long as a war breaks out, it will be attacked from both sides. If it were not for the numerous waterfalls in the country, many settlements are hidden in the waterfalls, and it is estimated that the people here would have a hard time living. But such a country in a bad situation has its own ninja village earlier than other small countries. You must know that in the era when the 5 major countries just established ninja villages, many countries could not gather enough ninjas to establish ninja villages. The ninja village of the Kingdom of Taki is similar to other settlements. It is also hidden behind the waterfalls, and is in a state of shrinking and concealment. Chu Yang felt that they were a little sad. After entering the territory of Taki country, the Anbu of Konoha did not hide their whereabouts too much. In addition to the fact that the Anbu was established not long ago, and their business capabilities were not very proficient, more of it was due to contempt for strength. The war between the 2 families had just ended not long ago, and most of the values of Konoha ninjas still adhered to the value of respecting the strong, especially the Uchiha clan. As long as it did not affect the mission, Chu Yang had no intention of restraining or educating his subordinates. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. If you are not good enough, don't blame others for not giving you face. This is an eternal truth. The land area of Taki country is not large. With the speed of ninjas, it takes at most a week to walk all the land. In order to save time, Chu Yang arranged 3 Anbu teams to act separately. Their main task was to lock the tailed beasts, not to fight them head on. If they were careful, they would not be in danger of their lives. This plan was opposed by some team members. Lord Yang, before the operation began, Lord Tobirama repeatedly emphasized that we should ensure your safety. This is the first priority, even more important than capturing the tailed beasts. Although he understood the teacher's good intentions, Chu Yang felt that this order was a bit worried and chaotic. If protecting me is more important than catching the tailed beast, then what is the point of us coming here? For tourism? Chu Yang said in a deep voice. The team members looked at each other, and finally someone stood up and said, "We must leave someone to protect your safety." Chu Yang looked at him deeply and asked coldly, "What's your name?" The team members were startled, and then looked at the man who spoke with pity. A trace of panic flashed in the man's eyes, as if he was afraid that Chu Yang would regard him as a thorn in the eye for contradicting his boss. But then he said firmly, "Achaha Yang Dao." Yang Dao. Chu Yang's indifferent face suddenly had a smile, and he said in an approving tone, "Then please stay, and the others will disperse according to the original plan." Achaha Yang Dao showed an ecstatic expression. The members of the other two teams were stunned, and then they realized that Chu Yang was testing them, and immediately showed a look of regret. Everyone realized one thing. This guy named Yang Dao will definitely be reused after he returns. Pay attention to search behind the waterfall. After hearing Chu Yang's last instruction, the team members dispersed in all directions with jealous expressions and quickly disappeared from Chu Yang's sight. The only thing they can do now is to find the whereabouts of the tailed beast as soon as possible. Only in this way can they win back a city. When Yang Dao was the only one left by his side, Chu Yang began to release his observation haki to detect the breath of the Eight Tails. As the top combat force in the world of Naruto, the Eight Tails has a very strong momentum. Even if it deliberately conceals its whereabouts, it will be very obvious under the perception of observation haki. Late at night 2 days later, Chu Yang felt a very strong momentum in the inner cave of a super large waterfall. The momentum directly formed a huge monster with a bull head and an octopus body in his consciousness. Eight-tailed bull demon. Found it. Chu Yang turned to Yang Dao and said, "Notify others to meet me here and pass the news back to the village." Looking at the huge waterfall in front of him like an upside-down river in the sky, Yang Dao shuddered. With some doubts, he used the special communication method of the Anbu to pass the news out. "Master Yang, how did you know that the Eight Tails was here?" Yang Dao asked cautiously. "Intuition." Chu Yang said only 2 words, and there was no more. Yang Dao wanted to slap himself now. If he had asked more questions, he would not have rashly sent the message out. If Master Uchiha Madara came, how would he explain this? Chu Yang did not notice Yang Dao's regretful expression. The Eight Tails in the cave seemed to have moved, and the splashing water of the entire waterfall suddenly became intense. Pay attention to restraining your breathing and chakra. Chu Yang had just finished speaking when the waterfall in front of him seemed to be a curtain that was pulled aside, revealing a large blank area. Behind the waterfall stood a huge shadow. Yang Dao's goosebumps all over his body. He looked at Chu Yang in disbelief. At this moment, he finally felt convinced. The Eight Tails did not find them. Instead, it left the cave, where it was currently living by moonlight. It had an inexplicable uneasiness in its heart that urged it to leave this place. With just a slight turn, the lake under the Eight Tails suddenly raised huge waves, flooding the surrounding ground and almost reaching the place where Chu Yang and his men were hiding. The Eight Tail looked around, turned around indifferently, and disappeared into the endless darkness. Until the Eight Tails figure gradually blurred, Yang Dao said impatiently, "Lord Yang, let's catch up." Chu Yang did not move, staring coldly at the front. "Wait a little longer." Yang Dao was about to persuade, but the lake not far away began to ripple again, and the shadow in the darkness appeared again. Yang Dao immediately shut up when he saw this. The Eight Tail turned around and left in a completely opposite direction this time. Just now, was it trying to lure us out? Yang Dao looked at the Eight Tails departing back in disbelief. After being chased for so long, no matter how stupid you are, you should be alert. Chu Yang frowned and glanced at him. "How did you get selected by the Anbu?" Yang Dao scratched his head embarrassedly and smiled awkwardly. "In terms of fighting, I'm more confident." Chu Yang's expression looked better now. With the power of his observation haki, Chu Yang had been wandering outside the Eight Tails perception range, following closely behind it. Yang Dao acted as a liaison, responsible for updating others on the Eight Tails dynamics in real time. Another day passed. The Eight Tails seemed a little tired and did not move forward. Instead, it found a valley, slowly walked into a deep pool, and sat down with its huge body. The deep pool was actually unable to fully accommodate the Eight Tails body. It sat in it, exposing half of its body, just like an ordinary person lying in a bathtub. The scene looked a little funny. The Eight Tail lying in the deep pool leaned against the mountain behind it and gradually closed its eyes. At this time, all the members of the Anbu team had gathered around Chu Yang. Seeing that the time was ripe, he ordered, "Set up the barrier." After everyone received the order, they instantly disappeared in front of Chu Yang. 3 teams, a total of 12 people, surrounded the Eight Tail from 12 different directions. 12 people formed seals at the same time. After a moment, 12 different rays of light shot into the sky and then converged into a polygonal diamond barrier. "I'll trouble you next, Master Uchiha." A black shadow jumped down from the waterfall and slowly walked towards the Eight Tails following Chu Yang's voice. Uchiha smiled softly and said, "Well done, kid. No wonder Hashirama and Tobirama think so highly of you. If you were a member of the Uchiha clan, I might also accept you as a disciple." Uchiha powerful chakra instantly awakened the Eight Tails who had just fallen asleep. The latter stood up and let out a deafening roar. The surrounding area shook violently, as if the end of the world had come. Chu Yang suddenly realized a problem. He shouldn't have stayed here. The aftermath of the battle between Uchiha and the Eight Tails could easily destroy everything around. What a mistake. Without taking the time to appreciate the highest level of battle in the Naruto world, Chu Yang moved away from the battlefield at the fastest speed. The next second, he felt a heat wave surging behind him. Fire style. Great fire extinguishment. Chu Yang turned back, but the sky was full of flames, so bright that he couldn't open his eyes. The raging flames were about to rise to the sky. He was startled and dared not delay any longer and ran to the edge of the barrier with all his strength. Just after he breathed a sigh of relief, Chu Yang's hair stood on end and he quickly formed a seal, raising a series of barriers around him. Wood style, tree wall. As if one tree wall was not enough, Chu Yang continuously sent chakra, and soon layers of protection rose up around him, one after another. On the other side, Madara-sama's great fire extinguishment submerged the Eight Tails, and the latter was not to be outdone, using its huge tail to raise a wave, which continued to sweep, and eventually turned into a huge tsunami. The fire curtain collided with the tsunami, and the high temperature water vapor suddenly burst out and rolled in. The trees, flowers, and plants on the surrounding cliffs quickly withered and yellowed the moment they came into contact with the water vapor. Madara-sama puffed up his chest and blew gently. The breeze from his mouth continued to spread, forming a strong hurricane, blowing away all the water vapor in front of him. As expected, the first tree boundary wall was destroyed by the high temperature. Madara looked back at Chu Yang, then raised his head and smiled. "I wanted to warm up, but it seems that I don't have that much time to play with you. Let's end the battle early." After that, Madara actually summoned the complete form of Susanoo. A giant energy giant wearing armor rose from the ground and faced the Eight Tails. His power was not inferior at all. The Eight Tails Gyuki seemed to feel threatened and roared again, opening his bloody mouth, and dark red chakra gathered into a ball. Tailed beast ball. Chu Yang saw this and quickly erected several more tree boundary walls. Madara, who had fought with the tailed beasts many times, was very clear about the power of the tailed beast ball. The forearms of Susanoo were fully extended, and the long sword in his hand was ready. Buzz buzz buzz, there was a depressing vibration in the air, which was the sound of the Eight Tails compressing the tailed beast ball. The 12 Anbu elites who maintained the barrier outside were all suffocated by this terrifying repressive force. Suddenly, the vibration stopped. The tailed beast ball was spit out by the Eight Tails. It slid in the air like a cannonball, tearing through the air with a sound. In the blink of an eye, it flew in front of Uchiha Madara. The long sword in Susanoo's hand chopped down at the same time, slashing fiercely on the tailed beast ball. The violent energy fluctuations swept around like a tsunami. Under the shock of this force, cracks continued to appear in the diamond-shaped barrier, like a mirror about to break. At this moment, Susanoo burst out with terrifying power, using the long sword to cut the tailed beast ball into 4 petals, flying in different directions. One of the petals flew to where Chu Yang was. Damn, this can be accidentally injured. Chu Yang looked at the tailed beast ball as big as a football field flying towards him and couldn't help cursing in his heart. When the tailed beast ball fell, the dozen or so defenses he had painstakingly arranged were destroyed in an instant. Fortunately, these tree walls also helped him block the remaining power of the tailed beast ball so that he did not suffer any damage. When Chu Yang opened his eyes again, he saw only the devastated land. Waterfalls, green mountains, trees, flowers, and grass all disappeared. This is almost as powerful as a mushroom bomb. Chu Yang swallowed his saliva. No wonder the tailed beasts were powerful enough to affect the war between countries. How many ninjas could be wiped out in an instant with this tailed beast jade? Except for the incomplete tailed beast jade that fell on Chu Yang's side and was blocked, the other tailed beast jades hit the barrier. The strong impact made the entire barrier shaky and more cracks appeared. It was obvious that it could not hold up for much longer. The complete Susanoo and the 8-tailed Gyuki engaged in a close combat, making a huge noise. If these 2 behemoths were placed in any city, it would be a disaster. After the barrier is broken, find a way to curb the 8-tail's actions, otherwise, none of the 3 Anbu teams will survive. The specification of the barrier used by the Anbu was not small, and it would definitely be backfired after being violently broken. In serious cases, it may cause casualties, but even if it is not the most extreme case, it will make most people lose their ability to move. Chu Yang's wood release has a strong restraining effect on the tailed beasts, which can play a role of surprise, but this also means that Chu Yang has to take the risk to intervene in the battle between Uchiha Madara and the 8-tails. The risk factor is rising sharply. Yang Dao is a good guy. It would be a pity if he died here. Besides, the teacher hopes that I can cultivate confidence in the Enbu. He is a good choice, Chu Yang thought while making all preparations. As the battle between Susanoo and the 8-tails became more and more intense, the barrier could no longer withstand the aftermath of the battle between the two. With a crisp sound of breaking, it collapsed. The loss of control of chakra turned into a storm that swept everyone. All 12 Anbu members were severely injured and completely lost their ability to move. Without the shackles, the 8-tails Ushiki became more and more unscrupulous, as if he had entered a violent state. In contrast, without the barrier, Uchiha Madara became the one who was tied up, because the aftermath of the battle between the two could affect the Anbu members who lost their ability to move at any time. What should be done? Uchiha Madara, who was thinking about countermeasures, suddenly saw Chu Yang coming over here from the corner of his eyes. What is he doing? Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed with doubt, and then he suddenly realized something, and dispersed the long sword in his hand. The violent 8-tails swept all its tails towards Susanoo, tightly wrapped around its body, and tried to drag Susanoo towards itself. Susanoo's forearms grabbed the 4 tails of the 8-tails respectively, and the 2 sides began to wrestle. In terms of strength, the tailed beast was slightly better after all, and Susanoo was slowly dragged. At this time, Chu Yang had already rushed to a position not far from the 8-tails, and the 8-tails in the fierce battle did not notice Chu Yang approaching it. Chu Yang began to make hand seals. He wanted to use the sealing technique in wood release to restrict the movement of the 8-tails. Of course, this was just a restriction. In order to achieve the effect of the ban, it must be performed by Hashirama Senju himself. It must be Hashirama Senju in Sage mode. As Chu Yang completed the seal, a huge red torii eye appeared above the head of the 8-tails, falling rapidly and landing accurately on its 8-tails. This is the Maya Jinman, a special sealing technique for the tailed beasts in wood release. Originally, Maya Jinman should only be performed in Sage mode, but Chu Yang made some changes to it during his tenure at the school, so that this ninjutsu can be performed even without Sage chakra. The surging tailed beast chakra on the 8-tails suddenly stagnated, just like a car on the highway suddenly stepped on the brakes. The strong 8-tails suddenly softened. With Chu Yang's current wood release level, it is already extremely difficult to limit the 8-tails without learning Sage mode. Good opportunity. Uchiha Madara laughed heartily. Susanoo suddenly exerted force, pulled the 8-tails in front of him, and broke free from the restraints of the tails. chakra gathered in his hands again, and the long sword appeared. Under the control of Uchiha Madara, the 4 long swords slashed at the tails of the 8 tails at the same time. The sound of muscle tearing was heard, and the 8 tails fell down. The painful 8 tails howled to the sky. Uchiha Madara took advantage of the victory, and pursued the 8 tails without giving them time to breathe. The Scarlet Sharingan stared at the 8 tails in an extremely weak state. After a moment, the 8 tails stopped struggling, and their eyes gradually became numb and empty. Chu Yang understood that the 8 tails had been controlled by the Sharingan. Next, Uchiha Madara would seal it, and then hand it over to the right person to become a Jinchuriki. The battle was over, and the Anbu members recovered their ability to move after resting for a while. Everyone came to Uchiha Madara and knelt down one after another without saying a word. Behind the masks were faces of shame. Lord Madara, it's all our fault that we failed to maintain the barrier, which has added a lot of trouble to your battle. Lord Madara, please punish us for our incompetence. Words of apology were heard one after another, but the indifferent Madara only felt that the guys in front of him were very noisy, and said impatiently, with your abilities, you can still stay in the Anbu? When I think that the safety of Konoha has to be protected by guys like you, I really can't feel at ease. Hearing this, the 12 Anbu members buried their heads even lower. Chu Yang felt that if Madara continued to talk, they would have to bury themselves alive in the ground. Thanks Chu Yang. Well, if he hadn't stopped the 8 tails in time, at least half of you guys would have become corpses. After saying that, Madara snorted coldly, turned his head, and looked at Chu Yang, and finally a smile appeared on his cold face. If I'm not mistaken, the ninjutsu just now should be the Marginman that Hashirama developed not long ago. When did he teach you? Chu Yang smiled and made a fool of himself, explaining, the Hokage didn't teach me. I learned it secretly by myself. He didn't even know the exact time when Senju Hashirama learned the Sage Mode, so he could only roughly fool around. Fortunately, Madara had heard of Chu Yang's talent, so he didn't doubt his statement. Madara asked curiously, Hashirama's Marginman needs to be in a special state to be activated, but when you performed it just now, it seemed to break this restriction. Did Senju Tobirama make the changes for you? Chu Yang hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head. Not the teacher, I made some adjustments myself. Hearing this, Madara looked at Chu Yang for a long time, and a strange look appeared on his face. If possible, I really want to snatch you from the Senju clan. After the capture plan of the 8 tails was successfully completed, Chu Yang took the Anbu team back to Konoha for repairs. Madara, who returned to the village first, handed the sealed 8 tails to Senju Tobirama. So far, most of the tailed beasts have been sealed in Konoha, and now only the 9 tails has known use. After this operation, Chu Yang was also recognized in the Anbu, and his reputation gradually spread. Some Anbu members headed by Yang Dao began to get close to Chu Yang, and with the help of the route secretly established by Senju Tobirama, the matter of cultivating power in the Anbu was smoother than Chu Yang expected. The Anbu's problems are going smoothly, but for Chu Yang, the next highlight is to capture the 9 tails. Because the Anbu team did not play the expected effect in the direct battle with the 8 tails before, Uchiha Madara suggested that they withdraw from the action of capturing the 9 tails. In other words, capturing the 9 tails became a matter for Chu Yang and Uchiha Madara. Chu Yang was flattered by Madara's kindness, but he refused in his heart. The scene of the last tailed beast ball destroying the world was still vivid in his mind. To be honest, if that thing hit him, even his ashes might not be found. Therefore, Chu Yang expressed strong opposition in front of Senju Tobirama. Faced with Chu Yang's resistance, Senju Tobirama could not force it, and the plan to capture the 9 tails was temporarily shelved. Demon Destruction World. After completing a large number of ghost hunting missions, Chu Yang fully mastered the state of sun breathing full concentration normal. Judging from the level of breathing alone, Chu Yang is already a pillar level swordsman. Of course, in terms of actual combat power, Chu Yang is far beyond the highest level in this world. Even if Tsukuni Yoriichi is reborn, it is difficult to get an advantage from him. At this moment, if Muzan Kibutsuji dared to appear in front of Chu Yang, he would face a swordsman who is countless times more terrifying than Tsukuni Yoriichi. During this period, Chu Yang was killing evil ghosts almost day and night, and the number was almost reaching 50. This also led to him being well known in the entire Demon Slayer Corps, becoming the hottest new swordsman. Even Yubuyasha Kiyoya was considering whether to promote him to the pillar level. Chu Yang's rapid rise not only attracted the attention of the Demon Slayer Corps, but also attracted the attention of Muzan Kibutsuji. However, because Chu Yang had never used the breath of the sun when hunting evil spirits, Muzan was only a little curious about him, and did not pay too much attention to him. But this does not mean that others do not care about Chu Yang's performance. I heard from other demons that the newcomer's physical fitness is very strong, almost comparable to ours. I don't believe it, so I want to give it a try. Akaza, the upper rank 3, said so. His tone had a sense of superiority, as if he was looking down at Chu Yang from the clouds, and regarded him as an ant. In the 12 demon moons, all demons have the same idea. In their cognition, demons are the manifestation of human evolution, and humans themselves have been eliminated by nature. I'm also curious about who can hunt down such a large number of demons in such a short time. If you find him, please let me know to watch the battle. Upper rank 2 Dauma covered his mouth with a fan and laughed softly. Akaza didn't even look at him, with a look of disdain on his face. He has looked down on Dauma for a long time. Akaza likes to fight against strong people, and he becomes stronger when he meets strong people. Therefore, he can't stand Dauma who hunts women and children all day long, and thinks that the other party lacks the dignity of being a demon. After upper rank 2 and upper rank 3 expressed their interest in Chu Yang, in the eyes of other demons, Chu Yang is already a dead man, and has no value for attention. Including Muzan Kibutsuji also thinks so. Chu Yang didn't know that he had been targeted by Akaza and Dauma. He had just completed a mission and was on his way to the butterfly house. Under the high-intensity hunting of demons, Chu Yang rarely returned to the temple where he practiced with Jayamui of Bimingyu. The reason was simple. He had no time to cook and was too lazy to cook. Jayamui of Beaming Island often had to go out to inspect the movements of the demons, so he was the only one left in the temple. Instead of guarding the dilapidated temple alone, Chu Yang thought it would be better to come to the butterfly house for a meal. As a place for the wounded to recuperate, the food in the butterfly house was delicious and nutritious, and the quantity was particularly large, which could withstand Chu Yang's efforts. The butterfly house also welcomed Chu Yang. Almost all the wounded here regarded Chu Yang as an idol. After all, apart from him, few people in the history of the Demon Slayer Corps could kill such a large number of demons in a short period of time. In addition to worship, many new swordsmen would humbly ask Chu Yang for advice. Whether it was experience against the enemy or sword skills, they could learn a lot. Shinkomo, who was recuperating in the butterfly house, recovered some of her mobility. She didn't want to stay in bed all the time, so she provided some help in the butterfly house to relieve Shinobu Kocho's pressure as Kana's assistant. Her teacher, Sakonji Urakodaki, has never come to the butterfly house once. Shinkomo is waiting for him to come and see her. Chu Yang opened the door of the butterfly house and happened to meet Butterfly Kani, who was about to go out. The two of them met. Kani was as beautiful as ever, and her every move was elegant and gentle. "Where are you going, Senior Kani?" Chu Yang looked at her curiously. Not long ago, Kani asked him to address her as a senior, and not to call her sister in a rigid way. "It's you." Kani smiled gently and said, "I heard that you have killed a lot of evil spirits recently. At this rate, the next time we meet, you may be crowned as a pillar like me. That doesn't matter. Whether you are a pillar or not, it doesn't hinder me from killing demons." Chu Yang smiled, and then continued to ask, "You haven't said where you are going yet?" "Of course, I'm on a mission." Kani sighed and said, "I have to treat the wounded and go on missions. Sometimes I think that I'm really busy. If this goes on, I will really retire early." Chu Yang knew that Kani was pretending. In fact, she enjoyed her current state more than anyone else, but he was too lazy to expose her. Most of the people in the Demon Slayer Corps complained verbally, but their determination to kill demons was incomparably tenacious. "Then I wish you a safe journey." "Thank you." After the two greeted each other, they passed by each other, but after a few steps, Chu Yang suddenly felt a palpitation and turned back suddenly. What came into view was the back of Kani walking slowly forward. She looked so fragile, like a wisp of catkins in the wind, which could be destroyed by the storm at any time. Chu Yang felt as if there was a big stone blocking his heart, and he felt indescribably awkward. Looking at the back of the butterfly Kani walking alone, Chu Yang had a bad premonition and couldn't help but blurt out, "Senior, if you feel bored, I can go with you." Kani paused and looked back in surprise, as if she didn't expect Chu Yang to say such a thing, but immediately, a playful smile appeared on her face. She looked at Chu Yang with a smile. Chu Yang didn't know why he said this inexplicably. He scratched his head and said awkwardly, "If you don't want to, then forget it." Who knew that? Kani smiled and said, "It's really a bit boring to carry out a mission alone." Chapter 73, Encountering a Ghost. A terrifyingly powerful strength. A short chapter of 10,000 words, begging for subscriptions and monthly tickets. At dusk, Chu Yang and Chani walked side by side and came to a remote town. The town is called NG Town, located northeast of Butterfly House. 5 women have disappeared in the town recently, ranging in age from 15 to 25 years old. According to the information sent by the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, the perpetrator is likely to be a powerful evil ghost proficient in blood demon arts, and ordinary swordsmen are not capable of dealing with it, so this task fell on Chani. In fact, the headquarters also knew that it was very hard for Chani to take care of Butterfly House, but there was indeed no suitable manpower to deal with it this time, and the place where the incident happened to be in the area under Chani's jurisdiction. It can be seen here that the transmission of information by the Demon Slayer Corps is somewhat delayed, so Chu Yang, who had just completed the task, was not taken into account. After the two arrived in Anji Town, they immediately felt the gloomy atmosphere of the town. It should be the time when the smoke from cooking was faint, but the whole town was terrifyingly quiet. Rumors that ghosts attacked young women at night had spread like wildfire. Find a B&B to rest, or just patrol nearby. Chu Yang looked around. The sky was gradually getting dark, and there was no place to eat around. Forget it. If we rest tonight, there might be girls in danger. Let's go around the town and maybe we'll find something. Kani shook her head and asked curiously, "You hid your weapons outside. What if you encounter an emergency?" Chu Yang shrugged and said helplessly, "There's no way. If I bring such a big knife to the town, it will definitely cause panic." Kani glared at him unhappily. "Who told you to choose such an exaggerated Nichiren sword as a weapon? Now you know it's inconvenient to carry." "It's really inconvenient, but it's really fun to chop ghosts." Chu Yang gestured in the air and said happily, "Sometimes, you don't even have to aim at the neck. You can chop them into meat paste with one knife." Just imagining the scene described by Chu Yang, Kani felt a little nauseous. She was a skillful swordsman who paid attention to catching weaknesses and killing with one blow. She couldn't understand Chu Yang's violent aesthetics at all. But looking at Chu Yang's face full of absolute confidence, I don't know why Kani always felt that this big boy in front of her could bring unprecedented changes to the Demon Slayer Corps. The two walked on the empty street. One was talking eloquently, the other was listening quietly, with a smile in his eyes. "You two are in such a good mood. In such a quiet place, you still have the leisure to go shopping and chat. It makes people envious. I actually met the person that Akaza had been looking for a long time. It's all thanks to Mingnu." A figure stood at the end of the street. He covered half of his face with a fan and laughed coldly. "You are dressed in fancy clothes, like a charlatan." Although there was no lighting around, Chu Yang could still see the other person's face clearly, especially the two reflected in his pupils. Upper string 2, Dauma. Kani paused and subconsciously pressed her hand on the handle of the Nichiren sword. "Is it a ghost?" Chu Yang nodded and said, "The stench is all over the street. What else could it be but a ghost? He should be the culprit who caused those girls to disappear. The guy over there is really rude." Dauma pretended to be sad and said, "The stench is really too much. I bathe with flower petals every day. It's really disgusting." Kani looked at Dauma indifferently, not hiding her disgust. "A beautiful girl like you tastes the best." Dauma raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Kani with greedy eyes. Faced with such a provocation, how could Kani still endure it? She pulled out the Nichiren sword from her waist, and in an instant, flower petals scattered all over the sky, carrying boundless murderous aura. This momentum. Dauma put away his playful smile and stared at the beautiful girl in front of him. Should it be the pillar? TSK, my luck is really good. The knife flashed, sweeping a large number of petals towards Dauma, with several sharp slashes hidden in it. Dauma laughed. Then he waved the fan in his hand, and a large number of petals appeared beside him. The only difference is that these petals are condensed from frost, as thin as a cicada's wing but extremely sharp. The white petals and the pink petals collided with each other, just like the winter when everything is silent and the spring when everything revives. Two completely different forces are competing. The intersection of the two color petals. The Nichiren sword in Kana's hand accurately slashed towards Dauma's neck. Excellent swordsmanship. Dauma's eyes flashed with praise, and he raised his fan to block the Nichiren sword. Another fan covered with frost, flashing with a cold light, slashed towards Kana's wrist holding the knife. Kani, who missed the attack, quickly retreated and avoided Dauma's attack. Just when she was about to distance herself from the other party, it was too late. A frost storm suddenly erupted between the two of them, blinding Kani. When she came to her senses, Dauma was already standing behind her. Kana's back collided with the other party. Dauma grabbed Kana's wrist with a strong force, which hurt her, and almost made him lose his grip on the Nichiren sword in his hand. The smell of you is really making me drool. Dauma lowered his head and his lips got closer and closer to Kana's face. Kana's face turned pale. The next second, half of Dauma's head exploded. Blood and dirt were scattered all over the ground. At first glance, it looked like a watermelon exploded. You talk too much. Chu Yang grabbed Dauma's remaining half of his head with cold eyes. Do you have any other skills besides bullying women? Dauma opened the remaining half of his mouth and roared silently. Impatient Chu Yang raised his leg and kicked him out. Senior, are you okay? Chu Yang looked down at the frightened Kani and said, that guy is upper rank too. Very different from ordinary demons. Not easy to kill. Without the Nichiren sword made of gorilla, or as a weapon, it is indeed difficult to curb the regeneration ability of demons with bare hands. Chu Yang had just felt this. In the previous punch, Chu Yang was going to blow up Dauma's head, but it was a little off. But in a very short time, half of the opponent's head popped out. Kani nodded. She also noticed Dauma's abnormal pupil number, and her heart suddenly became heavy. This was her first time fighting against an upper rank demon. On the other hand, Chu Yang actually caused severe damage to Dauma without a weapon, which shocked Kani. Dauma, whose injuries recovered in the blink of an eye, looked at Chu Yang with fear. With the sharpness of his five senses, he didn't even notice the punch just now. This guy is a bit weird. Dauma didn't dare to be careless, staring at Chu Yang with his eyes. Compared with him, the threat that Kani could pose to him was almost negligible. I didn't expect the rumor to be true. Your body is really comparable to a ghost. Dauma's eyes flashed red, and he suddenly wanted to know what it felt like to eat Chu Yang's flesh and blood. Comparable? Chu Yang sneered disdainfully. You monsters are too high-minded. As soon as the voice fell, two streams of white mist spurted out of Chu Yang's nostrils, and the sun breathing began to operate. The white mist turned into a blazing flame in the repeated cycle. Kani, who was standing aside, was also surprised. She clearly remembered that Chu Yang was practicing the rock breathing, so why did the movement of the breathing sound like the flame breathing? As the sun breathing operated steadily, Chu Yang's body temperature rose rapidly, and more white mist came out of his body, and the flames were brilliant, just like the ancient fire god. No, it should be said that it was the sun god. The unusual burning feeling made Dauma feel like facing the sun directly. The threat of death was suddenly very clear. Dauma, who was far away, could clearly feel the pressure from Chu Yang, which made him feel suffocated. He had only felt this feeling when his master, Muzan Kibutsuji, was angry. Chu Yang took a step forward and instantly disappeared from Dauma's sight. Dauma, who felt the crisis, immediately used the blood demon technique, and the ice crystals around him quickly condensed and gathered into two huge ice sculptures of girls, guarding Dauma on both sides. The next moment, Chu Yang suddenly appeared in front of Dauma and waved his fist at him. The flames covered the sky and reflected on his right fist, blooming a bright red light. The ice sculptures of girls on both sides of Dauma crossed in front of him, spewing ice mist from their mouths, and the temperature around them dropped by dozens of degrees in an instant. But the ice mist evaporated the moment it touched the flames, and the two ice sculptures of girls that lay in front of Dauma were also shattered by the indestructible fist. Chu Yang's fist was still powerful, but became more and more fierce, smashing into Daoma's face. Daoma knew that, if he took the punch head on, he would most likely be smashed to pieces by the young man in front of him, so he could only try to avoid it. Daoma, who had always been arrogant, chose to retreat for the first time in a battle with a human. Although he didn't want to admit it, Daoma really felt humiliated at this moment. Daoma wanted to retreat, but was pressed down by Chu Yang's fist, unable to move his legs. The whole person seemed to be trapped in a quagmire, and the indescribable oppression made his face distorted. His hair and clothes became messy under the pressure, and he was quite embarrassed. Damn it. Daoma gritted his teeth, and raised his arms to block, deciding to resist with his body. He didn't believe that Chu Yang could really kill him with his fists. However, when Chu Yang's fist really touched Daoma's arms, his arms suddenly deflated, and the bones made a teeth-grinding sound. Daoma once again overestimated himself, and underestimated Chu Yang. Seeing that he was about to pay a very tragic price, a figure suddenly appeared between the two. The uninvited guest hit Chu Yang's arm from the side, causing most of Chu Yang's strength to hit the empty space. Chu Yang twisted his body, drew a semicircle, and swung his fist like a sledgehammer, hitting the guy who helped Daoma out. The uninvited guest was hit by Chu Yang's punch and flew out. He hit Daoma hard, and both of them were knocked away by Chu Yang, destroying many buildings along the way. When the dust settled, Chu Yang could see who was coming. Beside Daoma, Akaza's arm was twisted and twisted. Obviously he was hit very strongly, but he didn't care, and there was an excitement in his eyes. I didn't believe that humans could have such a strong body at first, until I felt your strength just now. Akaza was shaking with excitement. You should choose to evolve like us, instead of continuing to waste your talent. Sorry, my biggest hobby is sunbathing. Chu Yang looked indifferent, but his eyes were full of murderous intent, and the flames on his body were burning more and more fiercely. Upper string 2 plus upper string 3, that's a lot of power. I wonder if Musen will feel bad if I kill you. Akaza's whole body crackled, his bones returning to their original shape. He smiled provocatively. Don't worry, you don't have this chance. Daoma whispered, you hold him back, I'll go kill that woman, and then I'll reunite with you. Akaza sneered and said, reunite? There's no need at all. I'll kill him directly. Hearing this, Daoma didn't bother to pay attention to this reckless man. His eyes never left Kanny. On the other side, Kanny keenly sensed the killing intent. Judging from the situation on the field, she was undoubtedly a burden to Chu Yang, and she suddenly realized it in her heart. No matter which one of them comes to kill me, I will do my best to hold the other one back. Kanny whispered in Chu Yang's ear, focus on the battle, don't worry about me, don't be distracted. No need. Chu Yang shook his head and said, I will kill both of them, you protect yourself. Kanny looked at him in astonishment. The absolute confidence that Chu Yang exuded made Kanny feel that he could really fight two at once. At this time, Daoma and Akaza both moved. One of them rushed towards Chu Yang, and the other rushed towards Kanny. Chu Yang's eyes were cold, and his figure suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already between Akaza and Daoma. Chu Yang held Daoma with one hand and Akaza with the other, and smashed them down hard. Boom boom! Exclamation mark. The ground cracked, tearing open a hole, and swallowing the two ghosts. Akaza, who was just talking nonsense, was completely suppressed by a terrifying force. He was very unconvinced. He pinched Chu Yang's forearm with both hands, and his veins bulged all over his body. He used all his strength, but the hand pressing on his head did not move at all. Akaza realized how big the power gap between the two sides was. This is impossible. Akaza stared at Chu Yang frantically. He didn't know whether he was angry or afraid, or because he was overexerting himself. His body began to tremble obviously. Humans can never have this level of power. Really? Chu Yang replied indifferently, and the strength in his hand increased again, forcibly pressing Akaza's head into the ground. Daoma on the other side was also resisting. He tried to freeze Chu Yang's arm, but the abnormally high temperature on Chu Yang's body would melt the frost in an instant. The high temperature continued to burn Daoma's skin, and the pain was unbearable. Daoma began to scream horribly. At this moment, he suddenly remembered a terrible punishment in the ancient eastern country. The punishment of burning. Chu Yang's palm was like a red hot iron block pressing on Daoma's face. If this continued, Daoma felt that his face would melt directly. Damn it. In all these years, Akaza had never experienced such humiliation. Being pressed to the ground, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. If the two of you are only at this level, then today there will be 2 fewer demons in the 12 moons. Chu Yang's domineering declaration kept echoing in Kana's ears, and there was only shock on her face. Are the upper ranks such weak demons? Kani couldn't help but have this thought in her heart, but Daoma's terrible strength before made her quickly dispel this ridiculous idea. If it weren't for Chu Yang, she would have been injured long ago. It's not that they are too weak, it's that guy is too strong. Kani looked at Chu Yang, who could suppress 2 upper ranks of evil demons with his own strength, with a complicated expression. Chu Yang's strength even made her waver. Could this guy really not be human? No, if he is really a ghost, how could he move in the sun? Kani shook her head desperately. Originally, with her temperament, she would never have such fantasies on the battlefield, but everything in front of her was too incredible. It was clearly late at night, but Chu Yang was like a little sun, shining brightly. He dispelled the darkness around him and brought a reassuring warmth. However, this warmth fell on Akaza and Daoma, but it was a heart-piercing pain, which made them both think of the scene when they were first exposed to the sun. The burning heat ingrained in the depths of their souls was still fresh in their memory. Intuition told them that, if they continued to be suppressed by the flames on Chu Yang, they would be burned to death sooner or later. The desire to survive greatly stimulated their potential, allowing Daoma and Akaza to burst out with very powerful power at the same time, and there was a tendency to shake Chu Yang. The desire to survive is the core driving force for the continuous evolution of ghosts besides blood. The strong will can help them rebuild their injured bodies and break through the defects and limits of ghosts. Destruction killing chaos style. Akaza extended his fists, no longer defending blindly, and took the initiative to attack Chu Yang, counter-attacking with the mentality of exchanging death for injury, even if his head was crushed by Chu Yang. But Daoma obviously didn't have this awareness. The terrifying power that was always shrouding his face made him dare not let go. He waited silently, hoping that Akaza's explosion would reveal Chu Yang's flaws. If he gave up resistance and fought back like Akaza, his head would be crushed by Chu Yang in the next second. Akaza's fists were so fast that the naked eye could not see them clearly. The blurred fist shadows were like meteors that cut through the night and landed accurately on Chu Yang's chest. Under normal circumstances, let alone humans, even any of the 12 demons in the 12 demon moons could not directly block such a fierce attack. But Chu Yang was like a big Buddha sitting in the world, facing the violent storm-like attack. He did not move. The fists fell on him, and only the sound of metal and stone clashing continued to be heard. Ding ding dang dang. Chu Yang's mouth corners slightly raised. The armament haki on his body, when it only covers the upper body, is very hard. With Akaza's strength, it is impossible to break it. Only when Muzan takes action himself can there be some hope. Daoma, who saw everything, was extremely shocked. Watching the scene in front of him from a third-person perspective, it was too terrifying for a ghost. He even began to doubt whether he could really survive from this man's hands. Akaza also showed despair. Why can this man resist all his attacks with his flesh? Can he really not get hurt? Is there really such a person in the world? This is impossible. Even if it is Lord Muzan, I'm confident that he can get hurt. Ghosts are the greatest life, the highest level of evolution, and the only chosen by heaven. Humans are just eliminated ants. Akaza, who fell into madness, had scholar eyes, and his expression became more and more fierce and ferocious. The fighting spirit on his body was burning like a flame, and to a certain extent, it blocked the light like the sun. Daoma's eyes gleamed. He saw the hope of life. Finally he made up his mind to fight for his life with Akaza. The temperature of the air dropped suddenly, and even a thick layer of frost condensed on the ground behind Daoma. You two are really good at tossing. If you accept your fate, you can suffer less. Chu Yang felt that this sentence was a bit wrong, and shook his head and said, you have to be punished, otherwise those lives that died in vain will be too pitiful. Don't talk to me in that condescending tone. Do you think you are Lord Muzan? Akaza completely exploded and stood up slowly despite the horrible pressure on his body, gradually showing the momentum to compete with Chu Yang. Chu Yang couldn't help but show an admiring expression. As a warrior, Akaza was perfect. His fighting spirit and will were both excellent. Among the 12 demons, only he and the number 1 ranked Kokushibo could be called strong. The tortured Dama took the opportunity to escape from Chu Yang's clutches and retreated to a safe distance with lingering fear. The idea of attacking Chu Yang together with Akaza just now gradually dissipated. He wanted to escape, but he was a little hesitant and fell into a dilemma. At this moment, his injuries did not show any signs of improvement. His originally handsome face was like a rag hanging on his neck. This feeling is really the same as being severely burned by the sun. There is something wrong with this guy's breathing method. Dama, who realized this, suddenly flashed a scene he had never seen before in his mind. In the picture, a man with red hori, red sun earrings and red black hair stood in front of him. The man stood in the darkness, staring at him indifferently. The fear hidden deep in his cell suddenly broke out. Dama suddenly realized that this was not his own memory, but the memory of Muzan Kibutsuji. What kind of man could force Muzan-sama into a desperate situation? When this question came to his mind, Dama subconsciously looked at Chu Yang with a stunned expression. Isn't this the man in front of him? At the same time, Akaza was fighting bloody battles, and his blood dyed the entire street red. In contrast, Chu Yang was clean and didn't look like he was going through a big battle. Whether Chu Yang broke his arm or his leg, Akaza could recover from his injuries in a few breaths, but seeing that his attack couldn't even damage the opponent's clothes, the determined Akaza still felt powerless in his heart. At this time, Kani, who was watching the battle, noticed the fatigue that flashed across Akaza's face and felt relieved. She laughed heartily and said, "You are desperate, right? Now it is finally your turn as a group of monsters to feel such despair. But your despair is nothing compared to the despair that ordinary people feel when they meet a demon, and it is nothing compared to the despair that most members of the Demon Slayer Corps feel when fighting you. Feel it well. Fall into hell with this despair." Kani's voice was very harsh, igniting Akaza's anger and his remaining courage. He resolutely launched the final full-strength attack. Destruction Kill Final Style. Akaza's fighting spirit turned into a sky full of flying needles, like a torrential rain falling head-on at Chu Yang. Chu Yang slowly walked towards Akaza. Every step he took, the surroundings would be baptized by the rain of needles. The floor tiles shattered, and in the blink of an eye it became a ruin. When Chu Yang stood in front of Akaza unscathed, Dama's psychological defense line completely collapsed. In addition to escaping, he had no other thoughts. This evil spirit who sat high in the second position of the waxing moon finally experienced the feeling of being an ant. "Akaza, you just sleep well here. I will report your bravery to Lord Muzan." As if feeling sorry, Dama muttered something when he left. But a gust of petals were blown by the wind and fell right in front of him. Dama's expression was stiff. When he looked up, he saw Kani's smiling face with a mocking look. "I won't let you leave here." Kani's tone was firm and resolute, and there was hatred for demons accumulated over the years. Dama was almost going crazy with anger. Who dared to stop him these days? He had a gloomy face and a cruel smile on his face. "Who do you think you are? Just because he can kill us doesn't mean you can too. It doesn't matter. After he kills that ghost, it will be your turn soon." Kani said indifferently, "The worst case scenario is that I die in your hands. As long as you don't have a chance to escape, I don't care." Dama took a deep breath. The woman in front of him had already made the worst plan, so he would definitely not be able to get away easily. Akaza stared at Chu Yang in a daze. He was only one step away from him, but the man in front of him was like a god sitting in the clouds, making people want to look up unconsciously. But Akaza had his own god of faith, so Chu Yang's appearance severely shook his faith. For a warrior, the shaking of faith is more serious than physical injury. This is a wound that cannot be healed. "Why are you so powerful?" Akaza asked his question again, but he questioned his firm belief. It turns out that ghosts are not a manifestation of human evolution. Humans can be so strong. Maybe it's because I often bask in the sun. Sunlight can promote the body's absorption of calcium and strengthen the body. Chu Yang said seriously, but he had already laughed in his heart. It was originally a joke, but I didn't expect Akaza to listen to it and fall into deep doubt. Is it because I don't bask in the sun that I'm not strong enough? Ghosts can't walk in the sun. It's really a fatal flaw. Akaza closed his eyes. Chu Yang sighed, then smashed the opponent's neck with a punch, and regret flashed in his eyes. Akaza's name was Komaji when he was alive. He was a good person. In his youth, he often committed theft in order to treat his seriously ill father. Although he took some detours, it was understandable. At least, he was a filial child. His father felt that he had dragged Komaji down and chose to hang himself. After losing his only relative, Komaji became extreme and irritable. If he hadn't met Master King Zhang who taught him martial arts later, he might have gone astray. Komaji was 15 years old that year. Komaji settled down in the master's dojo, but he was the only disciple in the whole dojo. Master King Zhang's wife had just passed away, leaving behind a sick daughter, and the two depended on each other. Master King Zhang did not have any prejudice against Komaji because of the mistakes he had made before, and he also gave his sick daughter, Koyuki, to him to take care of, fully demonstrating his trust. In this way, Komaji spent a quiet and warm period of time. During this period, Koyuki fell in love with this seemingly ferocious, but actually very gentle child. Komaji, who had not lived a glorious life before, never realized the fact that Koyuki liked him. At the age of 18, Master King Zhang planned to hand over the dojo to Komaji and let his daughter and Komaji make an engagement. Komaji took Koyuki to watch a beautiful fireworks display, and the two confessed their feelings to each other. In order to inform his deceased father of the good news of his marriage, the excited Komaji returned to his hometown on purpose. However, fate played a trick on him, and it was this short separation that separated Komaji and Koyuki forever. The kendo field next door has always been jealous of Master King Zhang who has few disciples, but can guard a large dojo. The two sides have been resentful of each other, but they have been hiding their grievances, because they are not the opponents of Master King Zhang and Komaji. As Komaji returned to his hometown, this group of scum chose to poison the well, and killed Master King Zhang and Liang Su. Komaji, who thought he could finally usher in happiness, collapsed. He killed 67 people in the kendo field with his bare hands, emptied the entire dojo, and completely cut off the inheritance. Then, he met Muzan Kibutsuji and became Akaza. Over the long years, Akaza forgot all of Komaji's memories, leaving only his obsession with being strong, because in the depths of his soul, he always thought that he was not strong enough, so he did not protect his family. If I become as strong as this person, then my life may be completely different, right? Before his life disappeared, Akaza's mind merged with Chu Yang's figure, and the head that fell to the ground showed a relieved smile. Seeing Akaza completely reduced to ashes, Chu Yang felt a little sorry. After becoming a demon, Akaza never took the initiative to hunt ordinary people. Most of the civilians who died because of him were affected in the battle. But this does not mean that Akaza is innocent. His crime is just lighter than other demons, that's all. If fate can treat this young man a little better, his life will really be very different. There is no time to lament for Komaji's miserable life. Chu Yang rushed straight to Dauma who was fighting with Kani. Dauma, who wanted to escape, was extremely cruel. Kani had been injured in many places at this time, and her beautiful Hori was covered with blood. Get out. Seeing Chu Yang rushing towards him aggressively, Dauma's expression became more and more ferocious. Even Akaza had no power to fight back, and as an upper rank 2, he might not be able to resist for a few more rounds. Kani showed a happy expression. The more desperate Dauma was, the happier she was. Frost and ice erupted with Dauma as the center. A huge statue of Bodhisattva in the ice and snow blocked Chu Yang. The Bodhisattva made of ice clasped his hands together, with a compassionate look. Chu Yang showed a disdainful smile. Although they were both Buddhas, the Bodhisattva made by Dauma was completely different from the Bodhisattva worshipped by Beiming Gai Uzingming in the temple. In Chu Yang's opinion, the Bodhisattva made of ice had no mercy at all, and the hypocritical attitude made people feel even more disgusted. The Bodhisattva raised his hand knife high and fell without hesitation with a force of 10,000 pounds. Chu Yang, who was full of anger, suddenly kicked the ground and rushed out like a cannonball. While dodging the hand knife, he knocked a big hole in the Bodhisattva. He fell directly in front of Dauma. The two faced each other, and each other's expressions were clearly visible. Under Dauma's horrified eyes, Chu Yang reached out and pressed his head. Like pulling a carrot, he pulled it out from his neck. Pop! It was not until the head left the body and Dauma's eyes met Chu Yang's cold eyes that he realized one thing belatedly: I'm going to die. Except for the ancestor Musen Kibutsuji himself, all the ghosts created by him have a fatal weakness. That is, after being beheaded, the ghosts always have only one end, which is death. Only a strong will to survive can break through the limit of the ghost, ignore the beheading, and recreate the body. Being able to achieve this is also called breaking the limit. For so many years, except for Yoriai Chitsujukoku, no one can bring such terrible pressure to the ghosts, and they naturally cannot touch this supreme realm. Akaza was impressed by Chu Yang's strength and gave up the chance to live because he knew that no matter how many times he was reborn, he could not defeat the monster-like man in front of him. And Dauma did not have such a tenacious will from the beginning. He was gifted and had not suffered any hardships. He was a born villain who enjoyed bullying the weak. Dauma and Akaza are two completely different lives, and there is no comparison at all. This guy's actually afraid. Kani, who lost too much blood, walked weakly, but still dragged her tired body to Dauma. After a brief moment of fear, Dauma's expression returned to normal. He looked at Kani indifferently and said regretfully, "It's a pity that I couldn't let you and I go to the underworld together. It should have been fun. It doesn't matter. Those who were harmed by you will wait for you on the road until we meet again." Kani said indifferently, with a glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes, "Go there and accept your punishment." Dauma laughed softly, staring at Chu Yang and said, "I'm looking forward to the day when you meet Master Musen. Will it be the end of the era of demons, or will the Demon Slayer Corps be completely annihilated in history? It's a pity that I can't see this day. It has nothing to do with you." Chu Yang threw Dauma's head out and watched him burn to ashes in the flames of the sun breathing. Kani breathed a sigh of relief, and a tide of fatigue came over her instantly. She couldn't hold on any longer and staggered to the ground. Chu Yang was quick to grab her shoulders and let her lean on him. "I'm sorry, I didn't help much in the battle just now, and I have to trouble you to take care of me." The weak Kani squinted her eyes and mumbled. If Chu Yang hadn't had good hearing, he wouldn't have heard her at all. "When I was in the butterfly house, didn't the senior take care of me all the time?" "Don't be so polite," Chu Yang said, and then slowly injected the wood-release chakra into Kani's body to help her restore her vitality. The battle just now has attracted many people, standing in front of their doors and windows to watch. Fortunately, it was late at night, and it was pitch black outside. They couldn't see anything. Chu Yang's crows have already passed the information back to the headquarters. It won't be long before the logistics personnel will arrive. After a while, Kani's complexion improved a lot, and she was barely able to walk, so the two took advantage of the night to leave the town. If they stayed any longer, the residents of the town would be unable to hold back. Not long after the two left the town, they met the Invisible, who came on the small road outside the town. Kani's sister Kocho Shinobu was also in the crowd. After seeing Kani covered in blood, she could no longer hold back and rushed out. The two sisters hugged each other. Kocho Shinobu burst into tears. It was the first time that Chu Yang saw her cry so sadly, and he couldn't help but stand aside and admire her with relish. Who knew that Chu Yang would be in trouble soon after watching? "You idiot, why did you follow Sister Kani here? It's because of you that Sister Kani was injured," Kocho Shinobu said angrily. "If it wasn't for protecting you, how could Sister Kani be injured by the ghost?" Chu Yang smacked his lips. He still liked Kocho Shinobu a few years later. Although she was vicious and liked to be weird, she was still cuter than the little girl in front of him. At least she wouldn't wrongly accuse anyone. Some members of the Invisible stayed to take care of Kani, and the other part went to the town to clean up. The fierce battle between the two sides destroyed many public facilities. But everyone ignored Chu Yang, because this guy was clean all over, not to mention blood. Even his clothes were not torn. In the eyes of others, it was Kani who risked her life to protect Chu Yang. Kani grabbed the corner of Kocho Shinobu's clothes, pulled Kocho Shinobu, who was roaring, back to her side, and said with a wry smile, "Don't embarrass yourself. If it weren't for Chu Yang, I would have died long ago. He killed 2 ghosts alone, and I couldn't help at all. Kanna's voice was not loud, but it clearly entered everyone's ears. Everyone's actions paused for a moment, then returned to normal, and continued to be busy. Kocho Shinobu was also stunned for a moment, subconsciously thinking that she had heard it wrong, until she saw her sister's serious look. Didn't he hold you back and make you injured? Kocho Shinobu looked at her sister in disbelief and asked. To be precise, I held him back. We just met the upper string 2 and upper string 3 of the 12 demon moons. I'm not a match for any of them. Kanny frankly told what happened just now, and admitted openly that she was not a match for the ghosts. As a pillar, it takes a lot of courage to say such words. Silence. The scene was terrifyingly quiet. The fact that Chu Yang killed 2 evil spirits alone and protected the flower pillar was shocking in itself. But what was even more shocking was the identity of the 2 evil spirits. Upper Moon 2, Upper Moon 3. For these late stage personnel, it was horrifying enough to hear about the waning moon from the wounded. They had never seen a member of the Demon Slayer Corps who was alive to tell the information about the upper moon. Because everyone who met the upper moon was dead, including all the former pillar level swordsmen. Seeing the horrified expressions of the people around her, Kanny suddenly realized something and asked Chu Yang in surprise, what information did your crows pass out? Chu Yang shrugged and replied, they said you were injured and asked them to send someone to treat you quickly. Why didn't you report to the Lord that you killed the waxing moon? Kanny was a little dizzy with anger and asked word by word, you guys have to pick out important things to pass on. I picked out important things to say. Chu Yang said as a matter of course, you are injured like that, isn't it important? Kanna's scolding voice stopped abruptly, and she looked at Chu Yang with a dull look, and then her fair face began to turn red, spreading from the roots of her ears to her neck. Kocho Shinobu didn't have time to care about how Chu Yang killed the waxing moon, and her eyes kept wandering between the 2 of them, like a spectator. Oh, there is something wrong with these 2 people. Chapter 74 The Man Who Ends Everything. 10,000 word chapter. Please subscribe. The intelligence that described the battle process with the 2 waxing moons in detail was officially sent out and arrived at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters at dawn. Yubuaya Yoya, who was unable to sleep due to illness, received the report as soon as possible. After reading the first page of the report, his hands holding the letter trembled involuntarily. After reading all the contents with excitement, Yubuaya Yoya breathed a long sigh of relief, as if he had spit out all the anger accumulated over the years. Yubuaya Amane, who heard the noise, entered the room and saw her husband sitting by the window. She thought her husband would feel uncomfortable because of the illness, but she didn't expect that he was smiling all over his face. What happened to make you so happy? Yubuaya Amane slowly walked to her husband and put on his coat. The wind was strong at night. For a patient like him, if he was not careful, he would be seriously ill the next day. Amane, do you believe that there are people in the world who can kill demons with their own strength? Yubuaya Yoya was still in the afterglow of excitement, and his whole body was trembling slightly, which made his wife think that he was cold and covered him with another coat. Yubuaya Amane said angrily, doesn't every swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps kill demons with his own skills? What's the big deal? It's worth it for you to sit by the window in the middle of the night and blow the cold wind. No matter how powerful a swordsman is, he still needs to use the Nichiren sword to cut off the neck of a demon. I'm talking about the kind of person who doesn't need the Nichiren sword and can kill demons with just the strength of his body. Yubuaya Yoya looked at his wife with a burning gaze, as sincere as a child. You should be past the age of hero worship. Yubuaya Amane shook her head and laughed, but soon she couldn't laugh anymore, because her husband's eyes were extremely serious, as if he was talking about something real. But this kind of thing seemed like a fairy tale to everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps, because no one knew better than them how powerful the demons were. The existence that could crush such a monster with its flesh could only be a more powerful monster. It could never be a human. Yubuaya Amane noticed the action report in her husband's hand. She took a deep breath and asked, is it what is written in this report that makes you think this way? Yubuaya Yoya handed the report to his wife and smiled gently. Take a look. The content inside may subvert your imagination. Yubuyashiki Amane took the report and read it for a long time. During this period, her expression changed again and again. Finally, she put down the information and asked, "Is the content inside credible?" Every piece of information from the Demon Slayer Corps was passed on at the cost of the lives of the team members. The Yubuyashiki family has never questioned this. This may be the first time. So, when Yubuyashiki Amane asked a question, she was stunned. This is the information sent back by Kani. As for the person she mentioned in the information, I mentioned it to you not long ago. Yubuyashiki Amane began to recall every word her husband had said to her. Is it the stepson that Mr. Xingming accepted? Yubuyashiki Amane suddenly realized, and then her expression gradually became shocked. I remember that it was only a few months since he took the final exam. There are always some people in this world who are gifted. Yubuyashiki Yoya smiled softly, then closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. The room became quiet, and Yubuyashiki Amane watched her husband quietly from the side. After a long time, Yubuyashiki Yoya said in a deep voice, "I will hold a meeting of the pillars." Tokyo. As the ancestor of demons, Muzan Kibutsuji is now living in the home of a drugstore in the image of a child. He is not here to enjoy the rich life of a medical family, but for the rich medical collection of this family. From the day he became a demon, Muzan Kibutsuji has been pursuing one thing unswervingly: Blue Spider Lily. No matter how many ancient books Muzan Kibutsuji read, he did not find any records about Blue Spider Lily, so that he doubted whether this flower really existed. Whenever he thought that the so-called Blue Spider Lily might not exist, Muzan would immediately fall into an extremely irritable mood. When Muzan was in a bad mood, the number of missing people in Tokyo skyrocketed. Muzan, who was flipping through a book, suddenly had a picture he had never seen before flash through his mind. In the picture, he was being held in someone's hand and looked at with extremely contemptuous eyes. The look made him instantly recall the swordsman who had forced him into a desperate situation hundreds of years ago. As more and more pictures flooded into his mind, Muzan's expression became more and more ferocious. His anger even made it difficult for him to maintain the form of a child, and he almost revealed his true self. In the strong anger, there was also a trace of inexplicable fear. How could such a person exist in the world? Did he also take some special medicine? Or is he another ghost created by the doctor besides himself? Countless questions came one after another, like a tide sweeping over Muzan's mind. The absolute power displayed by Chu Yang had nothing to do with the word human. Since Chu Yang killed Dauma and Akaza with his bare hands, Muzan did not associate the terrifying boy in his mind with the rookie swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps mentioned in the intelligence not long ago. When Muzan watched the whole process of Akaza's death, the fear hidden in the depths of his soul, accompanied by deep self-doubt, began to expand wildly. That familiar flame like the scorching sun was a terrifying nightmare that Muzan could never erase in his life. He knew very well that it was the breathing of the sun. Impossible. I was in that era and killed all the swordsmen who knew the breathing of the sun. This breathing method cannot still exist in the world. It must be impossible. Muzan wanted to deny the existence of the breathing of the sun, but the clear picture in his mind was slapping him in the face. The domineering flames wrapped around Chu Yang's body could even suppress 2 waxing moons at the same time. After seeing the flames on Chu Yang, Muzan was sure that the other party must be a human, because no ghost in the world could withstand the burning of the breathing of the sun. The intense fear made Muzan's body tremble uncontrollably. As the ancestor of demons, he could not calm himself down. The inhuman ability displayed by Chu Yang far exceeded that of Jigoku Yoriichi at that time. Although Jigoku Yoriichi was powerful at that time, he still needed the sword in his hand to kill the evil demons. But Chu Yang didn't need it. He could blow up the head of the upper moon with a pair of fists. I must gather the remaining demons in the 12 demon moons. Muzan Kibutsuji suppressed his fear and summoned his subordinates. The demons who received the order began to gather in the infinite city. Muzan Kibutsuji brought not only a curse to the Yubuyashiki clan, but also a magical ability to predict. When the Yubuyashiki clan was determined to eradicate Muzan Kibutsuji, the ability to predict gradually appeared in the descendants of this clan. With the ability to predict the future, the Yubuyashiki clan escaped Muzan Kibutsuji's pursuit several times. and continue to expand the Demon Slayer core and deal with it for 1,000 years. Yubuyashiki Yoya was eager to see Chu Yang, hoping to learn about the future from him. This might be the biggest turning point for the Yubuyashiki clan in 1,000 years. Crows kept coming in and out, and countless messages came and went, and finally gathered into two big words. Gather. For a while, the pillars scattered all over the place temporarily put down their work, and returned to the headquarters as quickly as possible. Kani, who returned to the butterfly house to recuperate, also received an order. But unlike other pillars, she had an extra condolence from Yubuyashiki Yoya. The gathering time was 5 days later, and her body would have almost recovered by then, so she would not miss this meeting of the pillars. Chu Yang naturally received the order to gather, and he was the protagonist of this meeting. Inside the butterfly house, Shinobu Kocho, who had just changed the gauze for her sister, saw Chu Yang standing in the courtyard basking in the sun when she left the room. The other party was lying under a cherry tree enjoying the rare sunshine. It has been rainy in recent days. Shinobu Kocho stood there and looked at Chu Yang for a long time. Her face gradually turned red, and she recalled the last time she made trouble for Chu Yang. Although she could convince herself that it was human nature to be concerned, Shinobu Kocho still felt a little guilty. If it weren't for Chu Yang, she might really have lost her only relative forever. What are you doing here alone? Shinobu Kocho wanted to apologize, but she didn't care about being embarrassed. She walked up to Chu Yang with her head held high. The word came to her lips, but she stopped. Don't chat with me knowingly. If you want to apologize, just apologize. Don't waste time doing meaningless things. Chu Yang, who was half asleep and half awake, glanced at her and mercilessly broke the girl's embarrassment. Shinobu Kocho glared at him in anger, but she didn't continue to be stubborn. She honestly said sorry to Chu Yang. Chu Yang smiled and nodded. Very good, I accept your apology. Hearing this, Shinobu Kocho felt relieved, and immediately felt that Chu Yang was much more pleasing to the eye. She asked with a smile, I heard that you are going to this meeting with your sister? After all, we killed 2 evil spirits who ranked high in the waxing moon. The headquarters must have a detailed understanding of the whole process. Senior Kana's report alone is not enough. Chu Yang looked at the sky leisurely. Kocho Shinobu looked at him from the side. She always felt that he didn't seem to care too much about the current tense situation. Thinking of this, Kocho Shinobu suddenly became curious again. She asked carefully, how strong is the waxing moon? Is it really like what Sister Kani said, that it is difficult to match the opponent with only one pillar? Chu Yang picked up a few fallen cherry blossoms and chewed them dry in his mouth. When the fragrance of the flowers filled his mouth, he said vaguely, it depends on the situation. Even between the pillars, there is still a gap in strength. If it is Mr. Xingming, he can still suppress one of Dauma or Akaza in a one-on-one fight. Kocho Shinobu blurted out, what if it is like you, 1 against 2? Chu Yang did not answer Kocho Shinobu's question. She began to appreciate the ever-changing clouds without distraction. Shinobu Kocho did not continue to ask. Although she did not get a direct answer from Chu Yang, she already had her own answer in her heart. You two are quite leisurely. Kani, wearing a white feather, walked over slowly. Her face was a little rosier than before. Sister, you should rest more in the room. Shinobu Kocho hurriedly walked towards Kani, wanting to reach out to help her, but was rejected by Kani. We have rested enough. It's time to prepare for the meeting. Chu Yang, you should also pack up. Kani smiled. Her voice was gentle, and she spoke slowly, without giving people a feeling of being forced. I don't have anything to pack. If you have no problem, we can set off now. Chu Yang stood up and patted the dirt on his body. Shinobu Kocho turned her head and glared at Chu Yang, saying, Sister's injury hasn't healed yet, can't you wait a little longer? Why are you so anxious? It's not him who's anxious, it's me. Kani tapped Shinobu Kocho's forehead with her fingers and said unhappily, other pillars have arrived at the headquarters one after another, and we haven't set off yet. Are we going to let the Lord in them wait like this? The aggrieved Shinobu Kocho's eyes were covered with a layer of mist, and she looked at Kani pitifully. Anyway, during the time I'm away, you and Shinkomo should take care of the butterfly house and take good care of Kaneo. She is still young and has experienced some bad things. Kani spoke, and her voice became smaller and smaller. Shinobu Kocho looked up and found that her sister's eyes were as tearful as hers. Kani suddenly hugged Kocho Shinobu tightly in her arms. Zio Shinobu, wait a little longer. We will end this soon. Then you can be an ordinary girl. Enjoy your own life. Don't have to run around in the butterfly house all day and worry about my safety. Don't worry about me, sister. I'm always happy with you. Kocho Shinobu quietly hugged Kani, and the feeling of regaining what she lost in her heart became stronger. After a while, the two sisters separated. Kocho Shinobu stopped being emotional and apologized to Chu Yang again solemnly. Chu Yang waved his hand, not taking it to heart at all. Afterwards, Chu Yang and Kani left the butterfly house and went to the headquarters accompanied by Index. Although the situation was urgent, the two still covered their eyes tightly according to the rules. The more critical the moment, the more you need to keep a normal mind and do your daily things well. Chu Yang was tall, and in order to send him to the headquarters, the Index team members spent a lot of energy. When the two arrived, the sun had already set. Yubuaya Kiyoya and a group of pillars were waiting for them. Before he untied the binding on his eyes, Chu Yang already felt a familiar breath. Beaming Gyuzing Ming stood at the front of the pillars and walked towards Chu Yang. He showed a compassionate smile on his face and personally untied the black cloth covering Chu Yang's eyes. Well done. Beaming Gyuzing Ming said softly. Then he turned around and led Chu Yang and Kani into the yard. Yubuaya Kiyoya was standing in the courtyard, quietly watching Chu Yang. At this time, although he was not completely blind, his vision had blurred a lot, and he could only roughly see the outline of the boy. The two people's sight met in the air, and in just a moment, many pictures appeared in Yubuaya Kiyoya's spiritual world. The pictures kept flashing and finally froze. Yubuaya Kiyoya's breathing suddenly became rapid. He walked quickly to Chu Yang and excitedly shook his hand. You are the one who ends everything. The one who ends everything. Everyone's faces suddenly changed wildly. The weight of Yubuaya Kiyoya's words was extraordinary. It represented that the Demon Slayer Corps had been feuding with demons for nearly 1,000 years since its birth, and finally saw the dawn of an end. Kani, who was standing not far behind Chu Yang, covered her mouth excitedly, tears flashing in her eyes. She came today, just to hear these words from her lord. The one who ends everything. Beaming Gyuzing Ming clasped his hands together, lowered his head and kept muttering, tears streaming down his face. Ha ha ha, my luck seems to be very good. I have only been a pillar for a short time, and I can actually realize my wish, to kill all the evil spirits. When others were stunned, a boy who looked about the same age as Kani laughed heartily. His long golden red hair like the sun caught Chu Yang's attention. Most of the pillars of this generation are of similar age, including Kani, who are all around 17 or 18 years old, quite young, and in modern times they are just high school students. They also became pillars at almost the same time. Yuzu Tenjin and Beaming Gyuzing Mei are slightly older, one is 23 years old and the other is 25 years old. Rengoku Kyojiro, stop joking. That boy is so young, and has only been in the Demon Slayer Corps for a few months. You don't really think he can kill the waxing moon alone, do you? In my opinion, he probably used some tricks to deceive Kani. Those two demons are not the waxing moon at all. The boy who mocked Chu Yang had a long and narrow scar on his face, which crossed the bridge of his nose. He had a silver white hedgehog hair, which was very eye-catching. The most important thing was his attitude, which was the most arrogant among all the people Chu Yang had seen. Chu Yang could clearly feel that this white-haired boy did not take anyone in the courtyard seriously. Shut up, Sane. Kani looked at the man who was speaking wildly in front of her angrily and said in a cold voice, in your eyes, I can't even distinguish between truth and falsehood. Or do you think that two random ghosts can make me powerless to fight back? At this point, Kani put her hand on the Nichiren sword at her waist and said in a deep voice, if you underestimate my strength so much, why not try it yourself? That's not what I meant, Kani. Fushiguro-san was a little flustered when he realized that he had said something wrong. He hurriedly explained, what I meant is that those two ghosts may be the waning moon, even if they are not as strong as the waxing moon, but Fushiguro-san's explanation made Kani's expression even more unfriendly. You really can't speak, Sane-senpai. The youngest, Kanrigi Mitsuri stared with big eyes and shook her head helplessly. How did you live to this day with such a stupid mouth? You guy, watch your words. Fushiguro-san turned back and scolded, gritting his teeth, as if he wanted to eat someone. Chu Yang reached out and pushed back the half-pulled sword of Kani. He smiled and said, there is a better way to prove it. Then he walked towards Fushiguro and hooked his finger, saying, just try it, and you will know. Fushiguro showed a cruel smile. You don't think I will spoil you? Kani frowned again, showing an unhappy expression. You look like a middle school boy who is sick with love. Chu Yang smacked his lips and mocked with a smile. You are 18 years old. It shouldn't be that bad, right? Arsehole. Fushiguro rushed towards Chu Yang at a very fast speed. The airflow around him surged. It was obvious that he used the breathing method, but he didn't draw his sword to perform sword skills. As a practitioner of wind breathing, Fushiguro is good at speed. Whether it is the speed of attack or the speed of movement, he is the strongest among all the pillars. In the eyes of others, Fushiguro suddenly disappeared and suddenly appeared in front of Chu Yang. Before Chu Yang could react, his fist had already swung towards Chu Yang's head. Beaming Gyuzing Mui and Ringoku Kaijiro appeared beside Yubuyasha Kiyoa at the same time, protecting him. Others also came over here. They felt that regardless of Chu Yang's strength, Fushiguro could hurt the Lord. Yubuyasha Kiyoa stared at the two of them intently, without even blinking. Fushiguro was quite honest. He did not use any weapons, but attacked Chu Yang with his bare hands. Perhaps he thought deep down that Chu Yang was not worthy of his weapons. However, just when Fushiguro was about to hit Chu Yang's cheek, he seemed to see Chu Yang smiling. To be precise, he was smiling at him. Fushiguro was stunned for a moment. Why was he smiling? After Fushiguro-shimizu's fist hit Chu Yang's cheek, there was a crisp sound. The sound of broken bones. Fushiguro-shimizu's mouth corners slightly raised. The pain of broken facial bones is very strong. He hoped that the boy in front of him would not shout too loudly, lest it seemed that he was bullying him. The next second, Fushiguro-shimizu's expression gradually began to be wrong. He only felt a piercing pain coming from his finger bones, and it was getting stronger and stronger. Fushiguro-shimizu realized that it was his own bones that were broken, not his. That guy didn't even try to dodge, and used his face to take the punch. Fushiguro was horrified, and instinctively wanted to distance himself from Chu Yang, but at the moment of retracting his hand, he suddenly felt his arm being clamped tightly by something. Fushiguro looked up, and saw that Chu Yang had already pinched his arm, and the smile and chill on his face became more and more intense. He shuddered, and the emotion of fear flashed across his face. He finally stretched out his other hand to the sun blade. Chu Yang noticed Fushiguro-shima's movements, but did not stop him. To him, Fushiguro-shima's resistance was not as strong as Daoma's. He just wanted to let everyone present know how powerful he was. Fushiguro was just a pitiful reference. Fushiguro, who was already furious, no longer hesitated. He pulled out the sunblade and slashed at Chu Yang's hand without saying a word. He didn't believe that even so, Chu Yang would not let go. Everyone watched this scene with bated breath. Beaming Yuxingman tried to stop it, but was pulled by Yubuyasha Kiyoa behind him. Don't move, Yubuyasha Kiyoa said softly, and asked the pillars around him to stand still. Kani was relatively calm, because she knew that Fushiguro-shima's sun-wheel sword might not be able to cut off Chu Yang's hand. So, in full view of the crowd, Fushiguro-shima's sun-wheel sword and Chu Yang's arm collided fiercely, and sparks flew in an instant, like two pieces of metal with the same hardness colliding. Everyone's pupils shrank suddenly, and they all showed incredible expressions. The most incredible one was Fushiguro himself. But Chu Yang did not give him time to react. After the sun-wheel sword fell, Chu Yang raised his right fist and smashed it hard on Fushiguro-shima's face. Puff! The blood bloomed into a brilliant flower in the air. Fushiguro wailed in the air, and it was completely imaginable how much pain he was suffering at this time. Even though Chu Yang held back, his facial bones were probably broken. After landing, Fushiguro-shima's head was dizzy. He struggled to get up, but his limbs were powerless. The blood blurred his vision, and he squinted his eyes and stared at Chu Yang. Just one punch. Just one round. He was defeated by the man in front of him with absolute advantage. The opponent didn't even use the Sun Wheel Sword, but he used all his strength. Defeat. Undoubted defeat. With Fushigi Uchiha's pride, how could he endure such a defeat? He desperately clenched the Sun Wheel Sword. Wind-breathing 9-form Wicho Shiante Wind. Fushigi Uchiha quickly rushed in front of Chu Yang, using all his strength to strike, and made continuous whirling slashes around Chu Yang. The Sun Wheel Sword cut out a large number of wind blades, pulling each other, like a real typhoon. Chu Yang was in the eye of the storm, experiencing the most terrifying attack. Kani walked forward a few steps with a nervous look. The increasingly fierce battle between the two sides had exceeded her expectations. She was worried that, if Chu Yang continued to fight like this, he might really kill Fushigi Uchiha. After all, at this level of fighting, it was difficult to have the leeway to stop at the right time. Countless wind blades scraped across Chu Yang's body like steel knives. Through the wall like tornado, people could only faintly hear the sound of metal colliding, and the occasional sparks, as bright as fireworks. Only Fushigi Uchiha, who was as deep in the center of the storm as Chu Yang, could see clearly that Chu Yang did not deliberately defend against these dense wind blades. He just stood there quietly, looking at her with interest. That look seemed to be saying, "Is this your all-out attack?" Fushigi Uchiha was very unwilling. He wanted to roar, but his mouth was filled with only bitterness. "Yes, this is all I have." Fushigi Uchiha, who was in self-doubt, gradually became dazed. The double blow of physical and mental pain completely broke this young genius. He couldn't hold on any longer. Fushigi Uchiha's eyes went dark, and his consciousness fell into a state of confusion. Apart from some anxious cries for help, his body gradually became numb, and he felt that the whole world was peeling him away. It felt like his soul was running out of his body. If Chu Yang had not held back, his life would probably have ended on this day. Everyone looked at Fushigi Uchiha, who fell to the ground and was unconscious. Except for Yubuyashiki and Kani, many people's faces had changed several times, and their heads were in a mess. The fact that the pillar was defeated was already horrifying enough, but what was even more horrifying was the absolute advantage that Chu Yang showed in the battle. If this was a real life and death battle, it meant that Fushigi Uchiha's fate was to be slaughtered by Chu Yang. Is this the difference between the pillar and the waxing moon? Yuzu Tenjin's eyes flashed with fear, and he asked in a deep voice, "How can we defeat such a powerful enemy?" His question silenced most of the people present. Only Ringoku Kaijiro and Beaming Gyuji were not affected, and their expressions were normal. The hearts of these two people are extremely tough. Although they will also feel fear, they will choose to face the enemy directly. Chu Yang carried the unconscious Fushigi Uchiha back, and then threw him to Kani to take care of him, and said to Yuzu Tenjin, "You said something wrong just now. This is not the gap between you and the waxing moon, but the gap between the waxing moon and me." Yuzu Tenjin's face flushed instantly. Iguro Abane and Kanraji Mitsuri whispered to each other. "Did you see it? That guy has no injuries on his body, not even his clothes are torn." "Yes, I saw it. If I hadn't seen him in the daytime, I would definitely think he was a ghost. This is not something a human can do. However, he is really strong. He defeated Fushigi Uchiha so easily. Although his temper is not very good, his strength is beyond doubt. To be honest, Fushigi is stronger than me. If the battle just now was replaced by me, it might have ended more simply." Tomoya Kajiyahu stood quietly aside, listening to the conversation between the two, and nodded silently to express his agreement. In fact, he had a good impression of Chu Yang. Although he had never met him, he had heard some things about Chu Yang from Irakoda Kisakonji and Makomo. Chu Yang killed the demon in the final trial, and helped Santo fulfill his wish. For this, Tomoya Kajiyahu was very grateful. Therefore, he had no other thoughts about Chu Yang's extraordinary strength. He just felt that he deserved respect for being able to reach this point as a human being. Yubuyashiki was very excited and couldn't stop shaking. He had already seen the tip of the iceberg of the future, but after witnessing it with his own eyes, it was still difficult to restrain himself. If he hadn't been ill, he would even want to shout out loud and vent all the resentment of the Yubuyashiki family for thousands of years. "How did you do it? Can you teach me?" Rengoku Kaijiro stood out from the crowd and walked straight to Chu Yang, staring at him with clear eyes. If it was someone else, it would probably be difficult to put down his dignity and humbly ask for advice. If someone else asked this question, Chu Yang would probably perfunctorily answer it with a word of talent, but facing the sincere eyes of Rengoku Kaijiro, it was difficult for him to deal with it casually. Not long ago, when I was out on a mission, I accidentally obtained a breathing method that was very old. At first glance, this breathing method is very similar to the breathing of flames, but it is completely different. Later I learned that this breathing method is called the breathing of the sun, and it was created by a man named Sukuna Yoriichi. Chu Yang methodically narrated the origin of the breathing method in the story of Sukuna Yoriichi, but his plain words set off a shocking wave in everyone's heart. After Sukuna Yoriichi's death, the Demon Slayer Corps was once madly retaliated by Muzan Kibutsuji, and suffered huge blows several times in history, and the inheritance was almost cut off, so this period of history has long been unknown. Through Chu Yang's narration, they understood how the breathing method was born. Even Yubuayashiki Yoshiya, the head of the family, heard it for the first time. Chu Yang's narration solved some of his confusions about the family and the Demon Slayer Corps in his early years. It turns out that the Demon Slayer Corps had such a glorious period and was even just a little bit away from completely exterminating the existence of demons. Can I see what the sun breathing looks like? When Yubuayashiki Yoya said this, there was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. In fact, it was not just him, but the expressions of others were similar. Even though Kani had seen it once in the battle with Dauma, she still wanted to see the reassuring power again. Chu Yang showed everyone the state of the sun breathing. When the airflow like flames wrapped around him, the momentum did look very similar to the flame breathing. But soon everyone noticed the difference. The temperature generated by the sun breathing is much higher than that of the flame breathing. It really feels like being burned by the scorching sun. Thinking of the sunlight that demons fear the most, everyone can understand why Muzan Kibutsuji, the ancestor of demons, is afraid of practitioners of this breathing method. When everyone thought that was all, Chu Yang borrowed Rengoku Kaijiro's sunblade and began to practice the god of fire Kagura. After being polished by Tsugumi Yuchi, the 13 sword techniques of sun breathing are perfect, and each movement is extremely perfect, with a kind of beauty that is difficult to describe in words. The sword technique of flame breathing carries a flame-shaped fighting spirit, and the fire god Kagura, that Chu Yang practices, in addition to similar fighting spirit, also has a clear white halo in the center, like the sun, shining brightly. In just a moment, Rengoku Kaijiro was completely attracted by fire god Kagura. The flame breathing has been passed down to this day, and some sword techniques have long been lost, and the same is true for other breathing techniques. So when the perfect 13 sword techniques of fire god Kagura appeared in front of them, they subconsciously felt that the missing part was completed. Rengoku Kaijiro and Beaming Gaiu Xingming both found inspiration to improve their own sword techniques. From this moment on, they were extremely sure that the sun breathing mentioned by Chu Yang was the origin of the breathing method. Yubuayashiki Yoya stood at the farthest distance and felt the heat waves emanating from Chu Yang. Now that it was dark and the temperature dropped sharply, he had the illusion of embracing the midday sun. After practicing several times, Chu Yang stopped, with a layer of fine sweat on his body. Every time he practiced the fire god Kagura, he was breaking through his own limits. The warm sunlight disappeared, and everyone's faces showed expressions of wanting more. In just 10 minutes, they benefited a lot. If everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps could practice the sun breathing, I'm afraid they would have driven away all the demons long ago, right? Yubuayashiki Yoshiya said with emotion. Chu Yang shook his head and said, the sun breathing is very strong, but the threshold for practice is also very high. Not everyone can practice to a high level. Hundreds of years ago, in addition to Tsujikoku Yoshiichi, there were other practitioners, but in the end, they were still killed by Muzan Kibutsuji. Yubuayashiki Yoshiya nodded and smiled bitterly. You are right, I took it for granted. Having done so much, Chu Yang didn't mind doing a little more. The sun breathing is very powerful, but it does not mean that the derived breathing methods are bad. In fact, after the full collection of Chang's Hong, any breathing method can improve the human body's functions to a higher level. When you reach that level, strange markings will appear on your body. Tsugumi Yuchi has had this kind of marking since birth, and he also has more powerful abilities. Chu Yang continued to talk about the concept of markings, but in the process of telling the story, he concealed the fact that the markings would overdraw life. Because of this drawback, Chu Yang can solve it. Since the markings will overdraw vitality, wouldn't Chu Yang just make up for them? The situation of the markings overdrawing vitality is different from that of Tanjiro. The latter is seriously ill, and there is not much Chu Yang can do. Replenishing vitality and curing terminal illness are two different things. Chu Yang does not know how to see a doctor, but if someone can cure Tanjiro's serious illness, Chu Yang can restore his vitality to the peak and let him live a normal life. In other words, as long as the markings are awakened, we can also be as powerful as you. Yuzu Tenjin looked at Chu Yang with burning eyes. It depends on the person. Chu Yang replied, if you really awaken, you can come to me and try. Yuzu Tenjin smiled, and really showed an expression of eagerness to try. After knowing the concept of stripes, Tomioka Jiayu, who had been silent, suddenly asked, then how do we awaken the stripes? It's very simple. As soon as Chu Yang finished speaking, patches of stripes began to appear on his face and arms, which looked a bit like the feathers of some animals, and a bit like scales. If someone among the swordsmen awakens the stripes, others will also awaken one after another, because the stripes are like breathing and will resonate. Chu Yang said lightly, you just need to let it go. Rengoku Kaijiro scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, it feels like cheating. Chu Yang shook his head and said, the awakening of the stripes is not the pinnacle of the breathing method. Although the stripes can be transmitted, you must master the movements of the breathing method more accurately on the original basis, and try to use the smallest movements to exert the greatest power. In this process, the mind will gradually become transparent. With the opening of the 5 senses, you will feel more and more from the body. Then you can shut down some unnecessary things, make all your movements as fast and accurate as blinking, and hide your breath at any time. At that time, a transparent world will appear in your brain. This state is also called the transparent world. In the transparent world, people's body functions will be greatly improved. They can judge the flow and fluctuation of blood vessels in the body through the enemy's breathing, and see the enemy's movements and weaknesses clearly. Everyone listened attentively, fearing that they would miss a little bit of key information. It was not until a cold wind blew in the middle of the night, causing Yubuayashiki Yoya to cough violently for a while, that everyone came back to their senses and hurriedly helped Yubuayashiki Yoya into the house. Everyone sat down in the brightly lit hall, and began to discuss the next countermeasures. My appearance and the death of Waxing Moon should have attracted the attention of Muzan Kibutsuji. It is still unknown what attitude he will take, but there are only 2 possibilities. Either he will use his strongest power to destroy me before I become stronger, or he will be afraid of my power and hide somewhere, like he did hundreds of years ago. Listening to Chu Yang's opinion, everyone's expressions were very different. These 2 possibilities represent 2 extremes. No one spoke in the hall, and everyone was thinking about which situation was more likely to happen. In fact, no matter what choice Muzan Kibutsuji makes, we must do our own thing first. Yubuayashiki Yoya looked around, and his gentle eyes gently caressed everyone. Only after awakening the markings and comprehending the transparent world can we fight against it. Before that, any preparation we make will be in vain. So, starting from today, I will temporarily shrink all the power of the Demon Slayer core, and not give the other side any chance to erode us. When you all fully awaken the markings, we will make a concerted effort to start the final decisive battle with Muzan Kibutsuji. At the same time, inside the Infinite City, Muzan Kibutsuji summoned a large number of demons. In addition to the 12 demon moons, there are many evil demons who have survived for many years and comprehended the blood demon art. Muzan Kibutsuji only did one thing: give them a lot of blood, so that they can evolve with an extremely weak probability. Most of the demons present will die because they can't bear his blood. But Muzan doesn't care at all. In the Infinite City, blood surges like a tide. There is a little indescribable beauty in the weirdness. Chapter 75, The Completion of the Soul Palace and the Unfortunate Voldemort. A short chapter of 10,000 words. Please subscribe and give me a monthly ticket. Because of Chu Yang, the two camps of the Demon Slayer world fell into a strange balance in a short period of time. A large number of demons began to disappear, and the number of Demon Slayer core members' actions outside also dropped significantly. But this moment of peace was just an illusion, and both sides felt that the storm was coming. Naruto world. Under the mediation of Senju Tobirama, Chu Yang and Uchiha Madara, who had disagreements over security issues, finally reached an agreement. The number of Anbu participating in the operation was reduced according to Uchiha Madara's wishes, but the premise was that it must be enough to protect Chu Yang's safety. In the end, it was decided that Uchiha Yangdao would lead the 3 members who were proficient in Earth Escape to participate in the operation. They were responsible for protecting Chu Yang's personal safety. The main job of other Anbu members was to collect intelligence. In fact, the entire tailed beast capture plan, compared with the Anbu where the Uchiha clan gathered, the Hyuga clan was more suitable for exploration work. But in order to check and balance the Uchiha clan, Senju Tobirama was unwilling to rashly use the Hyuga clan. If too many casualties were caused, the Hyuga clan would be at a disadvantage in the competition with the Uchiha clan. At present, it is most appropriate to consume the manpower of the Uchiha clan for the right reason. According to the intelligence that the Anbu had explored for many days, Chu Yang quickly locked the location of the Ninetales. Coincidentally, the Ninetales was wandering at the border of the Land of Fire. So soon, Senju Tobirama issued an order to capture the Ninetales. On the way to capture the Ninetales, Chu Yang kept thinking, why did the Ninetales appear at the border of the Land of Fire? So far, the activity trajectories of all the tailed beasts are far away from the Land of Fire. The IQ of each tailed beast is no worse than that of humans. They can detect the reasons for the disappearance of their companions. Logically speaking, the Ninetales could not appear so close to Konoha village. There must be some special reason that forced it to come here. The ninja's pace was very fast. It took only 1 day and 1 night from Konoha village to reach the target location. Next, we have to rely on Chu Yang's observation haki to conduct a carpet search to find the location of the Ninetales. During the whole process, Uchiha Madara has been silently observing Chu Yang's actions. After half a day, he found that Chu Yang did not like to use complex tracking techniques, but simply relied on his innate strong perception to detect the traces of the Ninetales. Is this not good? No. This is very good. In Uchiha Madara's view, skills can be polished through time and experience, but talent is something that cannot be intervened by the acquired factors. What you are like when you are born, you will be like that for the rest of your life. Uchiha Madara has always been a talent theory. He never believes that simple hard work can surpass genius. Only geniuses who work harder can surpass genius, especially in the special profession of ninja. It's a pity that this kid is not an Uchiha. If he can marry an Uchiha clan member, how talented will the child born be? Uchiha Madara suddenly had such a thought in his mind, and then it was out of control. When Izuna comes back, we'll discuss with him how to lure that kid Senju Yang here. The marriage between the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan can further consolidate the harmonious atmosphere between the two sides in the village. Uchiha Madara's mouth corners slightly raised, and his eyes also lit up. He thought this was a wonderful idea. Madara, the Ninetales is just ahead. Lord Yang said that you can prepare to take action. Yangda appeared beside Uchiha Madara and reminded him softly. The blood-colored Magatama in Uchiha Madara's eyes slowly turned. After looking over a mountain, he saw the Ninetales sleeping soundly in the moonlight. It was early morning and there was silence all around. Except for the chirping of insects and birds, any additional sound would be particularly obvious. The Ninetales' strength was different from any previous tailed beast. Even the Eight-Tails was far behind the Ninetales, so this time, Uchiha Madara had to be a little more careful. A weaker barrier was like paper for the Ninetales, and it could not block it at all. There was no need to deploy it at all. It would be better to let Uchiha Madara take action directly. This time Chu Yang learned his lesson and left the battlefield before they started fighting and brought 3 meat shields to protect himself from damage. The battle between Uchiha Madara and Ninetales was very fierce, and the movement was much louder than the last battle with Eight-Tails. This man and beast fought from the sky to the ground, which was difficult to evaluate from a human perspective. This was the realm of God. The team members including Yang Dao looked at it blankly. Chu Yang was thinking that if the Senju clan did not have the pervert Senju Hashirama, I'm afraid that all the clan members combined would not be enough to fight Uchiha Madara. The opposite is also true. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, these two people are strong beyond generations. Chu Yang was sighing and suddenly felt a malicious attack. Be alert. Chu Yang first shouted to remind his companions. Then he quickly formed a seal and set up a defense in front of him. The tree world wall that rose from the ground just blocked the opponent's attack. Humph. A group of humanoid black creatures appeared in front of Chu Yang and seemed to be furious that he blocked their attack. Seeing such a strange creature, Uchiha Yang Dao and the other three members of the Anbu were all shocked. Only Chu Yang was a little surprised and confused. This black creature was the product of Kaguya Otsutsuki's consciousness, Black Zetsu. It should have been hiding in the dark to control everything. Why did it suddenly appear and attack him? If it weren't for you, Uchiha Izuna would have died long ago. The pain that Uchiha Madara should have suffered was destroyed by you, you damned guy. Black Zetsu was furious, and he kept cursing Chu Yang. The resentment in his heart was visible to the naked eye. Chu Yang suddenly realized that his appearance seemed to have hindered Black Zetsu's plan to a great extent. Uchiha Madara did not go on a dark path as he arranged, but Konoha village became more united than ever. As the head of the Anbu, Uchiha Izuna stayed with Hashirama Senju all day, and Black Zetsu had no way to start. It could only vent its anger on Chu Yang. It felt that it was the deviation caused by Chu Yang that led to the current situation. After a brief shock, Yang Dao immediately led his team to counterattack. No matter who came, they would be regarded as enemies after attacking them. Three Anbu cooperated to perform ninjutsu and blocked Black Zetsu's way with Earth Escape. Yang Dao used his Sharingan and rushed to Black Zetsu, trying to control him with illusion. The moment the two looked at each other, their bodies froze at the same time. Captain Yang Dao has controlled the enemy. One of the Anbu members breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Yang frowned and was not optimistic. As the product of Kaguya Otsutsuki's will, would Black Zetsu be controlled by illusion so easily? After Yang Dao dragged Black Zetsu into his illusion, he wanted to let his consciousness return to reality, but suddenly found that he could not get out of the illusion space. Opposite him, Black Zetsu, who was supposed to be controlled by him, suddenly moved and walked towards him step by step. With every step, his feet were like water waves rippling. Yang Dao panicked. It was the first time he encountered such a situation. I'm very familiar with the Sharingan. It's not a wise choice for you to use illusion to deal with me. Black Zetsu laughed coldly. What's more, you only have a 3 Megatama Sharingan, and you haven't even reached the level of the main Jiki. TSK. Black Zetsu's mocking words made Yang Dao's heart tremble. The other party was obviously very familiar with the Sharingan, and he also knew how to deal with it. After a moment of distraction, Yang Dao felt that he was bound by something. Looking down, a large number of tree roots were spreading from his legs to his body. The roots spread very quickly and reached Yang Dao's waist in the blink of an eye, so that he wanted to break free, but he couldn't use any strength. When Black Zetsu walked in front of Yang Dao, the latter had been swallowed by a big tree, leaving only his shoulders and a complete head outside, unable to move. Yang Dao's eyes revealed extreme fear. As a master of illusion, he knew what he was going to encounter next. Black Zetsu placed one hand on the tree, staring at Yang Dao with his inhuman eyes, and said with a grim smile, "Don't be in a hurry now, it won't be too late to be scared later." After about 10 seconds in the real world, Chu Yang found something wrong. If Yang Dao really controlled Black Zetsu, it would be impossible for him to remain motionless until now. Chu Yang stepped forward quickly, made a release seal, and released Yang Dao's illusion, only to find that he was pale and looked at him with horror. Haha, you reacted really quickly. He was supposed to stay in my illusion space for a whole day. Black Zetsu laughed creepily, staring at Chu Yang like an abyss. Killing Uchiha Izuna is not that important now. Through my observations during this period of time, I found that both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara value you very much. Then, as long as you are killed, Uchiha Madara, who took you to participate in the mission, will definitely have a rift with the two brothers of the Senju family. By then, everything will be back on track. Chu Yang looked at him indifferently. You are quite confident. You always want to kill this and that. Have you ever thought that you will be killed? As he spoke, 3 Enbu quietly moved to Black Zetsu's side and formed seals at the same time, trying to suppress Black Zetsu through combined ninjutsu. Just now, they had seen that Yang Dao's illusion was completely broken by the other party. At this moment, they dared not be careless at all. Earth escape heavenly cover. A black hole suddenly appeared above Black Zetsu's head, and a green top cover with strange creatures carved on it fell from the sky and enveloped Black Zetsu at lightning speed. Success. The 3 looked at each other and shouted in surprise. Chu Yang shook his head. This ninjutsu can trap ordinary jonin, but it can't trap Black Zetsu. This guy knows a special ninjutsu called ephemeral technique, which can merge with the earth's vegetation and move anywhere at high speed through the network formed by the roots of underground plants and underground rivers, and can't detect any of its breath. Don't be careless. The enemy is not trapped by this ninjutsu. Everyone pay attention. Chu Yang, who had no time to explain, could only shout to his teammates to be careful. The roar shook the bodies of the 3 people. Fortunately, the observation haki did not fail. Even through the ground, Chu Yang could still clearly feel the movement trajectory of Black Zetsu. He threw Yang Dao, who was hit hard by the spirit, to the location of the 3 Anbu, and then formed seals with both hands, and activated would release. Since Black Zetsu was walking underground, the tangled roots under his feet could just control him. As Chu Yang activated would release, the surrounding ground began to shake violently, and then bulged piece by piece, as if a sleeping dragon was turning over underground. Chu Yang sensed that Black Zetsu had stopped moving with his observation haki, but he was not sure if he was controlling him, so he could only increase his strength and let the tree roots entangle him. After receiving Yang Dao, the 3 Anbu took him back to a safe place. Now they were not sure of Black Zetsu's location, so they could not help, even if they wanted to. Suddenly, Chu Yang sensed that Black Zetsu had moved. He was not controlled by the tree roots, but was moving rapidly along the tree roots towards Chu Yang's location. Chu Yang was about to release the connection with wood release, when Black Zetsu followed the tree roots and drilled in front of Chu Yang. The 2 faced each other, and Black Zetsu laughed and said, "You should also experience the pain of that kid." As soon as the voice fell, Chu Yang's consciousness fell into chaos. When he came to his senses again, he was already standing in the Soul Palace. Black Zetsu was standing opposite him. "Is this the reflection of your consciousness? It looks good. There is such a magnificent palace hidden in your mind. Do you want to be a king?" Ha 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 ha. Black Zetsu laughed up to the sky and said playfully, "You are young, but you have great ambitions. You not only want to be the leader of Konoha village, but also the king of this world?" Chu Yang ignored him, but turned to walk towards his own throne, and slowly sat on it. When Chu Yang sat on the throne, Black Zetsu's heart jumped suddenly. This strong warning had never happened before. Chu Yang raised the corners of his mouth slightly and teased, "You are the product of Kaguya Otsutsuki's consciousness, a special existence between life and death. You are never afraid of entering other people's consciousness space, because you are consciousness itself. I guess, once you disappear in the consciousness space, it means complete death, right?" Black Zetsu felt more and more depressed, as if a big stone was blocking his heart. The stone gradually became heavier and pressed him to the point that he couldn't breathe. He tried to change the scene, but the towering palace always stood in front of him, like a mountain connecting heaven and earth. It was clearly him who initiated the illusion, but Chu Yang became the master. This scene was no different from the previous one, except that the protagonist was different. Heiju looked around and felt that the palace in front of him was very strange, as if there was an indescribable power. He couldn't help asking, "Where exactly is this place? Who are you? How do you know about my mother?" Chu Yang, sitting on the throne, was like a god or devil looking down on the world. He smiled faintly and said, "What's the point of answering you? Anyway, you're going to die soon." The smell of danger became stronger and stronger. Heiju's face was gloomy. He tried to hide in the ground and escape from the mysterious palace in front of him, but its mayfly technique seemed to have failed. It just stood there motionless until its face turned as pale as white paper and cold sweat ran down its face. Haha. Chu Yang's laughter came from the empty palace. Heiju suddenly looked up, and the thrones around Chu Yang appeared with human figures staring at it. In Heiju's eyes, these human figures gathered into a black curtain that covered the sky and the sun and fell towards him. Something was constantly moving in the dark, as if chewing. Black Zetsu screams gradually subsided. At the same time, a broken throne behind Chu Yang was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the moment of Black Zetsu's death, Chu Yang, who was distributed in various worlds, was inspired and appeared in the Soul Palace. A newcomer is here again. Demon Slayer Chu Yang walked over carelessly, looked around, but did not see any newcomers. No newcomers? Then why is this palace crazy to bring us here? Demon Slayer Chu Yang frowned. It should be something special that happened. Magic Chu Yang suggested that everyone share their recent memories first. The four of them gathered together, and after the sharing of memories ended, they understood what had just happened. These broken thrones can actually be repaired. Magic Chu Yang walked forward and gently stroked the newly repaired throne. Pirate Chu Yang asked in confusion, what's so special about Black Zetsu that he can be absorbed by the Soul Palace? Hokage Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, could it be related to him being the product of Kaguya Otsutsuki's consciousness? Existing in the Palace of Consciousness, absorbing consciousness, products. The four people murmured to themselves at the same time, and found that this was really possible. Magic Chu Yang said, whether it is true or not, we can only verify it when the same situation happens again. After the discussion, everyone began to summarize the gains during this period. Demon Slayer Chu Yang gained the most. He tempered the sun breathing to the extreme, opened the stripes and the transparent world, and his body functions were breaking through the limits little by little every day. Magic Chu Yang is learning how to make a magic wand, and has sorted out many very practical spells. In combination with the current state, he has assigned everyone a suitable training plan. Stable and reliable logistics and scientific research personnel. Pirate Chu Yang's physical skills and domineering have also made great progress. Under Shanks' training, he gradually touched the realm of domineering color. After leaving the Soul Palace this time, it won't be long before he can awaken the domineering color domineering. Compared with the substantial progress of the other three people, Hokage Chu Yang seemed to follow the routine. He practiced wood release every day, then studied ninjutsu, and then did some education. Day after day, he lived like a civil servant. In addition to practicing wood release, he did not need to invest too much energy in studying ninjutsu. In this regard, he had the assistance of Magic Chu Yang. He only needed to take the results to the Senju Tobirama for mutual demonstration. After sharing the ability and talent, the comprehensive strength of the four people was greatly improved. Harry Potter World. Chu Yang pushed open the door of the one shop. The sky and the earth were already white. The small snowflakes in the sky were flying in the air like catkins, and then fell to the ground and became part of the white. Haha, Mr. Chu Yang, Merry Christmas. Good morning, Mr. Ollivander, Merry Christmas. Ollivander held 2 cups of hot black tea. One cup was handed to Chu Yang, and the other was handed to his mouth. He took a sip, looking at the beautiful scenery of snow outside the house, and gave an unsatisfied admiration. Child, you will be going back to Hogwarts after Christmas. What are your plans for the future? Ollivander held the tea, and looked back at Chu Yang. There was light in his eyes, as if he wanted to say something. Chu Yang thought he was reluctant to leave him, so he quickly said, I will come to see you often, Mr. Ollivander. Disapparition is not difficult for me. Haha, of course I know it is not difficult for you, because you are a genius. Ollivander blinked at Chu Yang like an old naughty boy, then shook his head and laughed. That's not what I want to say, Chu Yang. In terms of making wands, I have nothing to teach you. Your learning ability is really too. At this point, Ollivander laughed dumbly. Praising Chu Yang has become a habit of his, and now he can't change it. In short, you have graduated. From today on, you are a formal wand maker, or perhaps, it should be said to be a master. You can make wands for others in your own name. With your current skills, there will definitely be many people who ask you to make wands. With the abundant resources in your hands, you will no longer worry about gold galleons from now on. Chu Yang was silent for a while and asked, Mr. Ollivander, you want to remind me that I don't have to go back to Hogwarts, right? What a smart child. I'll even decide. Hogwarts with Dumbledore in charge is known as the safest place in the world, but I believe you understand that Dumbledore is not a god, and there are things he can't do. Hogwarts is not safe now, and even the entire magic world has been cast under a shadow because of some recent events. I don't know when the crisis will break out. Although Ollivander didn't say it clearly, Chu Yang knew he was talking about Voldemort. Unable to obtain blood from unicorns to prolong his life, Voldemort must have used other evil methods, which caused the magic world to be secretly treacherous and everyone was in danger. Ollivander hoped that Chu Yang could stay away from these dangers, even if he had to delay his studies or give up his studies. With Chu Yang's talent, he could gain a foothold in the magic world without the title of a Hogwarts graduate. With Voldemort's current state, he should be unable to resist and attack Harry and the Philosopher's Stone. From the various signs in the past month, Chu Yang felt that Voldemort would most likely take action during the Christmas season. After the holidays, he could go back and study quietly this semester. Chu Yang was not worried about Harry's safety. With the blood protection spell and the protagonist's halo, Voldemort had no chance before the age of 18. However, there is an old saying that ideals are full and reality is skinny. When you think that reality will develop step by step, fate will stand at the corner and hit you with a club. At night, joyful songs began to be heard everywhere in Diagon Alley, but the door of the one shop was banged. Hey, today is a holiday, no business. I don't know where you are from. You are so rude. Ollivander walked to the hall, cursing. He wanted to open the door and scold the people outside. As a result, he was stunned after the door opened. There were 3 little wizards standing outside, one of whom he remembered very clearly. The famous Harry Potter. Ollivander held back all the curses and quickly pulled out a surprised smile. Oh, isn't this Mr. Potter? Are you and your friend coming to Diagon Alley to spend Christmas? I'm sorry, but this is a one shop and we don't provide extra services. Hermione hurriedly said, Mr. Ollivander, we are here to find Chu Yang. He is here with you, right? Ollivander was stunned for a moment. Who told you this? Ron shrugged and said, Hagrid. Harry and Hermione poked Ron's waist at the same time, signaling him to shut up. Chu Yang's whereabouts after the holiday was a secret, and only Dumbledore and Hagrid knew it. It was by chance that the trio learned about Chu Yang's whereabouts from Hagrid. The holiday without any warning made them very worried about Chu Yang, so they wanted to use this Christmas holiday to visit Chu Yang. If it were any other time, Chu Yang would definitely be very happy that they came to see him, but it was a headache to come at this critical moment. Seeing the trio standing in front of him, Chu Yang really couldn't be happy. Chu Yang was pushed out of the one shop by Mr. Ollivander. The old man smiled and asked him to celebrate the holiday with his friends. Without noticing Chu Yang's helpless smile, the trio put their luggage at the leaky cauldron and excitedly wandered around Diagon Alley. They were surrounded by a dazzling array of Christmas goods, which made them dazzled. Ron, aren't you going home for Christmas? I wanted to, but my parents are in Romania to see my brother Charlie, who's studying dragons there. Oh, that's great. I hope they can have a perfect Christmas. Thank you, Chu Yang. What about Hermione? You should go back to celebrate with your parents, right? I was supposed to, but I changed my mind. We've spent every Christmas together since we were little, and I want to do something different this year. Chu Yang took a deep breath, trying to keep smiling, and then turned to look at Harry, who was scratching his head and laughing at him. Chu Yang turned his head silently. If he kept watching, he would have a heart attack. The 3 of them were making a fuss along the way. They would go up to play with anything fun they saw and buy anything delicious they saw. The rich Harry led the way with galleons, so that some wizarding families passing by were envious when they saw it. TSK, TSK, TSK. Luckily this is Diagon Alley. If it was next door, these 3 people would probably be robbed to the point where they wouldn't even have their underwear left. Chu Yang took the marshmallow handed over by Hermione and ate it while complaining, but soon, he felt the malicious eyes from the crowd looking back and forth at them. Chu Yang didn't say anything and quietly released his observation haki. In the dark corner of the street, Quirrell, the professor of defense against the dark arts who disappeared not long ago, was looking at the trio led by Harry with a resentful look. Through his observation haki, Chu Yang sensed the whispers between Quirrell and Voldemort. "It's because you were exposed that Dumbledore noticed it. He moved the Philosopher's Stone out of the Chamber of Secrets. Now there's no trace of the Philosopher's Stone. Please calm down, my master. If I hadn't met that strange guy in the Forbidden Forest, I would have helped you get the Philosopher's Stone." "Enough, shut up. I don't want to think about that anymore. Now, I just want you to do one thing, that is, capture Harry Potter and use him to exchange the Philosopher's Stone with Dumbledore. Don't worry, I will definitely fulfill your wish, idiot." With Voldemort's curse, Quirrell ended the conversation awkwardly, and Chu Yang also understood their intentions. More and more people were on the street, and Quirrell gradually disappeared at the intersection. A moment later, his figure appeared in Nocturne Alley. At this time, the trio seemed tired of playing, and Chu Yang took them to a restaurant they often visited. After they were seated, he found an excuse to sneak out. After much thought, Chu Yang decided to deal with Quirrell and Voldemort while they were weak, otherwise, it would be very likely to affect Hermione, Ron, and even Mr. Ollivander. After covering himself with a black robe, Chu Yang followed the hidden path and came to Nocturne Alley. Nocturne Alley, which was already very dark, looked even more bizarre and weird under the background of the festival. Those strange figures of all kinds squatted in the narrow alley and laughed maliciously at Quirrell, who had just arrived here. But they obviously didn't know that Quirrell's humbleness only existed in front of Voldemort. No one saw Quirrell's lips moving slightly. A beam of magic light shot out from Quirrell's wide cuffs and shot at the dark wizards, who provoked him with lightning speed. The spell hit one of the unlucky guys and then spread into a strange halo, knocking away the rest of the people. Some curious people who were watching the show nearby saw the wand under Quirrell's robes. Suddenly, like a startled bird, he quickly disappeared at the edge of the alley. In just one round, Quirrell showed these guys with evil intentions how powerful he was. The deserted alley was so quiet that it was a little eerie. Quirrell put away his wand, lowered his head, and continued to walk forward. But after a few steps, he suddenly saw a person standing at the end of the alley. The person was covered in a black robe. Quirrell couldn't see his face clearly. He was short and looked familiar. "Who are you?" Quirrell frowned and asked the other person in an almost scolding tone, and his hand reached for the wand hidden in the robe again. However, the person on the opposite side reacted much faster than him. The moment Quirrell reacted, the light of magic lit up in the darkness. The spell crossed the narrow alley and accurately hit Quirrell's wand hidden under the robe, knocking it away. Expelliarmus. Quirrell looked ugly. He had never seen such a swift and accurate spell that could hit his wand hidden in his sleeve from such a long distance. Damn it, when you cast a spell, do you bring a telescope with you? Run. Voldemort, who was living in Quirrell's body, suddenly shouted, "He's the guy in the Forbidden Forest." Quirrell's face changed, and he finally knew where that familiar feeling came from. Quick reaction. Chu Yang sneered. Then he waved his wand and cast a petrification spell. When Quirrell turned around, the magic power dragged in the air into a meteor-like line and hit Quirrell's back. Quirrell's movement was frozen. Chu Yang walked slowly from the other end of the alley. When he was about to reach Quirrell, a large amount of grey mist suddenly rushed out of his head. It was Voldemort in soul form. Voldemort, who felt the danger, instinctively rushed towards Chu Yang, trying to scare him away. But before he could get close, a red light suddenly appeared on Chu Yang's body, and a breath like a blazing fire sprayed out of Chu Yang's mouth and nose, surrounding him. It seemed that a sun rose in the dark alley. Voldemort's incomplete soul was burned fiercely by the breath of the scorching sun, and he immediately let out a shrill cry. Chu Yang did not expect that the breath of the sun would cause such a powerful killing to the soul. If it continued like this, Voldemort's remaining soul would most likely be burned directly. However, Voldemort's heart was also extremely tenacious. He endured the pain and broke through the range of the flames and escaped into the end of darkness. Only Quirrell, who was hit by the petrification spell, was left standing there in fear. If Chu Yang left it alone, he would probably freeze to death in Nocturne Alley tonight. The sound of the battle made most of the dark wizards wandering around quickly flee. At least tonight, they dared not approach here. "I'm sorry to see you here, Professor Quirrell." Chu Yang approached Quirrell, took off his hood, and smiled politely. Quirrell's eyes widened instantly, revealing an unbelievable look, but unfortunately he couldn't say a word now. I actually like your defense against the dark arts class. Chu Yang smiled, then pointed his wand at the ground at Quirrell's feet and chanted, "The promo." The house collapses and the ground sinks. The collapse spell blew a big hole at Quirrell's feet, scaring him to let out a low roar. Chu Yang did not show any sympathy. He decisively kicked him down, and then quickly sealed the hole. After doing all this, Chu Yang disappeared into the darkness, and left Nocturne Alley. Chu Yang, why did you come back just now? Ron and the others almost finished their food. Hermione complained angrily to Chu Yang, who had disappeared for a while. It can be seen that Chu Yang's disappearance without a word made her very worried. Sorry Hermione, I felt a little uncomfortable in my stomach just now. Considering that you were going to eat, I didn't tell you. Chu Yang explained with an apologetic look. Oh, so that's the case. Are you feeling better now? Roast chicken doesn't seem to suit you. Do you want me to order you some lighter food? Hermione's temper came and went quickly. When she heard Chu Yang was not feeling well, she asked with concern. Ron and Harry, who were feasting on their food, also put down their food. They all looked at Chu Yang to express their concern. Chu Yang didn't want to disturb their mood, so he smiled and said, "I'm much better now, don't worry about me." After that, he picked up the food on the table with a fork and put it into his mouth, chewing it with a look of enjoyment. The three of them were relieved and began to fight for the food on the table. At this time, Hermione no longer cared about being a lady. Before Chu Yang hadn't come back, she hadn't eaten much and was very hungry. Just when Chu Yang and his friends were happily celebrating Christmas, Voldemort, who had lost his temporary storage, wandered alone in the wind and snow, like a lamp that could go out at any time. The Christmas holiday passed quickly, and Chu Yang and Hermione returned to Hogwarts together. Before leaving, Mr. Ollivander still tried to persuade Chu Yang to temporarily leave the magic world, to hide from the limelight. He didn't know that Voldemort, the initiator of all the waves, would hardly come out to cause trouble in a short time. On the other hand, Dumbledore noticed that Voldemort and Quirrell had left Hogwarts, and the tense atmosphere in the school also eased a lot. Chu Yang didn't need to extend his vacation. Everything was back on track. But for someone, his life fell from heaven to hell again. I like the bed by the window very much, Mr. Malfoy. Can you please move your luggage a little? Chu Yang said calmly, smiling at Draco. Also, two people use one room. Don't you think it's too crowded? Draco nodded frantically, indicating that he agreed with Chu Yang's opinion very much, and then started packing his luggage without saying anything. After a while, he moved back to the familiar big dormitory and fell asleep happily between Goyle and Crabbe. Compared to Draco, who was trembling with fear and treading on thin ice, Chu Yang's return made the classmates very happy, and the circle of first-year students became very lively. After all, who doesn't like classmates who help them with their studies and lend them homework to copy? The professors and teachers were also very happy, and even Snape, who was always sharp-tongued and indifferent, did not say anything sarcastic to tease Chu Yang. The day after Chu Yang returned to school, Dumbledore pulled him to the principal's office for a long talk. Most of the time, Dumbledore was concerned about what Chu Yang had gained during this period. So Chu Yang made an exquisite wand on the spot in the principal's office using the tools given to him by Mr. Ollivander, which made Dumbledore amazed. At the end of the conversation, Dumbledore suddenly asked a question that caught Chu Yang off guard. Have you seen Professor Quirrell in Diagon Alley? Dumbledore subconsciously wanted to explore Chu Yang's memory, and then suddenly remembered the palace deep in Chu Yang's mind, so he quickly gave up this idea. Principal Dumbledore, I haven't seen Professor Quirrell since Halloween. Chu Yang smiled politely, looking very sincere. Dumbledore laughed dumbly and said, maybe I've been too sensitive recently. How could you have seen Quirrell? Sorry, Chu Yang, this happens when people get old and don't get enough sleep. Don't mind it. How could that be? Principal Dumbledore, I know you are concerned about me. Chu Yang said solemnly. Well. Dumbledore nodded, chatted with Chu Yang for a while, and let him go back to the dormitory to rest. Until the moment Chu Yang closed the door of the principal's office, Dumbledore had been watching him. Even without using the observation haki, Chu Yang felt Dumbledore's gaze. This wise old man seemed to be suspicious of something. But Chu Yang was not worried that Dumbledore's attitude towards him would change after he guessed the truth, because he had long proved that he would not become the second Voldemort. After that, Chu Yang obtained Dumbledore's approval as an exception. He could participate in the OWL exam as a freshman. This was supposed to be an exam for 5th year students. And if everything goes well, Chu Yang can still participate in the new test. Chu Yang, who has returned to his normal school life, is still immersed in the library. Spring goes and autumn comes, cold comes and heat goes. Demon Slayer World. Since the Demon Slayer Corps and Muzan Kibutsuji's camps have fallen into silence, this world has ushered in a brief peace. But both sides know that this balance will be broken. And the day when the balance is broken is the moment when one of the parties will completely perish. A large number of swordsmen gathered at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters for intensive training. Yubuyashiki hopes that they can survive as much as possible in the next decisive battle. All the pillar level swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters have mastered the power of the stripes. With Chu Yang helping them replenish their vitality, the sequelae of the stripes can be almost ignored. The transparent world after the stripes requires them to improve their breathing skills to the extreme, while resisting the pain brought by this behavior with a tenacious will. This is not a link that Chu Yang can interfere with. Among the many swordsmen, only Jayamui Mimizu not only mastered the pattern, but also became the only one among them to comprehend the transparent world. The second one is Ringoku Kyojiro, who is very close to this step, but still a little short. So far, it seems that only he has shown signs of comprehending the transparent world, and the others are far behind, and it is estimated that there is no hope for life. Chu Yang, who noticed this, talked with Yubuyashiki for a long time, and decided to stop practicing in a few days. But before this order could be passed on, Muzan Kibutsuji came with his army of evil spirits. These days, Muzan Kibutsuji was frantically creating subordinates while letting Naruto lock the location of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. He didn't care about Yubuyashiki and those pillars at all. He had only one goal. Chu Yang. The sky full of ghosts raided the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters camp in the middle of the night. When Chu Yang was about to draw his sword and kill the evil spirits with others, he found himself alone in a strange city. It seemed that time and space were all messed up here. The sound of applause came from the depths of the town, and Muzan Kibutsuji, wearing a suit, slowly walked over. Welcome to the Infinite City. There were several figures beside Muzan Kibutsuji that Chu Yang had never seen before. They were neither the Black Death of the Waxing Moon nor the evil spirits of other waxing moons. This is the gift I prepared for you. Muzan Kibutsuji smiled and snapped his fingers, and these black shadows surrounded Chu Yang. The corners of Chu Yang's mouth rose slightly. Killing intent. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.